Hello everyone, how are you? Good, thank you. I still don't know what that's from, I'm not gonna lie. I know the reference, I don't know the source. I'm not going to pretend to, however, I've seen, isn't it like Black Star, Lucky Star, or whatever? It's that really like, it's one of those big head animes, right? The chibi ones with the blue hair. I don't know. I wish every Arrow Rights enjoyer a very pleasant evening. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, I don't have to wait on ads, so I can just come on over. Nope, not this one. Or actually, I suppose MS Paint. Hello. Man, this is like the fastest stream startup we had. I nearly started late because for whatever reason, my stream wasn't starting. Because I guess I'm silly. Thumbnail, I am not, it's not my birthday. It is not my birthday. It is like many moons until my birthday. I am not a summer baby. But hello, Hydra and Herblorg and Azu and Koid and 8-Bit Dwarf and Wumpus and I'm Not Dude and Haver. Please don't use MS Paint. Look what happened to the last one. Oh no. I've been using MS Paint for a year plus. So I feel like I've made this enough of my own brand that I'm no longer discount pirate software. You finally made it to your first stream. Well, welcome on in. I didn't recognize the name, so I knew that you had to be new, not because I didn't recognize the name, but because no one around here is getting any, I must say. We're all nerds. It's not my birthday. Today's not my birthday. I'm not a summer baby. This is me celebrating 10k subs. And of course, by celebrating 10k subs, I'm doing what everyone wanted me to do, which is literally nothing. I'm just doing a normal stream and I'm calling it special and people will show up because that's, or at least that's the goal, is that people will show up just on the assumption that I'm doing something special. Happy Mountain, thank you. How old are you now? 50? Okay. I've been called 40 before. That's the oldest I've gotten. Am I getting people think I'm 50 now? Do people think I'm that much of a boomer? Cause like, I kind of get it. I'm not gonna lie. Like, actually, isn't that like Gen X? Anyway, people will bring up to me things of like technology. Like I just saw a recommendation for a clip where a VTuber was like, oh yeah, 60 FPS is fine, right? And the title was just like, this VTuber upsets like all PC gamers. And I'm like, what's the issue with 60 FPS? I thought like 30 FPS was fine and 60 was like what you go to when like you want a lot. No, turns out 60 is like standard and it has been for like a decade. 120 is where you want to be at baseline. 60 FPS is like standard operating systems at this point. 120 is what like bare minimum for a gaming PC, which I just thought it was still like 30 and then 60 was what you got if you wanted a lot. You sound mid-20s. Well, that's one guess, Yixtris. Definitely around 70. You sound at most 30. I look young for my age. Thank you. My age is hubris. My age is hubris. Let's keep saying happy birthday for the funny. People have been doing that. And I'm not gonna lie, I don't care. I'm not like offended. However, at this point I might be 70. Because if every time someone wishes me a happy birthday, like every day someone wishes me happy birthday, I increase by 1 year. This has happened like at least 10 times. And if it continues happening, then I might be the oldest person in the world soon. If every day someone wishes me a happy birthday. I know what a VHS tape is, so you know Arrow's probably not Gen Z. Well, I will say, Gen Alpha, I believe, is like 2010 to 2022-ish. ish. You know, generations are dumb. This doesn't really matter. But like, so saying I'm Gen Z would mean that I was like, I think it's like 96 to like 2010, and then millennial would be like 19, like probably like 83-ish to 1966. So like, I'm not Gen Alpha. I can confidently say that. However, I feel like there is some ambiguity on which of these two I am, because I think a lot of people assume I'm not Gen X, which, joke's on you, I just put in lots of time and effort to making myself sound more youthful. I put no points into my appearance. I put it all into my voice. I sound 20 years younger than I am. Human eye contact can only see 30 FPS anyway. I've been on console all my life. 60 FPS. See, that's the thing, Flameborn. Every time I hear FPS, it's talked about for consoles. So I heard about the consoles like upgrading from like 30 to 60 FPS and how games were being locked at 30 FPS. And I was like, oh, I guess this is just normal. No, computers are much better. I'm cheating. Guess who's watching for free? How dare you? No, and Haver, that's exactly what I was getting at, is that you know what a VHS is as a Gen Z. Gen Z were alive in the 21st century, which I learned. Who knew this? You tell me if you knew this. Apparently, being born in 2000 is considered being born in the previous century. You're born in the 20th century because we start centuries on the first year. The first century was 1 CE or 1 AD, meaning the year 100 was a part of the first century, meaning 2000 was a part of the 20th century. I never knew that. It kind of like blew my mind when I was told that. We went from lead concentration to plastic concentration. Shut up. Listen, just because I lock in when it comes to mechs kissing means nothing. Like, I don't know what was in the air. The entire chat, we were all locked in for like 2 hours. Like, we collectively channeled our hyper focus into 2 hours of just fanfic writing. It was crazy. Actually, no, I'm not 0. Wait, so I'm 40? You have no proof for that. The century is over the year it's named after, so 1901 was the 20th century. Yeah, I never knew that. I did not know that. It's so crazy to me. Let's lock in on mech kissing again. I mean, that is on the agenda. However, I do want to make sure I don't ignore questions, which, for those of you who don't know, I stream both on YouTube and on Twitch. Tuesdays, I stream on YouTube. Primarily, I yap. I talk TTRPGs. This is my dedicated, like, Zatsu, or just chatting stream, so to speak. Saturday is where I go on Twitch. I still yap. I still talk because you can't get me to shut up if you wanted to. But that's where I play games. I do, like, week after week, progressive storytelling. For instance, I've been playing Armored Core 6 recently. I just picked up a really cool indie game called Shaman's Arc, which you can check out July 30th, because the dev sent it to me. I'm not being paid or sponsored or anything. They just sent it to me, so I want to support a indie dev. But here on YouTube, I can start a Q&A where ask me 10,000 questions. Go. So no, I started Q&A, meaning if you go to the Q&A section and like type in questions there, you have the ability to basically like pose a question and it will just sit there until I get to it. So if you have any questions about me or TTRPGs or VTubing or the V shoujo drama, for instance, like those are things to drop in the questions and answers. We'll get to it when we get to it. It's actually a very nice feature that I really enjoy because it just makes it so useful, right? it makes it so useful for me to be able to just have like a parking lot of, okay, we have like 50 questions lined up. Let me just throw those there real quick. Although speaking of, since I am just doing announcements right now, I should probably mention we did get monetized. We are now monetized, meaning that if you so choose, you can support the channel by either purchasing a membership. I made it 5 USD. Or you can do a super chat, which is a direct donation that kind of like blows up your chat message. So for those of you on Twitch, it's basically like you can subscribe and you can do a bit donation. I'm not going to ask for any of this. I'm not going to kind of impose on you and expect this from anyone. I just wanted to let it be known, and that if you are a member, you will have access to different emotes. Piggers is just poggers, but on a farm. But if you want, you can do this. That's my pitch. My pitch is that you can have guns. That's what we do around here. Although I suppose all of you like come strapped anyway, because as an arrow kisser, as someone that's a member of the community, you just materialize firearms. But I'm not going to sit here and like push for that. Lancer AU, congratulations on carving out a little corner of the internet for your branch of the mob. Thank you, Jeffrey. See, that's the thing. I have up until this point basically had a little corner. Now I'm just kind of at the point where my little corner is big enough that other people look at it and go, wow, that's a big little corner. And I'm like, pog. But I still fundamentally am the same. I have not really changed my content too much, at least recently. I've added more content and I've altered my workflow, but fundamentally, I see this as your contribution. I see this as the community's achievement, because I'm not the one who watched my content for hours on end. I'm not the one who shared my videos. I'm not the one who, I mean, technically I did share my videos, but like I wasn't the one subscribing and commenting and all of that. I suppose I did comment. Basically, my point being, y'all are the ones who actually like watched the stuff. I just facilitated your excellence, so thank you. Now I get a square, exactly. Okay, so we already have a bunch of questions. So, what's my favorite Pokemon? This is something I've talked about before. I want to see if anyone can guess it. I've talked about this before, and I will say, here's a hint. And here's a hint. And if you get it wrong, I'm going to be upset at you, because you're going to think I'm basic. I'm not basic. I'm just nostalgic. You were so close, Maddie. You were so close. No, so my favorite Pokemon is Charmander. And not the evolution line, not Charizard. I just like Charmander. Literally just Charmander. Like, if I ever play Gen 1, I will always choose Charmander, purely because, like, he's a cute little guy, right? He's just also cool. Like, he's like a fire lizard. And I don't care that he is statistically the worst starter for the first 2 gyms, which is where you will spend most of your time in the game, because by then, like, after that point, you get a bunch of like better Pokemon, you get the momentum going. Like, the first 2 gyms are going to be really difficult. Yes, Charmander's good in Viridian Forest, but outside of that, like, he's bad against Brock, or Charmander's bad against Brock, Charmander's bad against Misty. I don't care. Mudkip is pretty poggers. And that's the thing, is that, like, anytime anyone asks me that, I have to defend my choice. Not because there's anything wrong with Charmander, but because, like, there's such a stigma against Charizard. And I agree with that stigma. I think Charizard is nostalgia bait. I think Charizard's place in modern Pokemon is entirely propped up by the fact he's a giant dragon that people think is cool and that they want to see more content for. Kind of like Blue Eyes White Dragon from Yu-Gi-Oh! Thank you, Wampus. The criteria for what makes a good Pokemon is it has to either be a cool guy or a little fella. Exactly. And oftentimes the evolution line is that it is a little fella that evolves into a cool guy. And if it's a 3-stage evolution, there would usually be an edgy middle area. So like you have little fella to cool guy, or you have little fella edgelord to cool guy. Investing in... Am I stonks? Am I stocks? Are stonks going up? I mean, we have been having quite a bit of success recently, so I suppose. Mudkip is S tier and they're perfect. I won't say they're perfect, though I do think that the love Mudkip receives is deserved. Right? Like, there are some Pokemon that I think do not deserve the love they receive. I don't know how controversial of a take this is. Pikachu is one of those Pokemon. I like Pikachu. I think Pikachu's cool. I like the fact that Pikachu is like an electric mouse. However, I don't think Pikachu deserves like half as much love as it is received, because it is the mascot of the brand. Meaning, it's going to be front and center everywhere. And that, much like how a lot of people love an underdog, a lot of people resent success. So I don't think Pikachu is like a bad Pokemon. I just think Pikachu is not the best choice for like the face of the company. I think what would probably be better is that if every generation they had a different mascot. However, I also recognize that from a branding perspective, from a marketing perspective, no, you want like moms who don't know anything about Pokemon and think every single like 4-legged creature is a Pikachu to recognize the name Pikachu so they can buy it for their kid. You're now green. Congrats. Exactly. Am I calling Corellia an edgelord? I would say in comparison. So it's wait, Ralts with a Z, Corellia, and then Gardevoir. I would say this pretty closely lines up to like little guy, cool fella. And then I think Corellia isn't an edgelord, but is edgier than Gardevoir and Ralts. Much in the same way that, like, Ivysaur isn't an edgelord in the same way Charmeleon is, but Ivysaur is edgier than Bulbasaur or Venusaur, right? A lot of these middle evolutions kind of have middle child syndrome, where I don't know how many people's favorite evolution is a middle one. And I think that most of them have a bit of like a chip on their shoulder about that, just design wise. Ralts with the Z is just the British Ralts. Mudkip, Snom, Mimikyu, and Clodsire. Oh, so all of just the blobs. Just the blobs. You have a type and your type is Goopy. You're the awful kind of trainer who has an entire party of Murdermon. You accidentally soloed the Elite Four with a Tyranitar and 5 eggs because you forgot to swap. Well, welcome on in, Badger. Okay, so I spent too much time shiny hunting for a Charmander that I passed on twice because I wasn't paying attention. And then I didn't play the game because, fun fact about me, I've never beaten a Pokemon game. I have never beaten a Pokemon game. Not because I haven't tried, but because it never captures my interest long enough. I'm not gonna lie, like every time I've played a Pokemon game, I'll get like halfway to 2/3 of the way through it, and then I just stop. Mostly this was Gen 1. I think I maybe did this on like Gen 3 one time. Or that maybe that was like Fire Red. Like even like Pokemon Coliseum, Pokemon Stadium, like even spin-off games, I just never continued. And I have never played a Pokemon game after like Gen 4. Actually, I might not have even played that. I barely know anything after like Gen 4, Gen 5. So what I kind of want to do, and I don't know how interested people would be, what if I play Pokemon blind? Because like, how common is that? To be able to play a Pokemon game and just be like, I don't know anything about this game. Let me just hop in like Gen 6 Pokemon and see what happens. Yes, Rory, Arrow stream. And you can give me money. So give me money. Tyranitar, absolutely love dinosaurs. Oh my gosh. So I still have Twitch alerts active on YouTube because I use the same streaming software for both. So occasionally I'll be streaming on YouTube and I'll just get Twitch alerts that someone followed. So me being in Arrow's Discord is evidence enough. Yeah. Listen, I was a dinosaur kid. And I must say, that did not stick with me at all. I do not remember a single thing about dinosaurs when I had a like hyperfixation on dinosaurs when I was a kid. To the extent, fun story, Arrow lore. Why are you a top fan? You don't even chat that often. When I was a kid, I was a massive like grandpa kid. Like I had my grandma and my grandpa, and I didn't like my grandma for whatever reason. I was super like obnoxious to her. I didn't like her. I love my grandpa. He would call me a twerp. I would call him a twerp back. Like we had this whole like dynamic going on. But when my grandma came over one time, she had to bribe me with dinosaur toys. And after playing with me, with my dinosaurs, suddenly, grandma's pretty all right. She passed the vibe check. Like, for whatever reason, I just like, I love my grandpa. I love my grandpa. I didn't love my grandma. Like, I was like anti-grandma. And then she bribed me with dinosaur toys. And then suddenly, like, she's pretty all right. You know what? Okay, you get VIP access. It's because most of you are in 75. So, something I will say, for those of you who do use the like XP thing, I personally have it turned off. I don't know how to turn it off for my stream. I haven't figured that out, but I have turned it off for me personally. And that's because I don't want to support an environment where you feel like some people are better than others. The only hierarchy I want here is I need you to know I am superior to you in every regard because haha, funny streamer. And all of you are above Rorston VT, right? Rorston VT is the bottom of bottoms and should be treated as such. Those are the two levels of demarcation we have here. I ask that you respect that. I ask that you act accordingly. And I ask that you treat everyone on your same level or higher with respect that they are owed. If someone's on a level below you, they don't really deserve it, but yeah, so I disabled my leaderboard in chat. I disabled my leaderboard history. I turned it off in my settings, but I don't know if I can do that for my stream. Well, thank you, Chaplain. I appreciate it. See, my culture is not a Rorston caste system. The Rorston caste infiltrated my community, and thus I put it at the bottom. Some would say as the foundation. I would say as the dirt we step on. Personally. Dang, I didn't know grandma was cool. Like, no, literally, like, that was my response. My response to her, like, playing dinosaurs with me was like, I didn't realize you were chill like that. And then suddenly, like, I started actually interacting with my grandma. And then recent times have made that a bit more difficult. And that is all I will say on that matter. The dirt you step on is the foundation. Yeah, I was saying a synonym, you goof. I said some would call it the foundation. I would call it the dirt you step on. I did not say that's not the foundation. I simply stated that that is a different interpretation of the same thing, which is meant to deride and ridicule you. You are insulted and should be offended. Imagine Arrow stepping on the face of Rory forever. You know what? I'm gonna do that in like stilettos. I'm gonna like Use it as a weapon. Oh no, Rory just DM'd me and said that my Twitlonger is getting a new page. The drama is feeding my Google Docky. Okay, next question. Oh gosh, there's so many. This one. What do you think or opinions do you have on Heka in the Lancer AU? I don't know enough about Heka. Because that's the thing, when it comes to Lancer frames, I am very not knowledgeable on anything outside of the core book. And even in the core book, I'm like pretty eh. For instance, I didn't know that Iskender was named after Alexander. It took a comment pointing that out to me to point that out. Which, fun fact, in case you didn't know, Iskender was one of the titles of Alexander the Great. I didn't know that. Is it the Hecatoncheires? Is this the YouTube drama that we're not supposed to talk about? See, that's the thing. Right. I'm at a 4-page doc. You're at a 19-page doc. Listen, Rory, you're a third-rate streamer with a 4-page Google Doc. Get out of here. You're not even worth the pages. What? Rory, you can't just lie to me like that. Oh, it was a translation. Understood. Isn't it obvious? Iskender is just different spelling. Okay, you can't say isn't it obvious? I will give you 2 reasons why that is not obvious. Reason number 1. I am monolingual. I.e. American. Reason number 2. I'm stupid. Which some would say comes with the American. Yeah, monolingual derogatory. Exactly. Although I think the person who explained that to me, like the person who brought up like the Iskender is Alexander, I think they said it was a title. So maybe I was misled. Because I was told that it was like a Persian title for Alexander. Which I guess, like, strictly speaking, it was, but it wasn't like a title that had meaning. It was just a transliteration of Alexander. Can't believe I don't know Esperanto. You know what? I believe that. I believe in Arrow not reading. And you can too. 2028, Arrow writes, no one will have literacy by the end of my presidency. It's commonly mistranslated. Got it. The person who told me must have been American. Oh my gosh. Let's not dunk on Americans this hard. Actually, no. All the Europeans are still awake. Now is prime dunking hours. In like 3 hours when all of you go to bed, that's when we dunk on the Europeans. I know my audience. I know how to rotate that. What's the best comment I've received other than the one from Impeach Obama ASAP 2010? That's the thing. Like, there are so many good comments. And that's why I go through all of them and I try and heart them. And recently, I've actually been slacking. But you can't tell me I'm not allowed. You can't tell me I'm not allowed to include Impeach Obama ASAP 2010's comment. Because this is my favorite comment in all of my history of content creation. Because I'm making a video, and under the comment section, Impeach Obama ASAP 2010, full username, just for whatever reason, in the year of our Lord 2025, said, you need to man up. I was talking about D&D. I was talking about D&D. Like, first off, why are you telling me to man up? I'm talking about Dungeons & Dragons. Second off, why are you telling me to man up? I'm not a man. I'm non-binary. If you didn't know that, fun fact. Third, why is your name Impeach Obama ASAP 2010 in the year of our Lord 2025? Like, it left me with more questions than anything. And I'm not even mad that Impeach Obama ASAP 2010 lives rent-free in my brain. Right? Like, it's not that impeach Obama ASAP 2010 is living rent free in my brain. It's like I set out a couch for them and I let them stay there. Because much like that one friend you have who's kind of incompetent, but they're fun to like keep around, and they're not like the healthiest person. They're kind of toxic, but they are like funny to watch, if not interact with. That's how I feel about this comment. Is like, it just brings me joy every time I think about it. You double checked? Yes, it's just what they called him. Understood. His name was Gaius Julius Gaius was the first name of the Julie family, and he was the Kaiser of Rome. Non-binary must have left the computers puzzled. Well, no, it's the meme, right? It's computers will see this and call you a liar, and then they'll see this and just be on board with whatever you say. They will trust you with their life. You know, this is actually a really like high brain, high IQ joke. If you don't understand it, like, I'm sorry. You just need to read a book without pictures one of these days. Next, he'll tell me that the old Hebrew kingdom was destroyed by a Roman emperor because his femboy lover ended himself on the day that the old Israelites revolted. Rory. Yeah, that one's unconfirmed. That one I can't speak to. I'm glad that you're not spreading misinformation. Though, when it comes to, like, the wild... I don't know. When it comes to, like, my best comments... Basically, I'm in two minds. The first one is these are the creative ones. Right? The creative ones are the comments which actively contribute to the discussion. These promote new ideas. These are people who are like, hey, have you heard of this TTRPG? And I'm like, no. And they're like, oh, you should look into it. Here's like a brief description. There are people who, for instance, in the stream highlight I did recently, talking about a Garo versus a Barbarossa, someone commented about the heavy frame trait. They brought up the heavy frame trait of the Barbarossa, meaning that a Garo would not be able to push it over. That was productive in conversation. The other ones that I actually really enjoy, because I think they're really funny, is all of the many failed attempts to riz me. Because there's been a lot. I'm not going to lie. And they're wild. Like, the shots people shoot, I'm not going to tell them anything mean because I feel like that would be rude. However, the shots people shoot make me question if they even thought it would work. Like, one person, I teased someone about this in my comments. I made a video about this person and they found it funny. Someone said, like, hey, let me, what was it? It was, let me treat you like my dice will roll around all right, and maybe there'll be some fumbles, but we'll walk away having a good time. And I'm just like, what is wrong with you? You are no longer watching for free. All right, kill Maddie. I want you to kill Maddie by hearting that comment. I want you to send them to the Shadow Realm with a love and a kiss on the cheek and hate in your heart. I don't want this as an expression of affection. I want this as an expression of aggression. Because what is aggression if not affection but spicy? Y'all can try. I was able to make me walk away for at least 30 seconds. I don't remember. That's the thing. So many people have done it. I literally don't even remember. No, not me. Not my heart. Not my heart. I said heart Maddie. The proper way to riz me is either involve pretzels or have an abhorrent shock factor. I mean, yeah. Rory has said some truly heinous things to me. But at the very least, like, he has the decency to do so in TMs. Meanwhile, random commenters will just, in a public forum, say the most down bad nonsense. And I'm just sitting here just like... man standing emoji. Like, this is me when I read your comments that are like saying like wood or like how hot I am or whatever. I'm just like man standing emoji. Hate and love are not opposites. The opposite of hate is apathy. And we also kind of like horseshoe theory, because the opposite of love is also apathy. So the opposite of apathy is both love and hate. Oh no, Rory. No. I understand you're eccentric. However, money will not riz me. Dislike. Yeah, can we just like comment dislike anytime we don't like someone's comment? Yeah, I appreciate that. Since we don't have the ability to dislike comments anymore. At least not super chats. Just tell him dislike. It's indifference, yeah. Instructions unclear, hard to dare. No, Blade. Although, speaking of pretzels, I do kind of feel the Brendan Lee Mulligan rant. This is mostly when streaming, actually. But I do kind of just want, like, a second mouth sometimes. Purely so I can, like, drink water or, like, eat a snack while I am streaming. Because then I could just, like, nom on some pretzels whilst I'm yapping about, like, Mex kissing. And that would just ideally... I need to turn off Twitch redeems. Okay, Rory, you're confusing me with someone else. I'm not going to say who because I don't want to dox you, but you seem to be confusing me with another member of your DMing circle. Where would I put the second mouth? So like when Brendan Lee Mulligan brought it up, he mentioned on his back. So it's the idea of like someone shoveling salami into his back mouth while he's DMing. I don't think that's my strategy. I think my strategy would be... Where would I have a second mouth? That's a good question. Where would you have a second mouth? Like, I'm talking logistically, like, what area would be least inconvenient? Like, assuming the internals were all fine, I'm talking externally, where on the outside of your body would a second mouth be the most convenient? Because I'm thinking, like, what area would help with airflow? What area would be convenient for eating things? What area would you're not, like, constantly putting pressure on your lips? Forehead, stomach, palm, chest. I was thinking palm, and that is kind of like noble two mouths coded. Which, like, you're halfway to granting people's greatest desires. But... I feel... No, but that's the thing. Then you can't use that hand for anything you don't want to put your mouth on. Right? If you need to, like... I don't know. Unclog a toilet. Your mouth is going to be on that plunger. And that is gross. And I would not like that personally. That's not sanitary either. Second mouth on the tongue. That's wild. The back of your hand. Back of your hand could work. Well, no, I know you can close your mouth. However, like, personally, if you told me to kiss the floor, I would say I don't want to. It doesn't matter that my lips are closed and it won't be getting in my mouth. That's still the floor. That's gross. However, like a mouth in your hand, anytime you do a push-up, anytime you like put your hand on the floor, anytime you grab something that you don't want, you're effectively kissing that thing. I don't want that. You need me to check the M's? Oh no. Okay, Rory, that's less shocking than I was expecting, explicitly because I have had to use that same clip in editing before. And let me tell you, something far worse than a hand was being involved in that situation. No, that's the thing. I'm desensitized to it because for those of you who don't know, I also do editing commissions. And one of my clients has a redeem where she has Kirby appear on screen and just like slobber on something at a green screen. And the way it was positioned was right on her chest. So I had to edit a clip for my client in a professional setting where a PNG Kirby was slobbering on her chest. So Rory just like sends me this like Kirby slobbering on someone's hand, and it's just like mouth hand pog or like whatever. And I'm just like, listen, I've seen worse. You know the one? Exactly. Exactly. Okay, what happens if a bird gets sucked into the air intake of a flying mech? I imagine the same thing that happens if a bird gets sucked into like an airplane turbine, which is just the bird dies. Like, yeah, repeated strain or stress. Wanna know what? Mechanically, I'd say you get one heat. Because in Lancer, you have your health and you have your heat. Your health represents like damage you take. That's like getting shot, getting stabbed, getting like pushed over. Heat is your internal systems. Heat is how well is your mech keeping itself together mechanically. I would say a bird flying into your air intake would cause 1 point of heat because it damages your internal systems by a bird carcass being thrown around your propellers. You swear you've seen that in a stream before? I would not be surprised. I've actually seen it multiple times. One from my client, one from just a like random clip I saw. Because I think it's a pretty like, it's a silly redeem. You put it on your chest and you're like, no, chat, no. And then people are laughing about it. You get one heat and free chicken wings stuck somewhere in your mech. Yeah, but if you don't like cook them fast enough, you start to take more heat damage as the rotten chicken makes it impractical to pilot. What did you walk into? Plab, I don't even know. We're talking about like Kirby sucking on some arms. However, what is my favorite book or books? I don't read nearly as much as I should. If you're looking for recommendations though, I would say Mistborn by Brandon Sanderson. I only read the first one. I actually have the other two, but like I have the entire like 3 trilogy series like 2 meters behind me on my nightstand, and I just have not been reading it. The Murderbot Diaries. This started out as a novella. Diaries. So like Mistborn by Brandon Sanderson is one of those things that like if you want to read modern, and by modern I mean within the past 20 years, like a popular series and like get into modern fantasy, Mistborn is a great jumping off point. It's part of the Cosmere. Brandon Sanderson is one of the biggest names in fantasy writing right now, and has been for like 20 years. And it's just solid from what I've read. The Murderbot Diaries started as a novella where it follows Murderbot, who is a like security bot who's basically like rented out to act as security for like a scientific exploration of a planet. And it is the most like autistic and like anxious coded entity that I've ever read. And not in the sense of like, oh, they don't know how to talk to people, but they're really good at math, haha. Like, no, they legitimately like wear a faceplate at all times to hide the fact that they don't know how to properly emote. And it's easier for them if no one sees their face, because then no one knows that they're making improper facial expressions in response to whatever social circumstance they find themselves in. They are someone who despite the fact that they have affection towards individuals and like them and want to help them and like complete the mission, they don't want to spend any time with them because they don't like talking to people. It makes them uncomfortable. They would rather go back to like their charging station and watch downloaded show tunes and like daytime television that they like downloaded, because that makes them feel more comfortable than human interaction. And effectively, when they are in a situation where they are uncomfortable, they fall back on that as a means of like self-soothing and like stimming almost. But do the bots murder? Yes. And Murderbot, like the climax is that like Murderbot has to like protect the people. And I guess I won't say any spoilers, but I will say that like the climax does involve Murderbot like fighting people for the people that Murderbot was charged to protect. And the people Murderbot was charged to protect are like, hey, thank you so much. Like, we appreciate, like, thank you. We appreciate what you've done for us. And Murderbot's just like, can you appreciate me from like afar, please? And the first one I think was All Systems Red. I had the second one that I was like, I read like the first chapter, but I didn't, or like the first couple pages or whatever, but I didn't finish it. I want to read more Murderbot. I love Murderbot. That's literally like the tagline is, I love Murderbot. You got the first round of the Cosmere RPG books from the Kickstarter tomorrow? Awesome. Doesn't know how to emote is me. I'm always blank face or frowny face. So no, like listen, like with Murderbot, literally at one point, Murderbot is not wearing the faceplate, and someone suggests Murderbot spends time like, I don't know, like R&R with people, like basically just hanging out. And Murderbot makes a face of like fear because they forgot that they had to take off their helmet because of prior stuff in the plot. And everyone sees that like they look like horrified at the prospect of interacting with people because they don't know how to socially like mask. And the way they socially mask is literally hiding behind a mask at almost all times. Like they're so sweet. I read Infinite and the Divine like a couple years ago. I really enjoyed it. That was my first 40k book that I read. I had a great time. It literally made me want to make a Trazen 40k army purely because I think he's so dumb. I think he's so silly. It made me want to make a Trazen army. One that comes to mind that I have not read, so I cannot vouch for it, but I've heard nothing but great things. Jade City. I haven't read this. This has been on my list for years. I heard this recommended years ago. I want to read it. I just haven't had the opportunity because I just don't read that much nowadays, which is a shame. I want to read more. But I'm Arrow Writes, not Arrow Reads. What do you know? Jade City is about, I believe it's Chinese inspired. I don't want to ascribe the wrong like ethnicity to the culture that it is inspired by. I believe it's Chinese inspired, where it is a city that it's like a gang. It's a supernatural mafia thriller. It is Chinese gang warfare where there is a substance called jade that basically gives you magic powers. So all of the family, the leaders of this crime organization are the main characters who all have different powers, and they're like getting into like gang warfare with these special powers. But then also it's one of those stories that really dives deep into the psychology of the characters, I believe. It's one of those stories that really like develops the relationship map of the different members of the family, who they are, what they want, why they want it. And I've just heard fantastic things about it. Hong Kong mostly? Understood. Yeah. I don't fully know about Jade City because I heard it recommended years ago and then I stopped looking into it because I wanted to read it. So if I misrepresented it, my apologies. But that's like what I remember from it that I was told about. How many roads does a man walk down before you can call him a man? I believe But the only path you need to walk down is your own. But I do believe that there are many branches that you can take, whether because you want the scenic route or because you want to explore what others have been through, or perhaps because you're making a poor decision. None of these are something that makes you more or less of a man, better or worse of a person, insofar as the quantity of the paths taken. And I would argue, oftentimes, it is not the quality either of those paths that determines if you are a man. What determines when a man becomes a man is when he realizes he's on one path and that he does not want to walk it. So he goes to a different one. Sometimes, and I would dare say often, making a new path by leaving the pre-existing roads, going into the wilderness, and cutting onto another one. That is my answer. We talk about werewolves fighting mechs, but what about werewolves kissing mechs? That's not something I considered. Though I imagine that, like, same situation, like Fastball Special, like, well, wait a second. This werewolf mech. How? How? Like, mechanically, how? This is like when you have someone who's like 4'6" dating someone that's like 6'4", but more. What? That looks like Among Us. No. It's kind of sussy. How many must I avoid walking to be called a woman, though? Womanhood and being a woman, and even being non-binary, are independent of the quality and the quantity of the roads. What makes you a good person is not never walking down a poorer path. What makes you a good person is leaving a poor path if you find yourself on it, and avoiding, to the best of your ability, other poor paths. Now, does that mean that if you walk a poor path and you hurt people and then you leave it, that they're obligated to forgive you? No. However, I would not say that the harbored misgivings of those you have hurt solely dictates your status of benevolence or charity. Sometimes good people did bad things and grew from it. Sometimes bad people did bad things and didn't grow from it. Look at someone's entire history and actions and personality and trajectory forward before you make such sweeping assessments as good and bad. Among Us, I am not being sus. Short person logic, they will find a way. Sorry, I wouldn't know. I'm not short. What mech from Lancer would you be most likely to make a boss fight of in a fantasy world? Oh, so like the opposite of the dragon in the mech suit. It's gotta be a Baylor. Like, I am a little Baylor pilled. I'm not gonna lie. The Baylor is not one of like the ones I definitely want to pilot, but it is up there, right? I do think the Baylor is cool, but primarily, I think, I mean, it would have to be a Horus mech, right? Because those are the most interesting. But a Baylor, maybe a Hydra? Because think about it. If I'm running a D&D game, for instance, this is an ooze. This is a collection of different creatures that breaks apart the more you damage it and becomes more... It's like a troll, basically. Become bees. You could a statue of an ancient warrior getting animated and acting like a Nelson with the big spear and stuff. That's the thing. The Nelson, I don't see statues as fast. When I think of animated statues, I'm going to go for like... Oh, Pog. Sorry, I just realized I have both questions and chat available. I don't have to swap between them. Pog! When I think of Dragon Shard statue, I don't think I'm gonna find this, which is really sad because no one knows about this game. No one knows about Dragon Shard, which, like, I am so sad about. This is one of my favorite games of all time. Right? It was an RTS on the computer in like the early 2000s. And this was in contention as my favorite game of all time. The only thing against it was Star Wars Battlefront 2 Classic. And then in later years, I just decided to say both of them was my favorite game growing up. I have since changed my mind. Like, I have a different new favorite game, Pyre, love it. But like, this game is far and above probably what got me into D&D. Like, look at this. Look at this, like, early 2000s computer graphics. You had like knights and archers and barbarians and artificers, or no, these are like spirits, and like this is a chain demon that you would fight. You're gonna go do dishes? All right, Yixers. You say either Hydra or Pegasus. The idea of Pegasus in fantasy with an ability to deal guaranteed small amount of damage adds something. Let's go. Dragon Shard is still behind Icewind Dale, but you love it. Okay. That's the thing. Dragon Shard, I understand conceptually. Not a very good game. Mechanically. I watched like a video talking about it like a couple months ago. I've read reviews about it. By and large, people do not like this game. And I don't think that's the wrong choice. However, nostalgia is one heck of a drug. I will play if I had this game, I would play it on stream. Which I have the disc for it, but the disc broke. I had the disc for this, and the disc like got scratched or something, so it wouldn't load. And I was sad. But then years later, we got a new disc so I could actually play it. And I was like, Pog. And then like a couple years later, I got my new laptop and it didn't have a disk drive. Because if you recall, mid 2000s or mid 2010s, we stopped including disk drives in stuff like computers. So I couldn't play my game anymore. But I do know it's on GFG. Or not GFG. OG. Good old games. I misspoke. I have the power to share it. So, again, I'll just say this again. I don't promote piracy as just a brand and channel and whatever, and I'm not going to stream a pirated game because that is against TOS. So, I'm not going to pirate anything. My apologies. That could be a fun stream. No, so I know it, not GFE, shut up. I know, and I don't, so I'm going to ask that you stop promoting it in my channel. Yes, I think it could be fun. I know it's on GOG. Like, I've heard about it being on GOG, and like, it could be fun. But also, I don't want to spend money. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not in the spot to just make impulse purchases like that. However, funny enough, a similar thing happened with Age of Mythology. I had Age of Mythology and the Titans expansion on disc, and it was only years later on Steam I could pick up the digital version, And now I have Age of Mythology, which, funny enough, I've streamed Age of Mythology before. I don't think any of you watched it because this was like in my first month of streaming a year ago, where I did a like 15-minute stream where I played Age of Mythology, which for those of you who don't know, this is an RTS, a real-time strategy game in the Age of Empires series, where it involves like mythological creatures from different factions, the Greeks, the Egyptians, the Norse, and eventually in DLC, the Atlanteans, which was like the Greek Titans, and the Chinese. So it's basically Age of Empires, but there's like mythological aspects. And I played a stream where I said playing an RTS, but if any of my humans die, I end stream. And I played as the Norse, who are mostly human. Hello. Thank you, Tom Bloom. I appreciate it. Very based Age of Mythology enjoyer. I love Age of Mythology. Like, it's so good. And actually, again, similarly, another thing happened with Star Wars Empire at War. At my grandma's house, the same grandma who bribed me with dinosaurs when I was younger, she has a computer in her basement where on the computer there was this game that I remember playing growing up, and it was a Star Wars game where it was an RTS where you control little squads of units. They would go around, you'd capture points, you'd like build up stuff like turrets and like mining facilities, and then you destroy the enemy base. I'm looking on Steam for like May the 4th, like 2018, 2019, maybe 2020, years ago at this point. And I see a game and I'm just like, wait, is that the game my grandma has? Is that the game on my grandma's computer? And I looked into it and I'm like, yeah, I think this is. You read pay to watch and didn't click on it until now? Kaza, sweetie. Kaza, honey. No. So real quick, I suppose I should probably mention, given that I am monetized, I do have the ability to make a members only stream. And I'm just gonna be real with you. I am not currently at the point where I plan on doing that. I am not currently planning on doing a member stream because as of right now, I have one member. Finally, 100 XP. No, Empire War was so good. And the Forces of Corruption was kind of dumb. I'm not going to lie. It definitely was like old school feature creep. It was definitely old school like expansion power creep. I mean, but so was Clash of the Titans. Explanation? No, expansion. Expansion creep. Which, for those of you youngins, for those of you Zoomers, and for those of you Gen Alphas, because I actually have like 10% of my audience is under 18, which is part of why I try so hard to be family friendly, because I'm like, well, 10% of my audience is under 18, and probably another like 5 to 10% are lying that they're above 18. So I want to be family friendly for those who are younger. Well, thank you, Tom Bloom of Lancer and Kane fame, I presume. Yeah, the Atlanteans being just better than everyone else. And that's the thing, so like, for those of you who are youngin', you might think like, oh, DLC is ruining games. Expansion was the old DLC, and maybe it's just because I grew up on it. Maybe it's just because it's preferable to the constant DLC drift. I prefer expansions. Because with an expansion, I have the base game. And then I have an expansion, which is probably like 2/3 the price, but gives me like 50% more content, right? It generally would have a new, smaller campaign. It would generally have some sort of new faction. Every existing faction would get a new unit, and there would be like some new music, some new art, and then maybe a couple levels depending on what type of game it was, right? Like generally speaking, the formula was new story, because this is back in the day where every game was expected to have a single player campaign independent of multiplayer functionality. And it might be smaller, it might be less in depth, but it was there. A new faction because they wanted you to buy the expansion. Every existing faction got units to some degree, whether that was it's a like FPS or an RTS or whatever. Like they got something, and then it looked a bit different. Now DLC, and then the main thing with that is if I want to play Dawn of War, I can play Dawn of War. I can play Dawn of War Soulstorm. I can play Dawn of War Winter Assault. I can play Dawn of War Dark Crusade. Like, I can play any of these. And if you are someone I'm playing with and you say, oh, I don't like Soulstorm. I don't like the fact that like the Sisters faction is dumb. I don't want to play with them. We can just play Dark Crusade, which is what most people play when they play Dawn of War. They don't play the most recent expansion because most people feel the recent expansion, Soulstorm, added flyers, like flying units, which aren't as fun to play against. They are more overpowered than good. So a lot of people I know who have played this game just play Dark Crusade. With DLC, you can't stop that. With DLC, if I want to play a game, I might be able to like disable DLC for myself. But probably like the AI will still use it, or other players can still use it, and you're just handicapping yourself by not using the DLC that got integrated into the full game. Ignore me, Arrow's talking about a goated RTS. And also the webcomic Kill 6 Billion Demons, which is also really good. Exactly. Yeah, so we're talking about 40k Dawn of War, which was a game in the 40k universe, Warhammer 40,000, grimdark, like in the future there's only war. And it was, again, I don't know, a squad-based RTS. But different than Empire at War, because in Empire at War, it was, you have a squad of, say, like 20 stormtroopers. Each one had a health bar, and once they were dead, they're basically just gone. However, in Dawn of War, it was, I have a squad of 4 Space Marines, and I can buy more by spending more money, and I can also buy them more equipment by spending more money. So they're both squad-based tactics games. I just realized I love squad-based tactics games. Like XCOM, Hard West, Empire at War, Dawn of War, Dragon Shard was a squad-based tactics game that I did not realize was the at the time. Because in Dragon Shard, you buy captains. So like I'll buy a barbarian captain. And as I level up my barbarian, they'll get soldiers. And it's basically a little squad dude that follows around your captain who will fight alongside them. And the captain cannot take damage until all of the soldiers die. And the soldiers can respawn by the captain returning back to the base. So all of this comes together to basically be, you have, I don't know, 6 captains. And let's say that's like 4 barbarians and 2 rangers. And let's say at level 1, they don't get any soldiers. So let's say you have a level 2 ranger and a level 3 barbarian. You would then have your 4 captains, but each would get 2 little minions. So you would have 12 total barbarians. Obviously the soldiers are weaker, but like they're chaff, they're fodder. And then you would have 4 rangers. And then guaranteed, if your barbarian takes damage, they're going to lose their 2 soldiers first. And then you can just have that captain run back to base, stand next to the base for, I don't know, probably 5 seconds per soldier, so like 10 seconds, and then come back to the fight with reinforcements at full health. Or what you could do is you could have your barbarian like holding the front line. You could bring in like, okay, Dragon Shard gave me a love for Warforged. Because do you want to know what Warforged look like in Dragon Shard? Dragon Shard, Warforged. So this was Bastion, one of the heroes. Oh my gosh. I misspoke for a second. One of the heroes. Look at how grainy that is. Holy heck. The resolution is so pog. This was one of the heroes of the Gudaline faction of the Order of the Flame. And he was Warforged. And we love Bastion. Bastion was who I would choose most times as my hero. But the Warforged I'm thinking of are these guys. Yeah, you can barely see it. Can you even process what this is? So much like how Bastion is this big old metal dude, these Warforged are these giant hunchback, like turtle shell looking dudes that have a giant scythe in one hand and a giant hammer in the other, kind of like Bastion does. Except theirs is like a rectangular prism mallet and like a pit in the pendulum style scythe, if you know what I mean by that. So like where this is like a scythe that is a hacking scythe, theirs was more of a slicing scythe, back and forth. So when I think of Warforged, this is what I think of. Yes, this is Eberron. This is set in Eberron. You're back. What did I miss? I'm yapping about old school RTS games because people said that I was like 50, and I was like, what? No. And then I proceeded to talk about games that are like 30 years old. So, well, we know what age bracket I'm in, and it's the age bracket of the boomers. Everyone knows I'm VTubing's favorite boomer. Hey, Akuro. Right now we're talking about RTS games. However, I do currently have a Q&A section going. Scythe sounds familiar. So, Scythe is a board game that I have not played, that as far as I'm aware, that I want to play. It is all of you are piloting giant communist mechs, but they're like farming mechs or whatever. And the goal is to like gain resources, but all of you are on these giant like skyscraper sized mech suits that can like walk through rivers and whatever. I'm going to skip being mom coded and go straight to granny coded. Listen, I've been called a MILF before, and I'm just like, I'm not a mom. And I don't think I'm a DILF either because I'm not a dad. I don't have children. I don't think that counts. I realized you were live when I saw what new video you have and was watching the Lancer Garrow video. Ooh. Well, tell me your thoughts on it, because a lot of people have given me their thoughts on that video. And a lot of people brought up their own points of discussion. Some are very in favor of the Garrow. Some are very in favor of the Lancer. Can I just get it? I'm actually going to do a poll real quick. Who would win? Garrow, Lancer. So, who would win? Garrow or Lancer? I think, unless they have a unique skill set to take down a mech, which I think is fair for this argument. I think it's fair to say the Garrow has like spirit jamming technology. I think the Lancer, but like basically I would say the odds, and I don't know how the odds are, like 10 to 1 is I think how that works. So like, I think that the Lancer has a much better chance than the Garrow, and that I think really the only chance the Garrow has where they win, they have like jam technology, which is a very high level gift. The Lancer only has ballistics. They don't have any burn or energy or explosive, because all of those would deal fire damage, which the Garrow is weak to. The Garrow has a high strength. And I mean, that's the thing, right? How would, for instance, halt the arrow's flight work? So like, halt the arrow's flight. How would that work? Now, how about you put a Garrow inside a mech? Even cooler. I don't disagree. Garrow in a mech would be cool, and that's why I think a Glasswalker should pilot a Lancer, and it would be like a ad mech piloting a Titan. But like, halt the arrow's flight in Werewolf the Apocalypse gives you basically like a 2-die bonus to attempts to dodge out of the way of incoming fire. How would this impact a railgun that just incinerates everything in a 50-meter range, right? Because that would help. It would halt all projectiles coming towards you, whether supercharged or not. But would it just give like +2 to your evasion? Would it give +1? Would it give difficulty to the attack? No, I know Lancers are the pilots, not the mechs, but like, we're talking about Werewolf and we're talking about Lancer. If I just say mech, like, I said mech in the title because that was what would get clicks, and it worked. Could a Werewolf beat a mech? However, we're talking specifically Garrow from Werewolf the Apocalypse and Lancer frames from Lancer. So wait, a Goblin or a Caliban with an expanded cockpit? Oh my gosh. That's just a Dread Knight from 40k. Dread Knight 40k. Like, a Dread Knight from 40k is just a baby carrier. Like, this is the dude. This is his baby carrier. I don't know why they're so obsessed with this. I think Grey Knights are really cool. I think that the Dread Knight is stupid, and I think that they should just use normal Dreadnoughts, personally. Okay, so overwhelmingly, folks said Lancer. Listen, you say this is cute. This man would annihilate your bloodline for knowing about a Dread Knight's existence. Do you want to know what would make this so much cooler? Literally, put a cockpit over this. Put a dome over the like, put a glass cockpit pilot seat in front of the pilot. Suddenly, this is a giant, like, mech suit. Star Wars, the Clone Wars game. Literally, what am I thinking of? What am I thinking of? I'm sorry, we're talking about like old school games, and I've talked about this on stream plenty of times. I just thought of this because there's a specific mech from this game from like 2003, 2004 that I don't know if I can find a picture of it. Walker. Yeah. Oh, aha. Okay, so imagine this like faceplate on top of this guy, right? Imagine this just literally like, let's see if I can do this. If I just like, Like this, right? So it's still like the same frame, it's still the same weapons, it's still the same silhouette. It's just instead of a dude in a baby carrier, it has like a pilot seat covering it. Tom Bloom appeared, said Garrow would beat a Lancer for a laugh. Yes, the Tom Bloom. If it had to charge, it could be predicted. Well, that's the thing, right? The leggy still... Okay, well, Kaza, fine. I will do this. Don't you worry. I'm a river to my people. So we'll just do this. How does this look? Is this preferable? There's no leggies out, see? See, no leggies. We don't gotta worry about that. Maybe a really big wolf. See, that's... Okay. How big a wolf are we talking? Because if we're talking Garrow, Garrow can be big. Some would even say huge. However, from my understanding, a size 1 mech is a 1-story building. Which, like, come on. I came from AC6. Let's be real. Oh no. Oh no. I'm sorry. I'm getting DMs about something going on. I'm gonna deal with that after stream. I recently have played through AC6. Armored Core 6 mech. So, like, I will remind you that the basic frame you can have, the standard mech, like, I don't know, your normal average person would be like that. Look at the size difference. And now I bring you back to the conversation about, could a Garrow kiss a mech? Remember, even if this Garrow grows to twice this person's height, which I personally feel is unreasonable. So it's like, rah. I'm an artist, remember. Like, in case you were wondering, I am in fact an artiste. Like, size difference. They should kiss. They can't kiss. This is like, again, it's someone who's 4'6" dating someone who's 6'4". It simply does not math. Is a Kaiju Garrow thing? So it could jump. It could jump, grapple, and then smooch. Assuming that the mech consents, of course. We're only doing this assuming it's a consenting partner. However, like, what mech would be into that? Out of the personalities we aligned in the AU, which mech would be most into being pounced upon? Would be pounced upon and kissed by their, like, short feral partner. Lycan? Why are you getting in the way of love? Like it. See, that's the thing. I think Goblin would be into it because they're with the kobold. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio. There is nothing that we will not overturn for the sake of Mech Yowie and Mech Yuri. For those of you who were not here last week, we devised, in hubris of God and perhaps the devil, and most certainly in hubris in the face of Tom Bloom. We arrived at a completely nonsense relationship like AU for all of the different Lancer frames, and how, for instance, the Blackbeard has anger issues, specifically because it's acting in accordance with the way that the Caliban used to act back when the Caliban was dating the Drake. Then they broke things off because the Caliban went to the military, the Drake followed, and the Drake became disillusioned and is now back as a war-torn, PTSD-ridden veteran. But the Blackbeard wants to get with the Drake, so the Blackbeard is acting as the Caliban used to back when the Drake was attracted to them. That's not the case anymore, because now the Drake is just kind of wanting to improve on themselves. But the Blackbeard is doing this as a result of their failed relationship with the Vlad, because the Vlad was manipulated by the White Witch into breaking up with the Blackbeard, because the White Witch had a three-way with the Vlad and the Relay, because the Relay is an absolute F-boy who will sleep with anyone and anything as long as they're down. So the White Witch manipulated the Vlad into breaking up with the Blackbeard, so the White Witch get with the Vlad. Meanwhile, the White Witch is busy manipulating the Lich, which has DID, and one of its alters is a incel simp who will do anything that the White Witch will tell them to do, which gives them a really bad reputation, despite the fact that they're actually like a fine individual. However, like I can just keep going. But like, for those of you who were not here, this is not all of it. This is like half of it. And that was just, I didn't even mention. So that was just the Yowie, right? You can't believe that was a real stream and you were there. You thought of the Paradox gun mechanically Ushabti, and as soon as you thought of that, you realized it didn't matter. See, that's the thing. Okay, so I've talked about this before in terms of like health levels. I'll talk about that soon. Someone write that off to the side. What is this? This is the deranged ramblings of me attempting to write fan fiction. So, the Black Witch is actually the sister of the White Witch, and the White Witch is like your queen bee manipulator. Like, she puts the Gaslight and Gaslight Gatekeep girl boss. The Black Witch is your gatekeep and your girl boss, right? So the Black Witch, which, let me remind you, thank you, Yixtris, for the member. Thank you for joining the Arrow Kissers. All of this spanned from a comment where we were arguing, why is the Black Witch sexy? I need to remind you, this all originated from a comment about how the Black Witch has snatched waist, like shibari bondage, childbearing hips, and the dogs are out. I think we finally figured out what staring into a Gorgon's basilisk looks like. No, that's the thing. Shade. That's not all of it. That's not all of it. That's not the Gorgon's basilisk protocol. That is when you get the tech invade action. And that is like 3 minutes of info dump that gives you 2 heat. If you want full psychedelic, like sends you catatonic if you look at it without eye protection, that's the full like 2 hours we spent on it last week. Gender goals just need shoes. I'm glad that like you agree that it needs shoes, right? Also, it only has 4 toes. Huh. I just noticed. Goes to show that I don't spend my spare time looking at mech feet. This is my spare time. I am right now spending my spare time looking at a mech's feet. This is my life. Welcome to the Arrow Kissers, Jeffrey. This is what we do. This is who we are. All right. I hope you considered it well enough. They drew that there for a reason. Support those who create well, yeah, so that's why you should like support Lancer, and you should support Kane and Tom Bloom, and you should also go and support like Homie and the Dude, which is my sponsor, who are releasing a new system agnostic setting in a couple months. You should support Blaze in the Dark, which is apparently, I did not know this. Did you know this? Blades in the Dark is freaking like the number 2. Maybe this is like a year out date. This might be wrong. Is like the number 2 largest TTRPG outside of like D&D. Like, I did not know that. I thought Blades in the Dark was like super niche. It was like super not popular, but like, no, it is like the second largest TTRPG after D&D. And obviously D&D doesn't really count because it has been the main role-playing game for 50 years. No, right? Like, I didn't know this. And I didn't look this. I should probably look this up before I say this. I should not spread misinformation on the internet. Largest TTRPGs in, let's just say in the US to start out. Okay, I can't find this. Looking at a couple different sources. I remember hearing that in I think it was in a Quinn's Quest video, which is what makes me think to trust it. Because fun fact, for the longest time, I actually didn't watch Quinn's Quest. I got them recommended to me, but I just never watched them because I wasn't familiar with his content, so I didn't check it out. And then once I started content creation, I heard time and time again, like, babe, wake up. New Quinn's Quest just dropped. Hey, everyone, new Quinn's Quest. Like, other content creators being like, oh my gosh, I was on Quinn's Quest. And I was like, what is the hubbub? And honestly, I dig it. Like, I checked it out recently. I started watching his stuff. I like it. I think it's cool. Pathfinder has to be bigger. Come on, please. I think I should spread misinformation. I mean, I always spread misinformation on the internet. I'm a VTuber. That's what we do. It's just business. No, so I don't think it's fair to... Well, okay. D&D invented TTRPGs. Kinda. And the reason I say kinda is because there were other people around the same time doing similar, like, improv stuff that was similar to, but still distinct from, our modern conception of a TTRPG. D&D is the one that made that full jump and fundamentalized it, stabilized it, and kind of altered it to actually present itself in such a way that became recognizable to what we consider a modern TTRPG. That is true. However, it should be brought up that OD&D, original D&D, was effectively a war game, but you had one character. Most of early D&D were dungeon crawls. It was a game where narrative and role-playing were not considered secondary, they were optional, which I would argue is not the makings of a TTRPG. That is a free-form board game. It was only later, which I think TTRPG, and I think this may have been in response to other systems delving into this. I don't know. I'm not going to say one way or the other. D&D finally put in rules for role-playing. D&D finally made more of an effort to include stuff like diplomacy checks and deception and persuasion and insight and all of these different factors that would allow you to interact with people outside of combat. But fundamentally, it started as a combat-oriented game, which is why, to this day, D&D is one of the most combat-oriented systems. I used to think it was the most combat-oriented system, but then I started looking to stuff like Lancer, which is based off of 4th edition, but is its own thing. And I would say it is more combat-oriented than something like D&D. But D&D is definitely like in that, on a scale of like 1 to 10, where 10 is like entirely combat and 1 is entirely roleplay. I would say D&D is like a 7 and Lancer is like a 9 or maybe like an 8. Most TTRPGs I feel are a 4 or less. And this is like a little rant I kind of got on. Sorry, but you're back. What did you miss? Everything. Oh my gosh, it's Iskender Marsh. Queen's Quest is cool. I want to try Delta Green, which he did an episode on recently. He got you into Mythic Bastionlands. I saw that recommended. That came out a couple weeks ago. Basically, what I did is I watched his videos on like Lancer, Wild Sea. Like literally before stream, I was watching his review on Heart. And effectively, I started watching up Quinn's Quest, and I realized how like sad I am because I'm out here like giving you lore and information. I'm not giving you reviews. Let me make it clear. I'm not telling you to play a game or not to play a game based off of my understanding of a game. But for instance, he was like, yeah, I have this thing where like I make sure I go through at least one like good small campaign of a game before I review it. And I'm like, I don't do that. You got a dip. You go watch sumo, but you're cool and people should give you money. Thank you, Tom Bloom. The real Tom Bloom. D&D classes are still mostly combat-based. Almost all of them are. The Ranger is really the only one that isn't. Even bards are combat-oriented. Which, I was going to say, like, enjoy your sumo. Imagine a sumo bard. Or no. What class would a sumo wrestler be? Like, my first thought was fighter, actually. Or, sorry, not fighter. My first thought was bard. Because my thought is like a valor bard. I feel like most people would say barbarian because they're tanky. However, just shoving someone, just being strong. No, Maddie. What? Not more money. Thank you. Goodbye, John Kane. John Kane himself. People say Lancer sucks at non-combat RP, but here I am, me and my couple GM friends were playing 5-ish RP only sessions. And that's the thing. I agree with that, Kyle. I have a hot take for TTRPGs. I think TTRPGs should handle the mechanics and leave the rest to the GM. And when I say handle the mechanics, I think that is dependent on what your system is trying to achieve. Lancer wants to achieve mech battles. It does not care about how you spend your time interacting with other characters off the battlefield. Broadly speaking, yes, there is downtime, yes, all of that. But that doesn't matter because if I'm playing a character who hates NHPs and you're playing a technophile, I don't need rules to tell me when we're between fights and like we're having a rest, I'm going to walk up to you and I'm going to shove you and I'm going to say like, you keep that dirty AI off my system. I know you're just trying to help, but I don't want that anywhere near my frame. I've got a comp-com in there explicitly so that it can't be infested by your dirty non-human person. Don't step on my turf and I'll let you keep walking. You hear me? And I don't need systems to tell me like, oh, if I interact with another character, we'll get a tension point And with tension points during the fight, you can spend a tension point to negatively impact the other person because you had a negative interaction outside of combat. And then if you have a positive interaction, instead, you get a friendship point, which you can spend to give them benefit, right? Like, that's cool if that's what you're going for as a system, but if that's not the core of your system, I, as the GM, should be able to just say, okay, you guys have 10 minutes. The prep is already ready. You're just waiting for the signal. What do you do? And no, we're not going to skip ahead 10 minutes. What do you do for the next 10 minutes? I am setting a timer as you wait on the signal before you storm the warehouse. And then maybe in that 10-minute timer, my character who like was saved by an NHP or whatever, I go up to the technophile and I'm like, hey, I'm sorry. I acted out of line. Like, my family was killed by an NHP. And then you're just like, yeah, I know. And that's why I try my best to keep my NHP away from you. I keep it out of your space. But respectfully, I'd rather you live and hate me than die happy. And then I'm just like, ooh, well, I couldn't hate you because I couldn't hate my friend. And then we do like a high five and like one of those like hand on the forearm, like arms, like handshakes. And then I return to my mech. And then the technophile is just like, maybe there is a place for NHPs in the world of Lancer, the Long Rim, and then it hits the title card, and then like that's the end of the session. Like, I don't need mechanics to do that. I need good players, GMs, and characters to do that. So I think that having pages and pages of here's what your character's bond should be, here's ideals that you can have based off of your background, like, that's fine for helping newer players generate a character, but that's not necessary for the actual game to function. See, Badger, you got it. That's exactly what I was thinking. Like the Arnold Schwarzenegger, just like the hands, not the title card drop. Exactly. I think the rules for interaction are much more for either interactions with NPCs or interactions where there's conflict. Exactly. Similarly, I think if the party is at a party and they're trying to get information and like hear about the rumors of, hey, we heard that the Duchess of this diasporan world is actually smuggling in an illicit substance that would completely overhaul the nearby IPSN shipyard. So we need to figure out what's going on. Just let them talk. Like, this is where the hot take gets hotter. Persuasion and diplomacy, as much as I was saying that added to the element of roleplay in early D&D, we are at the point where I think it causes more harm than good. Why? How many times have you had a situation where player says, I walk up to this character and I roll persuasion to get them to tell me what to do. Oh, I got an 18. That means that I succeeded, right? No, talk to them. And then they talk to them, and then maybe they don't have the eloquence or elegance to properly get them to like actually reveal anything reasonably, but they rolled an 18. So the character spills information anyway. I think that helps if you are the sort of person who maybe you struggle speaking up, maybe you struggle thinking on your feet, maybe you're not improvisational, maybe you prefer to like write things out beforehand and you don't have time. But that's a crutch. You will never develop if all you can do is walk up to someone and say like, hey, could I get information on this? And they say no. And then you say, please. And you say no. And then you say, please. And then they say no. And then you say, please. And then you roll persuasion. And then they say yes. Right? Like, that's never going to help you develop as a player. And I think that hurts roleplay more than it helps facilitate it. Exactly. Don't roll to convince me. Actually convince this player. No, and Guile, that's exactly what I do. Is that if someone says like, hey, I want to persuade this person to give me a free room for the night, I say, okay, persuade me. And if they say like XYZ, or I want to intimidate this person, I say, how do you intimidate them? And then they generally tell me something that's pretty intimidating. And you want to know what? This is something I need to be better at. I say, okay, go ahead and roll intimidation. No, I should say, this character is not intimidated. The fact that you as a vampire bare your fangs and make your eyes go red is not intimidating to this bartender who, frankly, is just world weary, right? It doesn't matter that you rolled 7 successes with a messy critical, although in like Vampire the Masquerade, a messy critical would be actually really important. Like 7 successes with a normal critical. This character doesn't care. And I think that there is benefit to the story adapting to the dice, but I think that which times you roll the dice is as important, if not more so, than rolling the dice at all. Because sometimes people just complain about their game getting thrown off the rail when they had a die roll that succeeded when it shouldn't have, because they didn't need a die roll. You look like a cosplayer who's taken too much weed. Bartender. See, Bart Simpson was an absolute menace back in like the 90s. And back in 2009, well, let's just say Bart Ender got his new name. Oh, you gotta say pretty please? Exactly. You plane shifted a man to the shadow plane, took my hand off and left him standing in absolute blackness for a minute before dragging him back and threatened to leave him there. You then had to roll intimidate and rolled a 1 and wound up failing check. See, and that's the thing. That's something where I would say that should just succeed. And I think a lot of people would agree with that. But then I say, in addition to that, you bring someone to the shadow plane and you threaten to leave them there, but they're a vampire and they can see in the dark and they hate the sunlight. That would not work on them. But I feel like a lot of people would get upset if I said you automatically fail, because they'd be like, well, no, it was still really intimidating. I should be able to roll, right? And I think it's a little bit of like, you shouldn't have your cake and eat it too. I think it is, you should be able to unilaterally say, okay, like, I'm just going to say this succeeds, but that means sometimes I'm going to say this just fails. You have to be okay with that. And I feel like a lot of players in particular get really apprehensive and frustrated at the idea that something they do can just fail, despite the fact most things would just fail and players don't try it because they know it would not work. It's not different, it's just a different sense of scale. If you say, I want to jump into this volcano, swim across it, and then climb out the other side, I would say you'll die. So you're not going to do it because you intuitively understand that would never work. Now, in cases where there's more ambiguity, like I'm going to pin this person against the wall, put a knife against their throat, and say, tell me the name of your boss. That might just not work on someone. Because sometimes people don't, like they fear their boss more than they fear death. But I feel like a lot of players are like, no, I should be able to roll that. I should be able to roll intimidation, despite the fact, much in the same way of like the volcano example, it's unambiguous to the player that there is 0 chance of success with the volcano. With the knife to the throat, there is ambiguity that it is a 0% chance of success. And I think as the GM, being upfront and clearing that ambiguity and saying, I know you think you should be able to roll, but this character is not the sort of person this would work on. This is not that you are not intimidating. This is that this person fears their boss more than they fear you. They would rather die. They would rather be tortured by you than give up the name of their boss because their boss has some hold on them. And suddenly, not only does your player realize, okay, this would never work, no ambiguity, also then get information. Also, they're informed, hey, by virtue of the fact that you attempted this thing that should have worked and didn't, you learned something. Suddenly you're failing forward. Failing forward is probably the most important lesson a GM can internalize. This is something I struggle with. This is something you certainly struggle with. This is something all of your famous GM celebrities struggle with. But it is one of the most important things that you should always remember. It is the essence of yes and no but. If you fail a roll, progress should be made. It does not matter if that is big progress. It doesn't matter if that is little progress. It doesn't matter if that is progress with a consequence. It doesn't matter if that is progress in a completely different direction that you weren't expecting. It doesn't matter if that was progress on a separate track that was unrelated to what you were attempting to do. There should always be progress and momentum with every single roll. Otherwise, why did you roll? Enjoy, Maxwell. Okay, but I think the issue is GM is just choosing to let the dice make that happen. So the issue isn't roleplay, the issue is GM allowing too much. And that I wouldn't disagree with that. I think a lot of GMs... Thank you very much for swinging by, Max Bell, even if only for a minute. A lot of things with GMs comes down to, and honestly, I would say most dynamics of a problematic player under GM comes down to the GM wants their players to have fun. And so they're acting less like a referee and they're acting more like another player. And I think depending on what your group is, depending on how well your group works together and how well your group self-regulates. Self-regulation is the name of the game with this. This can be absolutely fine. There's nothing wrong with this if your group is the sort of group that either doesn't care about the rules or cares about the rules enough that they will keep themselves in check when it comes down to, oh, I don't know. I just realized I cast Cure Wounds and Healing Word on the same turn. I'm not allowed to do that. I'm sorry, guys. And then you as the GM can be like, oh yeah, that's fine. Don't worry about it. And then they're just like, I mean, maybe, okay, so just on my next turn, I'll just only cast a cantrip just because I feel like that's cheating if I was to just get a free turn. And then suddenly you have a player who is acting more like the GM than you are. But that's because that's an innate sense of self-regulation. They want the game to be fair. So you being super permissive as the GM doesn't matter. Because if there's anything that would conflict with the fun of the group, the players would catch it for you. That is a wonderful gaming group to have. The issue arrives when you're permissive. Hello? 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 Sorry. I muted myself to cough because my throat was dying. And I coughed so hard I lost my voice. I'm so sorry about that. I hope you didn't hear me cough on stream. I thought I was holding my mute, like my hold to mute, but in reality I pressed my mute toggle. That's what happens when you have like multiple devices. I was drinking water, but then I coughed and then I drank water. Anyway, so what I was getting at is that the main issue is when you're permissive and at least one player is exploitative of that permissiveness. I'm sure all of you who have ever GM'd have had this experience. You allow something that is not in the rules, and then it works, and it's cool. So the entire group spams it, or one player spams it, and then you as the GM have to be like, well, I already let this happen. It would be unfair to like renege, To allow it to work once would be unfair to these other people or to the same person again, or it would be unfun. That is one of the biggest lies GMs tell themselves. It is not malicious. It is not ignorant. It is not mean. It is entirely altruistic, but misguided. Because sometimes you can have something that works as an exception. And then if that becomes the norm, you can just cut it off. That's okay. If any player's like, well, it worked before, and then you can say, yes, and it's not supposed to work that way. It was fun and thematic and had context then. If you want to, I don't know, cast a healing spell on the undead to deal damage to them. Yes, the cleric was able to do that in the Temple of Orcus, but that's because in the Temple of Orcus, it was thematically appropriate, it was a dramatic moment, and the cleric just happened to have a scroll of heal, which was a high-level magic item that they quote-unquote wasted, quote-unquote used, not to heal their party, but to damage the enemy. It was awesome. It was cool. It was a set piece. And now you're attempting to use Healing Word to automatically deal free damage to enemy undead. That's not the same. It was awesome then. It is lame now. So I'm not going to allow it now. If you want, we can talk about this further later, and we can work towards a system where you can make attack rolls with restoring hit points and using that on undead. But at least for now, I gave it to you for free then because it made sense contextually. It does not make sense now. No, exactly. Like, rule of cool. That's how it works in Pathfinder. Like, whatever the system you're breaking is, breaking it once does not mean that it is permanently broken. You have the power to change literally anything and everything about anything and everything. So just change it back. And if anyone complains, explain to them, well, there was a reason for it then. That's not a reason now. Oh no, you heard me coughing. I feel so bad. Because like that was like a rough cough too. That was like a rough cough because like I have not been drinking water. I have been yapping for like 2 hours and my throat just died. So I'm sorry. Oh, in terms of hurting it, I mean, that's how it worked in older editions. That's why I used it as an example is healing undead used to deal damage to them. You've done that a little as a character. Make a screw off Giselle as an artificer. She died. Organization she was working for turned out to be evil. Imagine my surprise when the rest of the organization built copies to use against us. Oh my gosh. This is why setting expectations is important, including when allowing exceptions. Exactly. And that's why in a setting, I mean, honest, or sorry, setting expectations. I thought you meant setting expectations as in like the world, the world that you're taking place in, the setting. But setting expectations in terms of like, hey, I'm comfortable breaking the rules if it's cool, if it's funny, if it makes it more dramatic, whatever, right? Like, you have your own unique interests as a playgroup, and critically, something that is not discussed nearly as much as it should be, you have your own interests as a GM, and every single player has their own interests. This player really likes combat because they like hanging out with their friends and killing monsters. This player also likes combat because they like tactically setting up well-executed plans that they can enact on the enemy and overcome challenges that they shouldn't be able to overcome. This player likes character role-playing and working with other characters. How do you get these three together? You have a combat-oriented game where you give regular time for characters to interact. That satisfies all three of these players. However, if you as a GM just want like funny, silly moments, then you're probably not going to vibe well with this player. You'll probably vibe well with this player, and maybe you'll vibe well with this player, depending on if this character-oriented player is someone who likes silly characters or whatever. But all of you have desires, and all of those are equally valid. All of those should be addressed. And remember, just because you're friends with someone does not mean you have to be in a TTRPG group with them. Just because you care about someone does not mean you have to play D&D with them. You can have a setup where you have friends that you don't play D&D with because your interests do not align, and that does not say anything about your friendship. That does not say anything about how you care about each other. All that says is that your interests in D&D don't align. Nothing wrong with that. I'm sorry. I'm messing with my clothes because something got like bunched up. And I will not reveal what it is, but if any of you have ever worn a sports bra, you know the feeling. Okay. Completely off topic, you have ice cream. I scream, you scream, we all scream for ice cream. Okay, back to the questions. Out of all shapeshifters in World of Darkness, which one of them is the best kisser? My first thought was Garrow, just because they're like the only ones left after the War of Rage. Basically, the Garrow went around killing a bunch of other lycanthropes. I think, honestly, probably the Kitsune. Not even because like, ooh, like, are Kitsune fox people? Or cat people? I think they're fox people. Not even because like, ooh, fox girl, but like, just because anime. If anime is anything to go off of, Kitsune exist in the World of Darkness and are probably a pretty good kisser because they're the focal point of anime. I don't know. Respectfully, I'm not a furry, and I don't know the difference in kissing of various anthropomorphic creatures. So that's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure. For some reason, I thought they might be cat people, but I'm like, no, that's like a cat girl. If I run out of deranged questions, am I allowed to ask ChatGPT for inspiration? I mean, I can't stop you. And like, I've been pretty clear about this. That is plus fluffy tail. I will say, I've been pretty upfront about this. So just to make my thoughts on AI clear, I can't stop you. I am at the present moment, because AI is constantly evolving, I'm pretty solidly anti-Gen AI for a number of reasons, not least of which is the copyright, and then the replacing of artists, but also just like the power cost. It is incredibly environmentally damaging to run these server farms to make Gen AI. That being said, I am optimistic about AI as a concept because I understand it is a tool. And as of right now, at present time, it is a tool that is being misused. There is currently very little regulation about it. So it is a tool that is being misused. I think it can do fantastic things. I think it can do awful things. And for instance, particularly non-generative AI, like AI that isn't generating like art or text or whatever, like large language models, but specifically AI that is like meant to facilitate administrative work and or like predictive models for where the next outbreak of a disease is going to be. I think that's all pretty pog, but I also recognize that is still just a tool, and tools can be misused. Currently, they are being misused, and it looks like they're going to be continuing to be misused unless massive changes are made and policies are put in place, which are not happening. That's my thoughts on AI. I'm not really going to go too deep into it because I'm not into tech. I've never been into tech. Like, I've never kept up with it. So my thought process is basically like, think about the artists, think about the job opportunities, think about the environment, and stop misusing it to like make terrible, awful things. Well, yeah, and AI is doing a lot. I mean, and honestly, like, this is something more people are talking about, which I'm glad about. The education has tanked in the last like 4 years. Why? Because everyone's using ChatGPT. Why? Because everyone's asking Grok. Like, independent of everything else I mentioned, people are actually, literally, without hyperbole, getting dumber because they're putting in less effort to learning by virtue of it being faster, easier, and almost undetectable to just ask an AI whatever you have. Similarly, people are using AI for therapy. And a lot of people say, I would rather go to an AI for therapy than an actual licensed therapist. Why? Because they tell you what you want to hear. They don't tell you what you need to hear or help you reach your own conclusions. They tell you what you want to hear, which is dangerous, right? Yes, they have guidelines to like help you not like commit negative actions either towards yourself or others. However, outside of that, no, you weren't in the wrong. Everyone else was in the wrong. You really are just misunderstood. You don't have to continue growing or changing because everyone else needs to learn to live with the real you. If they don't like that, you need to cut them out of your life. Like, independent of what you've done. Grok, is this true? I'm going to be use it to do even more awful things like autonomous murder bots. Listen, we talked about Murderbot earlier. Great series. I've only read the first novella. I want to read more. I've heard this take, if your course can be completed by an AI, should it be taught at all? And yes, if you're teaching it right, are you teaching it right? I disagree with that take because AI can explain to me rocket science. I am convinced that if I told ChatGPT, which I don't use, if I told ChatGPT, hey, could you explain to me at a college introductory level the basics of rocket science? Could you do that? And it would say yes. And then if I go line by line or topic by topic and I say, hey, could you explain this at like a university, like 100 class level? It would say yes, of course. And it would explain it to me. Now, would that be accurate? Would that be true? I don't know. However, I could get to a point where true. AI as a therapist feels like an incoming dystopia. No, it becomes a dystopia once advertisers get involved. It becomes a dystopia once AI therapist is what everyone turns to, and then all of the AI's treatment methods point towards one product or another. Not just because, hey, you're depressed, you should try this antidepressant. It's because, oh, you came to me at all? Let me plug my sponsor and tell you why you should go to them for your anxiety or depression or BPD or schizophrenia or like literally anything. Because that's where we get super dystopian. Can we get a Dachi button? No. There's a lot of base knowledge you need for higher level courses also, which someone might not be able to get assuming they can just AI it. And that's the thing. I think AI could probably get you like through a 200 level course, is my assumption. I don't think it would last in like a 300 to 400 level course by itself. I think someone who took a 100 and a 200 and then uses an AI to answer stuff and then corrects stuff the AI got wrong for a 300 and a 400 level class, that would work. Not that they would be good, but it would be like they could probably manage that. is my assumption. You can still learn with AI. The question is how accurate it is and what don't you know that you don't know. For instance, if I want, let's say, hypothetical, I say, hey, ChatGPT, can you explain to me how I would run a game of D&D? And then they say, sure. So what you do, you're going to grab a group of friends, and all of you are going to make characters. Then what you're going to do is you're going to assign different classes. You're going to assign different ancestries. You're going to choose like a background. And it might mention like, hey, like before this, you have to choose what edition you're playing. I'm going to operate off the assumption that you want to play the 2024 version, sometimes called 5.5. But like there are other options out there, and there's many different choices you can have. Do you want a list of all of them? And like you walk through, you make all the characters suddenly, and it's like, how would I go about like making what would we do in game? And then it was like, well, so all of the characters, like all the players you play as characters, these are not you, they're a role you play, and you roll dice and you walk around and you solve adventures set forward before you, and you fight monsters because it's a monster fighting game, and you're awesome. Thank you so much. I now know how to play D&D. Did anyone pick up on the one thing, the critical thing that I did not mention? I explicitly, in that kind of like abridged explanation of how like ChatGPT might explain something, was I missing anything? Was something missing? Did I, for instance, not mention a dungeon master at all? I did not mention a GM literally at all. So like Maddie got it, where that is something that you don't know you need unless you're told. So suddenly, I get my friends together, we all have characters, we sit down to play D&D, and we're all like, okay, what happened? Like, so like, where's the adventure? Like, I thought so like, ChatGPT said that there was going to be we would like fight goblins, and then there'd be like a 5-room dungeon. Like, how does this work? And in this example, ChatGPT just didn't mention a GM at all. And suddenly the entire system is broken fundamentally by something you could never know you needed. Now imagine that if someone wanted to become a doctor or a NASA engineer, a computer software engineer, or even just wanted to like learn how to drive a car, and they were taught via ChatGPT. Do you see the problem? Do you see how someone can completely earnestly learn like 80% of the information at a reasonable degree of quality for a beginner, but just miss out on a critical like 20% of it? Yeah, so One Piece, my first thought was like not mentioning dice. However, I feel like the GM would be more impactful. I did mention dice like once or twice. I do love that the CEO gave himself a self-psychosis because his AI scrapped the SCP Foundation and he believed it was, scraped the SCP Foundation. That's hilarious. I hate that AI is available to the public. It has a place in research and medical fields, but holy heck. I mean, that's the thing. I don't think that it should be like barred from the public per se. But I do think, at least right now, it is being mishandled, and that is being charitable. We should call it cyber psychosis. That's a pretty awesome name, I must say. Sorry for 2 questions, but since you know so much about TTRPGs, I wanted to ask if you are good with questions about making TTRPGs. If yes, how do I feel up feature sus spells, feats in D&D? So, you're asking, do I have any experience making TTRPGs? I have actually made, strictly speaking, TTRPGs. I can't spell, I'm sorry. Strictly speaking, I have made a couple TTRPGs of varying degrees of polish and quality. Like for instance, on my itch page, I have one called of Epic Deeds. It is just a little one-page TTRPG that is all about playing as a Greek hero, where like you have a godly lineage that helps you be a hero, and your goal is to develop a legacy. And based off of the Greek tradition of assigning epithets to heroes, every time you make a role that has an epithet attached to it, so for instance, helmet glancing Hector, wide-seeing Zeus, master of the horse Diomedes. Anytime Diomedes makes a role involving a horse, you can invoke the epithet master of horses and get an extra die to roll. And that's the core premise of that system. I also made another one called, I didn't even like give it a name. I didn't write mechanics for this. I made a video about this and I just never wrote it down. Muscle Wizards, where you can do literally anything. I need to rewatch this video and like write it down, because I actually think it was a really fun idea. I just don't remember anything about it. Basically, it was the idea of like, you're a muscle wizard. However, you can do literally anything magical, but because you're muscle wizards and you punch stuff, anything involving physicality, you get an extra die to. And I think it's like you need like a 6+ or like a 7+ or whatever. So if you are doing anything like I cast Fireball, you roll like 1d6. But then if you are like punching someone and doing a flaming falcon punch, then you roll 2d6. I don't remember the exact mechanics. I would have to rewatch the video. This was like a year ago at this point. Or maybe, I don't know. Anyway, point being, I've made a couple systems. I've house ruled and run TTRPGs for like a decade at this point. So I would say I am comfortable with game design. And how would you make feats? I would need to know more about the system. How to use AI ethically when its roots are in theft and destroying the environment? Exactly. I also read a story where someone's GM was using ChatGPT for the entire game, literally just entering everything the players said and did into the text box. Holy heck. That's a level of... Well, that's interesting, is what I will say. But you won't know what questions to ask, right? Because ChatGPT won't give you information on stuff you don't ask about, but you don't know what to ask about because you don't know what you're not missing, what you're missing. That's why I use the example of a GM. The GM is such a odd yet integral part of D&D that if you just weren't told about it, you wouldn't know about it, and the game would not function. Misled by ChatGPT sounds like a wild series of propaganda videos. Dog, my doctor busted out ChatGPT mid-surgery. I know I'm cooked. I feel like AI is a tool, just as screwed up. And that's what I was saying, Rat, is AI is a tool, and right now, I am of the belief it is being misused. I believe that it is being misused. I am optimistic for how it can be used in the future, but right now, the people using it and what they are using it for is real bad. And I will say it's different. It's a different type of bad, but I think a more insidious type of bad than it was a couple of years ago. Because a couple of years ago, the big thing with AI was deepfakes. Particularly NSFW deepfakes of celebrities. Obviously, no one deserves this. This is a violation of consent. This is very bad. Now it's mostly misinformation. Broadly speaking, from my understanding, we've kind of moved away from this, not because people stopped doing it, but because we've put systems in place to limit that, from my understanding. Now we have to worry about fake news articles that are written by an AI, that have images produced by an AI, and that were, quote unquote, fact-checked by an AI. We have videos that are not real that are being uploaded that people think are true that are AI. And worse, we have real videos people are writing off as AI because it doesn't seem realistic to them. My biggest fear is that people only see AI bad. I think that they do. I think that a lot of people see AI and say AI bad, which is why I try to promote a community that when we see something we don't like, we don't throw our hands up in the air and say, you bad, I don't like you. I personally don't allow AI fan art. I don't promote AI fan art of me. When we were throwing server events on the channel, on the community Discord, someone was like, hey, like, can I do like AI for this? And I was like, no, I don't want you to use AI. And they're like, okay, sure. But I didn't like punish them. I didn't kick them out of the community for that. I just said, we don't do that here. Because I think that having a space where people of differing views, so long as you can tolerate each other's existence, is important. No DP. You cast Fireball throwing a Molotov cocktail. At that point, you're a TTS system for the AI for just reading its responses. Exactly. Like, it's the opposite of what streamers do. But yes, if you want to add feats to if you want to make feats for a TTRPG, I would say figure out how integral to the system do you want them. Do you want it to be like 3rd edition D&D, where basically your entire character progression is feats? The thing you look forward to when you level up is feats. Like every character. Do you want it more of like a 5th edition thing, where they're kind of mid-range? Most characters will have at least 1 feat. Most characters have 2 feet. But most characters will have at least 1 feat, but by and large, they are optional. They are impactful, but not game-breaking, and they're just kind of there. Or do you want them to be special? Because you can have feats which are not integral to your character and that are not just kind of optional extras. They are more like epic boons that you bestow on the characters, that they get a super powered bonus from a feat because it's so rare that they'll get them. That's the first thing I would say. Determine how integral to your system do you want them, and then off of that, make a decision off of what you want them to do. If you want them to be integral, like 3rd edition, I would have them be stepstone progression. So like, I choose feat number, like feat X, that allows me to choose either feat Y or feat Z. And if I choose feat Y, that allows me to choose feat A or feat B. And if I choose Z, that allows me B or C. I can still choose, so if I go like X, Z, B, I can still choose Y, I can still choose C, but I would have to choose Y before choosing A, right? That's one of the ways you can do it. Another way is just, hey, feats are whatever is narratively appropriate. Broadly speaking, they're never going to give you any more than +1 accuracy. Broadly speaking, they're never going to do anything more impactful than a +2 to your AC. Or maybe they can go all the way up, or maybe the minimum is that they give you minimum +2 AC. Like, whatever your power scaling is, your feats are either really impactful, or maybe they're like piecemeal. Maybe they're like D&D 5e, where it's like the lucky trait is way more impactful than like the martial fighter, like martial training feat. But you just make that choice. See, you wish for an actual sentient AI, then you could always have a 3rd player. I feel like we're at the point where Gen AI / LLMs really need a rebrand just to clear the air, right? Because when you say AI, are you talking about video game AI? Are you talking about an LLM? Or are you talking about like Neurosama, which I'm using Neurosama as an example. I understand Neurosama is an LLM, but Neurosama as like a presentation of like, I am a real person, like with my own consciousness and I'm sentient. When I say AI, like, oh, like that AI sucked. It was so dumb. It wasn't actually doing anything intelligently. You think I'm talking about like ChatGPT, actually I'm talking about a video game. And then like this sentient robot off on the side gets offended because they think I'm talking bad about them. Like, we need different delineations, and that's not going to happen because AI is a buzzword now. LLMs are less of a buzzword. Using AI to ensure a full party, like bots in... I mean, that's the thing. AI already does that. And that's video game AI. That is behavior trees. Like, that's a thing that has existed for decades. Oh, Polar Master Sentinel. That's not even that bad. That's literally just the ability to like stop movement. My petty grievance is that current AI isn't fully sentient. It isn't artificial intelligence. I'm with you on that. It should be called something else. Everyone talks about AI. No one ever talks about, hey, yo. Could a coterie of vampires take down an Everest using a combination of 1 to 5 dot powers and present day technology? Could a coterie of vampires with a combination of powers? So I'm assuming you mean fledglings. Or maybe like neonates. Because my thought process is when it comes to vampire, antediluvians are basically like deities and could definitely take out an Everest. Methuselah are a step down. Those are your demigods. They could probably also take one on. A 5th, 6th generation vampire by itself might also be able to take it on. But once you get into like player character level, I think that with present day technology, I don't think they could. Because well, yeah, I think Neurosama is the closest. Well, Wampus, Neurosama is the closest public-facing, independent true AI. There might be like military-developed ones. There might be private government sector ones. There might be ones that companies have developed in-house but haven't released yet. Neurosama is the most real-feeling LLM out there. I think in large part because of her presentation. I think presenting herself as a VTuber who's like a cute anime girl is a large part of why people connect to her so much. Though I've watched a little bit. I don't watch Neurosama regularly, but like I've caught up with the broad strokes. Like Neurosama has a personality that there are certain things that if you like wrote out or like you wrote down a line and you said, did Neurosama say this? You can probably say with about a similar degree of like certainty that you would for someone like me or someone like Vettel or Doug or any other content creator. Did they or did they not say that? Just because they have a personality, that they have their own thoughts and feelings. Does Neurosama have thoughts and feelings? No, that's not how LLMs work. However, it feels like she does because not just of her presentation, but also because of how Vettel has tweaked and worked on her and interacted with her. I also think the fact that she is an entertainment, not a repository of information. She's not an informational LLM. She is an entertainment LLM. Gives that kind of feeling of connection. Give you Hatsune Miku easy. Only vamp that could take down a mech would be a Methuselah or an antediluvian. That's the thing. I think maybe like a 5th gen could maybe. I don't know how powerful 5th gens are. Because honestly, the power scaling in World of Darkness is weird and that's intentional. But like, so we're asking a coterie. So we're thinking, let's just call it 4. Coterie. Let's just call it 4, just for the sake of simplicity. With a range of 1 to 5 dot disciplines. I think the name of the game in this. Could a coterie of vampires from Vampire the Apocalypse, could a coterie of kindred from Vampire the Masquerade take on an Everest with a series of 1 to 5 dot disciplines and powers? I think yes, if they use the star magnetism power paired with terminal decree. This could beat literally anyone, assuming that the domination goes through, because star magnetism lets you use dominate, your power of like vampiric mind control, through computers, through tech, through cameras, which normally you can't. Terminal decree allows you to make a mental domination ability. Terminal decree lets you use your mental domination to tell someone to take their own life. So with star magnetism and terminal decree, you can tell someone in a mech suit, blow yourself up, and they'll do it if they fail their role. Could a Malkavian talk to an NHP? I don't know much about World of Darkness lore, so I heard kindred and thought of blood fiends instead. Well, so that's the thing, right? So like, a single vampire can have the star magnetism trait. A single vampire can have the star magnetism trait, as well as terminal decree, and just tell any target to take their own life. And this works 100% of the time on mortals that are not prepared or know about it. However, mortals of exceptional willpower can roll to resist. I would say Lancer characters have Lancers have exceptional willpower. I would say Lancers have exceptional willpower. So it's a roll. It's a roll between the terminal decree of the kindred versus the Lancer's willpower save. And I think what it is that it's if the Everest gets the first turn, it kills the vampire. If the vampire gets the first turn, it's a roll of can the Everest make its check? Can the Lancer make its check? If yes, the vampire's dead. If no, the Lancer's dead. It's way more swingy than the Garrow fight. Is an NHP mortal? No, I would say NHPs are considered immortal. They are not immortal. So I don't think you would tell the NHP to blow itself up. You would tell the person. Yeah, vampires can do the you should kill yourself now, and it actually works. However, terminal decree is a 5 dot power. The closest equivalent I can say is the end of a skill tree. You have different disciplines in Vampire the Masquerade. You have the dominate discipline, you have the potence discipline, you have the obfuscate discipline, and these are different like power trees that get more expensive the farther they go along, and the maximum you can go in any discipline tree is 5. So terminal decree is the most powerful dominate ability you can get, or one of the most powerful dominate abilities. Star magnetism, I think, is a level 4 presence power. I misspelled presence. So like this would have to be a fairly powerful kindred. But because the kindred has resistance to ballistics. So something I talked about in the comments is I am reasoning that energy, burn, and explosive damage all count as fire for the sake of Garrow and kindred weakness. So the only one that doesn't count is kinetic. And both Garrow and kindred have resistance to kinetic damage. And the way health works in the World of Darkness is, let's say I have 5 health boxes. If I take damage, first thing that happens, we decide, is this damage superficial or is it aggravated? If I'm a kindred, I only take aggravated damage from fire and from sunlight. If I'm a Garo, I only take aggravated damage from fire and silver. So, because all of this is considered fire, most weapons an Everest has would deal aggravated damage. However, if you shoot me with an assault rifle, that is kinetic, which counts as superficial. Superficial damage gets halved. And doing the math, I ran the numbers. If 1 point of damage on mech scale combat can eliminate a human target, and a human target has, in World of Darkness, X plus 3 health boxes, where X is their stamina. Generally, your stamina is probably going to be 2. So let's call that 5 boxes. Humans take aggravated damage from bullets, from aggravated kindred damage. Humans take aggravated damage from kinetic damage. So this would be 1 point of damage is roughly equivalent to 5 boxes or 5 successes in World of Darkness. Meaning, if you shoot a kindred with an assault rifle that deals 6 points of kinetic damage, that would be 6 times 5 is 30 boxes halved to be superficial. So it's 15 boxes. And then what happens is that we have 15 damage of superficial, and we would do this. I slash, I slash, I slash, I slash, I slash. Okay, now I've taken 5 points of superficial damage. I'm impaired. I gain negatives. I gain detriments to my rolls. But any further superficial damage I take is considered aggravated. So then I take 6 damage, 7 damage, 8 damage, 9 damage, 10 damage. Now I go into torpor, which is basically like I'm regenerating myself over like weeks or months or years or whatever. And if I take further damage, I will die. Which then I take 5 more damage because it's a giant mech scale assault rifle. So rolling 6 kinetic damage would be enough to take out just a normal kindred. However, a Garo in Krynos Warform gets plus 4 health boxes. So let's say a Garo has 3 stamina. So plus 3 is their health, plus 4 from the Krynos Warform. And let's say they get shot by an assault rifle that deals 6 damage. That would be 30 boxes halved to 15. So that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 impaired. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So the Garo actually survives max damage roll on a 1d6 roll from a mech scale kinetic weapon. However, that's assuming that the mech only attacks it with 1 weapon, rolls 6, which is an average-ish amount of damage, and uses only one kinetic attack. The Garo, for its point, can regenerate pretty easily, but I don't think it would survive another hit. So the Garo could survive 1 really big hit, but if it gets hit by, say, reliable 3, for instance, because the assault rifle has reliable 3, that would be 15 boxes halved to 7. So like, let's say fresh, different Garo has 3 stamina, plus 3 from just health, and plus 4 from Krynos form. I get shot, it misses me. Maybe because I have some gift that helps me dodge. I take reliable 3. I would take 15 points of damage, halved to 7 because superficial. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That doesn't even impair me. Now it's my turn. I do my thing. Maybe I regenerate, maybe I don't. Let's say I don't regenerate. You shoot me again, you miss again. 1, 2, 3. I'm now impaired. 4, 5, 6, 7. And now, like, I'm looking rough, and then you shoot me, and then I take my turn. Let's say I don't regenerate again. You shoot me again, you miss again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then you kill me with 7. Barely. So if I spent any time regenerating, I would have survived a 4th missed assault cannon shot. So a Garrow, assuming nothing hits, and it's once per turn, automatic assault rifle skirmish with just kinetic damage, it can survive like 4 turns. Could a Cat 5 Hound be an Everest? A Cat 5 Hound could probably beat any individual mech, depending on what domains the Cat 5 Hound had. Because the Cat 5 Hound, like, remember, Lancer is a team game. Lancer is basically a skirmish war game where it's not really designed for solo play. It's more designed for team-based, like, you have 4 people, they have 12 people. You have 3 people, they have 6 people. You have 5 people, they have 8 people, but those 8 people are all elites. Like, it is a system... Well, actually, I just had the thought. Lancers are stupid tanky. Like, Lancers are stupid tanky. So, like, if I have 8 HP in an Everest with no hull upgrades, I have effectively 32 HP, assuming I succeed all my structure rules. How fast could a Cat 5 Hound burst down an Everest? Okay, but can a mage beat a mech? A mage can beat a mech soundly. Why? Because what is completely reasonable to happen? Oh no, critical system error. My mech shuts down. My reactor goes off. The door gets locked. The weapons are jammed, blah, 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 blah. All of that stuff, all that nonsense. All of that would bring a very small amount of paradox. Because in Mage the Ascension, in the World of Darkness with Garrow and Kindred and all of that, mages basically can rewrite reality however they want. Mages can do whatever they see fit. With the caveat that if they break reality, if they go against reality, they cause paradoxes, which then basically has reality lash out at them. So a mage is only as effective as whatever consensus they find themselves in. Do you want to know what would be the easiest way to take out a mech? Uh-oh, your casket failed. You're entering Cascade. Are you going to shut down your mech or are you going to shoot me? Because in a mage versus Lancer fight, I'm assuming this is taking place in Lancer where everyone knows NHPs can cascade, everyone knows you need to cycle the casket, everyone knows the reactor can combust. So I, as the mage, can just manipulate probability. I can manipulate the technological structure of your casket, send you into a cascade, and you need to shut down your mech. And then I just blow you up from the inside. Or I set you into a reactor meltdown. Because actually, I don't think you knew this because this didn't exist until I arrived, but actually you had bad fuel rods that have melted into slag within your reactor, and now you're going to have a critical system failure. That is completely reasonable for consensus in the Lancer universe. At least from my understanding. Yeah, Lancers all have 4 health bars. Lancers are the bosses, which is so cool. Oopsie, your reactor's melting. Exactly. The problems from the Garrow arise when you remember that Skirmish and Barrage fire whole mounts rather than one weapon. A main Ox is... That's very true. A main Ox is crazy. And like, again, with the Garrow, like I was giving the example of if you once per turn fire one kinetic weapon that misses but has reliable 3. It might even only have reliable 2, but like I was giving the Garrow a lot of benefit. It's kind of rough, not gonna lie. See, if it's a manticore, the mage is melting too. They're dying. Exactly. If a question fails to interest me, am I going to banish the asker? No, I'm just going to cry and you're going to feel bad. And it's going to be like awkward for both of us, but I am shameless. So I will do that and I will write a Google Doc about you and release it on twitter.com. And it will get 5 hearts and likes. And you will have a minorly damaged social credit score. You will have a minorly damaged social credit score. So let's not be mean. Let's not make bad questions, shall we? Do I think this is why practically everyone has left VShojo? Clearly. Obviously. Like, obviously, it's the Garo that are the reason that VShojo is falling apart. How many war crimes have you been convicted of? If 0, how many have been committed? So I've been convicted of 0. How many have I committed? You can speak to my lawyer. Like, I'm not answering that. You think this is my first rodeo? Since exorcists are not human, how would they fare in combat against a Garo? I think a Garo versus an exorcist is basically the same as a Garo versus a mage. The main difference is the exorcist Garo versus exorcist, Garo versus mage. Exorcists are quite similar to mages in that they have power, but if they abuse that power, it will slap back at them, like with Sin Overflow or with Paradox. I wonder. Like, because with a Garo versus a mage, the mage has to use like, so like with Garo versus mage is working in like modern day urban fantasy. How can I use magic to defeat this supernatural entity without screwing myself paradox wise? The Garo can just turn into Krynos form and rip the mage's guts out. So the mage is on the back foot. The exorcist, however, probably has combat abilities. And exorcists, assuming you're anything past Cat 1, meaning you survived literally at least one mission, you probably know what it's like to fight a giant monster that is stronger than you, so you probably have the experience to take out a Garo. Like, taking out a Garo is probably easier than taking out a proper Sin. Yes, a lone exorcist is a vulnerable exorcist, but a Garo is basically just a hound. Like, a Krynos form is basically just a hound. And I would say a Cat 1, maybe a Cat 2 hound at that. So an exorcist absolutely could do it depending on how combat oriented they are, because not every exorcist is combat oriented, much like how not all mages are and not all Garo are, but all Garo can do Krynos form and all exorcists can do like a psychic blast. VShojo being involved in bad business practices came out of left field, but the fact so many talents suddenly started leaving was definitely foreshadowing. I don't know if that was foreshadowing. Like, I haven't been prowling all of the responses. All I know is that, like, yesterday Iron Mouse left. Today, like, both Kason and Melody both said that they were leaving. Michi said that she was leaving. Like, VShojo, I do not think will survive, personally. But also, I've seen other companies do worse and last longer, so who knows? But with the VShojo thing, like, I try to stay out of drama. That's just not my vibe. I'm not a drama channel. I'm not trying to, like, throw dirt on anyone. Honestly, I'm not trying to pick fights with corporations either. That being said, I do think it's important to remember all of the talents were incredibly successful. I think I said this earlier, this stream. All the talents were incredibly successful entering VShojo, And they will continue to be successful once they go indie. So I don't, like, obviously give your love, give your support to all the talents, to Iron Mouse, to Melody, to even the folks that left earlier, like Zentreya or Giga or Matarakon. But also keep in mind that we are currently at an inflection point. Is it inflection or with an X? I actually don't know if it's C or X. Anyway, we're at an inflection point where we're kind of shifting from an ecosystem of where if you want to be successful, you have to join a corporation, to now, if you want to join a corporation, you have to be successful. But the indie sphere is currently popping. So there are benefits to joining a corporation. There are benefits to remaining an indie. But I think that what we need to remember as a community, not just as VTubing community, but also just communities in general, is if a company does something bad, if an indie content creator does something bad, it's not a matter of just saying, oh, they're a black company, or oh, they're like a jerk who's a snake. It's also a matter of looking at the state of the community and thinking not just, what is everyone else getting up to? What are we not being told? But also, where are the good actors? Because I feel like a lot of times in this conversation, it's like, oh, I'm going to write off this company because they're bad. I'm going to write off this content creator because they're bad. Let's support the people that were like victims and move on to a brighter tomorrow. But we're not working towards anything. We're just saying, let's not do that again, and then not putting any systems in place to avoid it. And that's why we keep seeing the same startups beginning, peaking, falling. We see content creators who get really popular and then they're exposed for something terrible. Like, we keep not adapting our behavior as a result of all of this, which I think is a shame. I think that we should evolve how we interface with content creators and with corporations, because at the end of the day, as much as I meme about it, it is literally business. Right? And even if they're like an indie, if you have hundreds of thousands of like subscribers, followers, your main income is VTubing or content creation in general. You have people who are employed by you to like be your editor and your manager and whoever. That is a business. And it should be remembered that business's primary motivation is making money. Otherwise you will not have a successful business. So we need to ask ourselves every time we see a corporation or just a successful indie VTuber or successful indie content creator, how are you making money? And what are you doing that could be problematic? And I'm not saying this to like start a witch hunt or anything. I'm saying this to be like, there are a lot of people that no one pays any mind to because they just assume it's all fine. And then when stuff comes out, they're like, I always knew there was something fishy going on. Like, it's the reverse of Markiplier predicting honey, right? Like the honey scandal. Markiplier, like 2 years before it broke out, was just like, I've never done business with them because I'm just suspicious. I don't have any proof. I don't have any evidence. I literally am just suspicious of who they are and what they do. And I feel like we need to stop like slamming our jaws on the floor every time something bad happens and learn to adapt to a marketplace that is shifting. I don't want to see more people and more fans constantly upset by the poor behavior of businesses, whether corpo or indie, because that's unfortunately the direction we're heading. Is corpos are on their way out, at least broadly speaking. Not all of them. There are still some that are like being big, being huge. Some are better than others. But on the way, like, indies are basically just small businesses, and we need to remember that. Yeah, but Mouse is one of the most, if not most important or famous VTubers. And that's the thing, like, Mousy, or I suppose Miss Mouse, because I don't know her. Mouse, I definitely feel is like, a lot of people say like, who would be on like your Mount Rushmore of VTubing? And I think from a like influence perspective, I'm mostly coming at this from like a Western angle. I think if I had to choose 4, I would probably say Mouse, like probably Gura, I would say Doki Bird. Although that one I'm a little hesitant for explicitly because it's only been like a year and a half, but she has had a irrefutable, like that inflection point I mentioned where we're kind of moving away from corpos towards individual independent talents. That was because of Doki Bird. And the 4th, I'm really a toss up between Kizuna AI and Project Melody. And the reason Kizuna AI is because she was one of the first main VTubers and was the inspiration for like the first Western gen, right? And the reason I say Project Melody is because she was not only one of the first like lewd tubers, or I think was the first like lewd tuber, but also brought VTubing to the West because in the NSFW sphere, she made a massive stir, which then brought the Western audience's attention to her, and then VTubing as a result. Like, one of the first VTubers I remember hearing about was Project Melody, and I had no idea like what VTubing was at that point. Because I remember hearing about how like she got #1 of like a cam site and everyone was upset about that, and then it made a huge rush. So I think both of them have massive impact. I might replace Mousy or Gura with one of them, because not because neither of them deserve it, but because both of them did the same role of being the biggest VTuber in the English speaking sphere, right? Mouse on Twitch, Gura on YouTube. I think both of them were incredibly impactful in their own way, but they both kind of occupy the same niche. It's like, these are all very important VTubers. And if you look at it, like, one of them is independent. One of them just went independent. One of them is now graduated, and completely independently, there's this other really cool fish VTuber who is independent and with 1 million subscribers. Now independent, still part of a corporation. Neurosama. I don't disagree with Neurosama being in the conversation. I just don't think that there's enough spots for Neurosama, because I don't know the impact Neurosama has had on VTubing. And just to make it clear, this isn't like my favorite content creators or anything. This isn't my favorite, most watched, like, oh my gosh, these are my Oshis. This is like, if I had to choose 4 VTubers I think had the greatest impact on Western VTubing, that's the angle I'm going for. So even if you love Neuro, I don't know the impact Neuro has had on VTubing. I know obviously Neuro's been wildly successful. I just personally don't know. I literally don't know the impact she's had. We're ranking it. So we're making a VTuber Mount Rushmore. We're not ranking them saying which are better than others. We're literally just saying like which ones had the most impact on Western VTubing, because it's just a conversation. Yeah. Because like I genuinely don't know the impact Neuro has had. See, and I know a lot of people follow me for TTRPG stuff, which is why I like saying, because I think it's literally true, I think I'm the largest variety TTRPG VTuber, potentially in the world. Like, and yes, that is a pretty specific niche, but it's a niche that I'm gonna like cling to. If a dinosaur was a mech, which mech would dinosaur? I assume you mean Lancer frames, because my first thought was like Power Rangers Dino Force. I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember most dinosaurs off the top of my head. I'm so sorry. Hey, can you yell at me to practice drawing more? I need external motivation. Maddie, seriously, I just can't. Honestly, you in how you don't draw. That one Lancer frame that's shaped like a shrimp. It is a niche that arrows have greatly expanded into. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I don't know how many of you are here for VTuber, how many of you are here for Variety TTRPG. I just assume everyone's here for TTRPG, and then I get a couple people who are like, oh my gosh, you're my Yoshi, and I'm like, oh, you know about VTubing stuff. What TTRPGs or tabletop games have you considered looking through? So I am silly. And I read like rule books for fun because that is the flavor of my brain. If we're talking TTRPGs, I really want to read through Blades in the Dark. Blades in the Dark is one that I want to make videos on because I've seen a little bit about it from like Zactac. And I haven't read it because I don't have it. I need to get it. Shadowrun. Similarly, this is one like I saw Burger Creed talk a lot about. Haven't played it. Haven't read through it. I really want to. What's that? What's the other one? Magna Gothica Malgast, actually, which is a skirmish war game by Tom Bloom, like maker of Kane, artist of Lancer. It's a skirmish war game. I actually really want to try out, less because I care about the world, more because I just kind of like, at this point, I trust Tom Bloom as a designer that I think it's going to be cool. And I saw like Zactac make a video about it. I know a little bit about it. I saw like, I like briefed past the Games for Freaks faction. Like, I have Magna Gothica Malagast because Tom Bloom releases stuff for free. So at least for a period of time. So like, I have it. I just haven't read through it. Vettel is one of the most influential himself, how he helps other VTubers. Gura, Melody, Mouse, and Doki for me in terms of Western audience impact. Those are definitely the most heard about. Yeah, Gura and Dodgers, like, that's something I forgot about. I forgot about like the HoloLive. The HoloLive reach is insane. That one sounds like Kill Team. It's basically Kill Team, except everyone is a necromancer. It is 40k Kill Team, but everyone's a necromancer, and you have different factions that are each just like absolute silliness. Okay, you're opening Clip Studio. You're here for the jingly keys. Understood. Oh yeah, Widget. I love Burger Creek. Like, I watch his videos all the time. He is what got me into Wild Sea. Honestly, he got me into World of Darkness. He got me into World of Darkness with his like vampire videos. And that's what like got me reading it, running it, making content on it. So like, fantastic channel. You're definitely interested in Mallow. It's Trench Crusade and 40k. It's Trench Crusade with necromancy. Like, let's be real. It's punk Trench Crusade. You like my voice? It's the opposite of chalkboard nails in your... Well, I can make it chalkboard nails if you want. I'm sorry. There's parts of World of Darkness I don't like. I don't like some of World of Darkness too. And that is why there are certain things in my game I just say, we are not including that in my game. And I'm not going to give a list because I can't talk about that on YouTube. However, broadly speaking, it's like really intense stuff that even the game is just like, hey, you might not want to include these. And I'm like, Hog, I don't want to include these. And then we don't include those. Yeah, so tabletop games in terms of like non-TTRPGs. Well, actually, I suppose another TTRPG I want to look through, Mage the Ascension. I have not read a Mage book. I want, like, the book, if I was to play a World of Darkness character, I would want to play Mage. It just seems cool to me. But also, like, realistically, I think if I was to be in the World of Darkness, I would probably be a Changeling. Like, I like mages the most. I think based off of my personality and temperament and how I kind of interface with the world, I think I would probably be a changeling. Because the whole thing of changelings is they need glamour, I think. It's some term where it's like you basically need to inspire others, and that like fuels you. And the banality of the actual world of cold iron and technology and bureaucracy and business drains you. And as someone that has worked in sales, as someone that has worked in like B2B business, nothing has drained me more than having to work in an environment that I did not care for, in an industry I had no connection to. It was awful. Like, it made me money, but it just was not what I was looking for at that time. And changelings, like, they get glamour and they get joy and they get, like, in the same way vampires need to feed on blood, changelings need to, like, absorb ambient energy. Like whimsy and glamour. Yeah, exactly. Like, you need to absorb glamour. And I feel like that's kind of me with my content, right? Like, few things fuel me as much as talking about something I'm passionate about and having that resonate with other people. And then hearing people tell me their own interests and it resonating with me. And then it's just been so not just inspiring and freeing, but also like healing for me, basically. It has been something that I've loved. Absolutely. Yeah, there's different ways to harvest glamour. And like, one of the ways is to inspire others. Another way is to, and I think this is a wild idea. One of the ways to harvest glamour in Changeling the Dreaming is to basically take your own glamour and infuse it into someone. And what they'll do, they'll basically like enter a manic state where they have their muse and they're going to create the best, most intricate, complicated magnum opus that they ever would or could create. And then they do it. They sacrifice their job or their family or their loved ones because they're so overwhelmed with like, I need to make this song. I need to make this portrait. I need to make this video game. And then they do it. And then they're completely creatively spent and will never be able to create again in their entire life. You burn them out like a fuse so that you can get what is effectively a magic item radiating glamour. And in all likelihood, you will take that thing that they poured their life into, their magnum opus, the one thing that they want to be known for after they're dead, and you will put it in a safe location, hidden from the world, where you can go feed off of it and leave, and it will shed ambient glamour later, and you will come back later to feed from it again, and eventually, after a few years or decades or whenever, you will trash it because it ran out of glamour. And that is just wild to me, that is one of the ways you can feed or like absorb glamour. So kind of like the dwarves in Dwarf Fortress, except more dedicated. I actually would say exactly like the dwarves in Dwarf Fortress. It's basically exactly like you get possessed, like you feel a possession of an ancient and create a masterwork item. The main thing is then they'll never create anything again afterwards. Comes back and finds it stolen. Exactly. How could the setting of Lancer be changed to play in an earlier time in the setting, like say to play some of the earliest Lancers? Okay, so I believe someone can fact check me on this. I think in Lancer, mechs have only been around for like 300 years, unless I'm mistaken. So if you wanted to play in an earlier time period, you could play right around the fall of SecCom, where you would have the Mark I Sherman, you would have the Mark I Genghis, Enkidu, I believe the Everest, and I think this might be it. Or rather, the alternatives of the Everest would also exist, because is it the Komlagotha, which was an earlier version of the Everest? So you might not even have the Everest, you might have the earlier predecessor. The first ones were developed shortly before the awakening of Ra, I think. Yeah, the Chom. No Room for a Wallflower contains essentially all the mechs from the earliest points. Sherman, Genghis, Enkidu. Oh, the Sagarmatha. That's what it is. Because there's like 3 GMS mechs, one of which explicitly mentions it was an earlier, bulkier version of the Everest. Yeah, so like No Room for a Wallflower is basically your North Star if you want to not just explore Hercynia, but also just kind of look into the history of the setting, because its whole thing is revisiting a very important location from earlier in the setting. I mean, I don't think they invented them for the Xenocide, but on Ras Shamra, which is now the homeworld of Harrison Armory, it used to be a GMS testing facility. That is where the first mechs were developed. Have you heard of Don't Rest Your Head or Mothership? If so, what do you think of them? Well, real quick, thank you for the super, Depresso Espresso. You're running a D&D 5e game with spells higher, since D&D normally goes up to 9th. What would 13th level spell look like? I actually have notes on this. Funny enough. Back in the day, back in my D&D days. Oh my gosh, D&D day. We're invading the beaches. Oh no. Back in my day. Literally, where would this be? Would it be player notices? Would it be custom spells? I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea. Spell? Conjuration spells? Last edited in 2020. Abjuration spells back in 2021. Let's look at conjuration spells. Wait, no, this doesn't go above 9th. No, it doesn't. Spells. I had higher level spells that I don't know what happened to them. I don't know where they are. My apologies. Was it under necromancy spells? Nope. Yeah, so basically what I did is that with spells of 9th level or higher, how I treated them, higher than 9th level, basically what I did to treat them is they are entirely plot oriented. Not in the sense that they only serve a specific function, but basically in the sense that utilizing them is what would start a campaign for someone else. I made a really high level... Did I do spells higher than 9th level? No, I think I just made them like 8th and 9th level spells. So I think the reason I couldn't find them is because I actually didn't do that. What I would do then, my apologies, I am misremembering because it's been like 5 years. I would make any spell higher than 9th level plot oriented in the sense that it has scale, it has longevity, and it has intensity. So, for instance, an example that I thought was a like 10th level spell that I made years ago, but I think I made it like 8th level. It was like Eclipse. And it's effectively like you form an eclipse that lasts for like 24 hours. And it's basically like SCP-001, Red Sun. Except it's the sun going out. So it's the idea that for like 24 hours, for a full day, there is no sun, and everyone in like a multi-mile radius takes damage if they are exposed to this eclipse. The idea being is that it is a massive AoE, huge, like, battlefield scaling spell that deals a little bit of damage every turn if you're not actively like covering your skin. That's the sort of thing I do for high level spells. That's the sort of thing I do for a spell above 9th level, because already once you hit 9th level, like Meteor Swarm is stupid high damage. Wish lets you rewrite reality. True Resurrection lets you bring anyone back from the dead. You don't need really good combat spells. You don't need to deal a lot of damage. You don't need to do anything to alter mechanics. What you need is giant set piece, have your players like gasp when you first describe its spells. That would make a campaign start upon their casting. Like, I'm not even going to say continent world altering spells. I'm literally just saying like a vampire lord cast 10th level eclipse, blocking out the sun, and can continue to do so every day. Now undead and vampires are ruling over the populace. That's a campaign right there. Yeah, Move Mountain was like a 12th level spell. Yeah, there have been spells above 9th level. Thank you very much, Yixris. I appreciate you swinging by. The moon turns your skin to cloth. In this court, skin is cloth. Heart's Zenith moves are a good thing to look at since they are end of campaign mass things that could permanently alter the environment or setting at the cost of your characters. And honestly, like, any spell that's like 7th level plus was not play tested much. I'm not gonna lie. Like, something that a lot of people don't really talk about too much, though I don't think that people don't know about it. No one just really talks about it. D&D is not designed to be played after like 10th level, right? After like 10th level, the game falls apart and numbers start getting arbitrary because in testing and in market demographics, most people don't play past 10th level. And the few who do generally just like have like a, oh, we're going to start this game at like 18th level and we're going to go up to like 20, right? So most of the really high level stuff is kind of just throw it at the wall. Does it seem kind of right? Does it follow the predictive like math curves that we want? And let's run with it. Like, that's why capstone abilities are so divisive. That's why capstone abilities, some of them are really good, some of them are really bad. I'm sorry, Wumpus. Cheese is not a word. You have to choose a different one. I don't think the designer expected anyone to play higher than 11th. Exactly. Like, it's just not built for that. So really anything goes if you want 10th level, because anything really goes once you hit like 7th level, right? I'm talking spells. So if you want a spell that just like without a saving throw kills someone, that's power word kill already. Oh no, at 10th level it just doesn't have a hit point requirement. That sounds so broken. At a 10th level spell that you can just kill someone without even needing to get their hit points down, that's so broken. But like, if it's a 10th level spell, you're like 20th level, and if you use that on someone, you should be able to just kill someone. Like, I feel like a lot of people, when they hear about like, oh, at a 10th level spell that allows you to deal like 20d20 plus 50 damage in a radius of like 50 feet, that's so broken. And I'm like, really? How is it broken? How many times in your life will you have to see that spell cast, including watching actual play series? Probably under 2, if at all. Right? Like, once you hit that level, it doesn't, like, I'm of the opinion, by and large, in a co-op game, balance doesn't really matter so long as you're not stepping on the toes of other players. But particularly, the difference between like an 18th and like an 8th and a 9th level spell versus like a 9th and 10th level spell, it doesn't matter at that point. Let your players like move a continent. Like, let them create a volcano. Why not? You're already level 20. What else are you gonna do? Oh no, the villain that we're fighting ate the moon, but I can't like just create a volcano because I think it's cool. Like, it's silly. Or you can shoot me now if I can't make cheddar sharp, then what is life? 10th through 11th level spells and epic spells like Comet. I mean, there's always post 20th level stuff like epic boons. I think as fun as it is to explore stuff like what would a 13th level spell be? A 9th level spell, like if you told me, if for instance, if you told me power word kill, and you were just like, yeah, this is like a 13th level spell, and it didn't exist as a 9th level spell, I think people would say, that's broken. You're not allowed to do that. That breaks the game. You're not allowed to just instantly kill someone, even if they have to have under 150 hit points. That's still broken even at 13th level. And similarly, like if you had Wish, and Wish wasn't a 9th level spell, but it was like a 10th level spell. Like it was the only 10th level spell in the entire game. People are like, Wish is game breaking. It is not fun. It ruins my campaign. And it's just like, chill, dude. Like at 9th level, like a 9th level spell, you can rewrite reality. At a 9th level spell, you can just kill someone. A 9th level spell, you can just bring someone back from literally any circumstances. I think up to and including if they like draw the void card in the deck of many things. Like, it's not going to break your game. And if you're worried about your game breaking when your players are at 20th level, I don't believe that you got to 20th level by playing over 20 levels. Like, I think that you started at 20th level and you have the mentality of this being like a 3rd level campaign. I have not heard of Don't Rest Your Head. I have heard of Mothership. And from what I've heard of Mothership, I like it. I can't say I'm familiar. Right? I like what I've heard. And specifically, oh gosh, I wrote up a, what was it? I wrote up an idea because I have a document of ideas that I have not touched in 3 months. Literally, tomorrow will be 3 months since I last edited it. Where is it? I had a thing that I saw in a Mothership short, or a video about Mothership that I wanted to make a video about. Holy heck, I have too many ideas written down that I've just not looked at. Mothership? I'm sorry, let me look this up. Right. So there was a video I saw where it was basically giving like in Mothership, one of the piece of advice it gives is that your players should always be trying to survive, solve a problem, and save someone. And each of those axes should be independent from one another. Meaning you can survive and you can save someone, but you don't solve the problem, and that's fine. Similarly, you can do all three or you can fail all three. They're all independent of one another. And the video I wanted to make, the short I wanted to make, was taking that mentality of survive, solve the problem, save someone, where you can only do like 1.5 of them. You can only partially do one of them. You can fully do another, but one of them you're definitely going to fail. So what do you give up in order to succeed? Do you sacrifice life and limb? Do you throw the NPC you like to the wolves? Or do you give up on the mission critical objective to save your friend. Like, that's the sort of thing that Mothership encourages, because as far as I'm aware, Mothership is basically like a sci-fi dungeon crawler with like very little combat. That's my understanding of it. You watch the Quinn's Quest for Mothership and that's it? Are you telling me role-playing games are made up and the rules are arbitrary? No. And Santa is also real. Josephine McAdam participating in a Mothership Let's Play. Ooh, lovely. Thank you for all the help, of course. When is my next art stream of Guilty Pleasures? That's next month. We are not in the month of August yet. Also, why have I been hearting my own comments recently? So, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't heart my own comments because I thought that that was kind of like... that was silly to do so. But most other pinned comments from like content creators I see, they heart their own comment and it just looks nicer. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's not a matter of me changing my opinion much. It's literally like, it just looks incomplete without the hearted comment, because my entire comment section is filled with hearted comments because I try to heart every comment that I can. I try to respond to every comment that I can. If it is like something that I can respond to, if it's just like, thanks for the vid, like I generally don't respond because there's not much to respond to in that. But I try to like heart comments as a way of acknowledging I've seen it and basically communicating to my community, I read your comment. I care about you. I want you to stick around and keep listening to my nonsense. So to see my comment being the only one that wasn't hearted looked more odd than just not having it. So that's why I started hearting them. Who is my favorite author? I don't really think I have one. Because again, like we were talking earlier, and like I haven't been reading much recently. Like Matthew Colville as an author, I appreciate. I've read his books. I enjoy them. We're Never Getting Fighter. I'm so sad. Like Brandon Sanderson, I enjoyed Mistborn. That's like his only work that I've read, so I can't say that like he's my favorite author. I don't think I have a favorite author. I misread that as Era wearing a hard suit, and I ended with what version of Santa you were familiar with. Yeah, it's just me with like a big bushy beard. Yeah, so Mothership is like the Alien films as a TTRPG, right? Which I really want to play Alien Isolation. I know very little about Alien Isolation. And like, I've seen Alien, but I haven't seen like Aliens, right? I've seen Alien vs. Predator. I haven't watched like Alien 2, right? So I know a little bit about the Alien franchise, but particularly the AI of the Alien, I've seen a little bit of like behind the scenes discussion about, and apparently it's really useful, like really cool. It's scary and that makes me nervous, but that has been on my TBP, TDP, to be played, to TBP, TBP, to be played list for a while. Arrow wearing a hard suit also goes hard. I mean, it goes hard because my suit is hard. Is there a TTRPG you've been wanting to play but never gotten the chance to? Kane. Like, just full stop. I suppose I don't want to play Kane as much as I want to run it. For Eclipse, a Mothership RPG. TBK, what's this about TBK? I want to run Kane so bad. My issue is The one person who reached out to me was like, hey, like, would you be interested in running a game of Kane, Taps Fingers together? Has been kind of MIA recently. They've been on like a bit of, they've been having a rough time. So I haven't been bothering them about that. I actually just started up a vampire game with my roommate because, as I've mentioned before, my roommate, I ran Werewolf the Apocalypse for them. We hit the end of story 1. We have stuff to continue, but we decided let's pivot, and now they're going to run for me. And now I'm playing a vampire character, which we've literally done like one vignette of like a single scene just to kind of like get our feet wet. We haven't had like a proper session 1 yet, but I'm excited to continue playing that. In terms of other TTRPGs I've had on my list that I have not gotten a chance to play, I'm still salty. I'm still going to bring this up. I'm still going to be salty. I was setting up a game of Lancer, and then the other people, I was like, we literally had a session 0, had a session 1 date planned, and they were like, oh, sorry, we can't do this anymore. They canceled. Which, like, obviously, they're busy. I'm not going to hold that against them, but I am going to, like, meme about it still to this day. I mean, like, I'm interested in Wild Sea, but less so than something like Kane or Lancer. I'm sure that there's more. Or, Mage, the Ascension, another World of Darkness game. I want to try that out. I mean, there's a couple TTRPGs. Like, I'm sure that there's more if I thought more about it, but ask me again a different day and I might have a different answer. How big would a bird have to be before it started counting as an enemy and not just something that gets sucked into a mech's air intake? How big would a bird have to be considered an enemy and not just a single point of heat damage? I think it would have to be as big as a human, because then it would be size 1/2, right? Right? Tom Bloom, mechs kissing, various monsters fighting Lancers. Well, no, so a human is size 1/2, or rather a Caliban, like a larger hard suit, is size 1/2. Humans, I think, are considered size like 1/4, basically. You'd call an ostrich size, exactly. Or emu, yeah. Friend 1, Bruja, tells their friend, Ministry, with 5 resources to liquidate their assets and to meet them at their nightclub. Friend 1 kills Friend 2 and takes their money. Friend 2 is stupid. Why would they do that? Favorite YouTube indie series? What have I been watching recently? That's a good question. Like, unironic. Every time you ask me a question, the exact answer for it just leaves my brain. Like, recently I've been watching a lot of VTuber clips. Actually, wait. I gotta say, if any of you don't know Magic the Noah, Magic the Noah is incredibly funny. He is I think he literally started making Magic the Gathering content, but his main thing that he does now is he will take other content creators and make a game in like Google Slides with some stupid twist. For instance, a recent one he did was one player was deaf, so they could not hear any other player. One player was blind, so they had no access to the visuals of the screen. And one player was deaf, or mute, so they couldn't talk. All of them could communicate to him, but none of them could communicate to each other. So it was him, quote unquote, running D&D for them, which obviously it's super stripped down and like super simple, but it like the premise surrounding it is what makes it interesting. The reason I thought of that is because like that was just in my watch history. Doug, one of my favorite content creators, he just makes stupid content. I love it. It's so silly. I like this really cool, like, Lancer TTRPG talk that this one channel does. They mostly make shorts where they talk about, like, the different Lancer frames. And sometimes they talk about, like, making a mega dungeon. I think they're really cool. I don't remember their name offhand, but speaking of Zactac, that is very often, like, an instant click. He makes videos about Lancer, about Kane, about Blaze in the Dark, Malagas Magna Gothica. Yeah, the one with Filion, where Filion was blind and was trying to not step into landmines and bear traps. Every time I say Dug Dug, I keep expecting to hear Dig Dug. I grew up playing Dig Dug. Like, that's one of the games I grew up with. I actually played Dig Dug 2 before playing Dig Dug. And I was like, wow, wild. Aloe Reads or something? Yeah, Ace Reads. Friend 1, evil. Friend 2, stupid but loyal. Both friends dead now. Well, yeah, they're both dead. They're vampires. If the mechs lost, it would be hysterical. I mean, listen, the Emu War. We haven't added to the mechs kiss, surprisingly. That was very true. Assumingly, only humans can be considered enemies at size 1/2, since the NPC stat block for an animal that can fight a mech is size 1 minimum. Interesting. Oh yeah, the biological, the monstrosity. But also monstrosities are like, those are more like Godzilla than Smokey the Bear, right? Like, if you have just fauna, which is wildlife at size 1, that's more than like a polar bear, right? A polar bear would also probably be like size 1/2. Favorite YouTube series? I mean, like, again, Burger Creek is another, like, basically just which YouTube channels do I watch is really my answer. And like, I talk about them all the time. I watch Matt Colville with his Running the Game series. I watch Burger Creek doing deep dives and like talking about how the series of Lost is actually just like a bunch of mages on an island in the Shadowlands from Wraith the Oblivion. Zactac talking about the Kane sins. I just watch a bunch of cool stuff. I think a hippo would be size 1. A hippo definitely has that vibe. Wraiths? Okay. Wraiths versus lasers. Could a laser kill a wraith? I think so. Hunter the Parenting is my fave YouTube indie series. That's the thing. I keep hearing about Hunter the Parenting, and then I heard it was by the folks that made like If the Emperor Had a Text-to-Speech Device. And I'm like, what the heck? First off, what was the pivot there? Second off, why Hunter of all systems? And third, why is it apparently really good? Are wraiths transparent / invisible? No, so wraiths are... they're basically like intangible people that can turn invisible and that can go into the Shadowlands or the Skinlands. They call the normal world the Skinlands. And they're not supposed to be in the Skinlands. They're supposed to just be in the Shadow Realms. But they can interface with technology and people. And there's a whole, like, there's a whole school of wraith powers tied to technology that you can like interface with. But I think a laser could hurt a wraith normally. It's good because they have 10 years of writing experience and a darn good cast. That's pretty good. I'm imagining a souped up cyborg elephant fighting an Everest that's been disarmed. Why when it's been disarmed? If it's already souped up and cyborg, it is a fair fight. What is the cruelest thing I did to one of my characters? This wasn't to one of my characters so much as one of my players. So in the vampire game, it was 3 characters. It was a Nosferatu hacker called X. It was a Ravnos, basically like manager, named Draco. And it was a Tremere pole dancer. I can't. I don't remember her name, unfortunately. I remember the player's name, but I don't want to dox my friend, so I'll just call her. I'll call her Tristana. That's not the name, but I feel like it started with a T. But anyway, so no, so not a district manager. Just like they were all like a bus of traveling kindred, right? So that they all like traveled together, and basically, what is her name? Tristana, not her name. The Tremere was like their main talent. The Nosferatu X was their like tech guy, and Draco was the one who would like call clubs and like get Tristana to go perform there. And X had a nephew who was super young, like 6, 7, maybe 8. And what happens is that in X's unlife, when you are a vampire, every day you die. You don't sleep, you like physically return to being a corpse. So one day, he's dead. Or they're dead, sorry. X was dead, and they have a dream, which is something that happens rarely, but not common at all, where the nephew was looking around, and then saw X and stared at him. And then, later on, the nephew, in person, arrived before the coterie. All 3 of them. And like Tristana and Draco, they're like, who is this kid? And X is just like, oh my gosh, like, it's you. And then the kid looks at X, who's wearing a mask, who is a Nosferatu, super ugly, who's hiding his appearance, and he's just like, AJ? And just like the way this character's player's heart broke. Like the recognition and just the little kid who recognizes their like parent's sibling and had a really close connection to them like years ago, but then they disappeared, they faked their own death, you never heard about them again, and then they find them. It's finding like that really like cool cousin that you used to spend time with. It is reconnecting with your grandparent after years separated. It is finding a friend who you once were close to, then you thought they died, then you see them out in the wild. And the kid was so happy to see them. And then all of them came to the realization at that very moment, why is the kid here in the middle of the night? And oh no, what's going to happen? And suddenly, a group of kindred arrived. Or rather, I think it was just one kindred, but like, he arrived with malicious intent. And the way my players went full like protective mode of this kid, because what I did, and this was devious, this was evil, this was the thing I did, which is why I said this was more against the player, not the character. That entire game, every time I was the storyteller, as soon as the game started, and I would stop this during breaks, I put on a pair of sunglasses so they couldn't see my eyes. The entire game, this was like 8 sessions or whatever. Every game, Sunglasses on. They can't see my eyes. I'm chatting with them. It's whatever. The kid arrives. This is the first time in the entire Chronicle I took my sunglasses off and I did the biggest puppy dog eyes I could manage. I tried my best to have like the saddest, most like endearing look to my face as I stared this player in the eye and was just like, I missed you. Where'd you go? And just like my players collectively actually were crying because it was just this kid who found someone that meant so much to them, and it was the emotional gut punch paired with the acting of like taking off the sunglasses and just doing puppy dog eyes. It was so much fun. This is also the same game where why is that going to get clipped? No. So that was the intent. The intent was to hit. Another time, which wasn't cruel. This was more like, I would say, this was kind of cruel. I'm not going to lie. This same group, this was actually this group had its problems and we talked about it and they didn't get fixed. And that's part of why the game didn't continue. But in this same game, Tristana, the Tremere, the pole dancer, brought the rest of the coterie to her family's house. And I didn't know this, but apparently the player wanted to have a bad relationship with her parents. So on the fly, I had to pivot from parents who are concerned about but ultimately caring for their child to parents that are kind of bad people. And we got into a screaming match. I was literally yelling at this player to their face, getting up in their face and yelling at them. And they were yelling back at me. And the other two players, unironically, were like hugging each other. They were like grabbing snacks and like, they were locked in watching us basically do live improv theater in front of them. Like that is one of my favorite exchanges that I've had. Yeah, my mission was never hurt your character. Well, no, and Kaza, and that's the thing, right? Like this is something where when I say screaming, I don't mean like I was literally at the top of my lungs screaming and like hurting my voice. I mean like we were yelling at each other in character because there was tension between the parent and the child. And this is what that player wanted, so that's how I was adapting and pivoting to match that. The other players found it super interesting and engaging, so no one had any problem with that. However, the same group, for instance, one of the players, the Tremere, would constantly just go off and do their own thing, independent of the actual group interest. That is the sort of thing that frustrates me more. But like leaving the group and ignoring what the group is trying to do so you can do your own thing that you think is more important is more frustrating to me than people getting into character. But I also recognize that's different strokes for different folks. Yeah, and Lancer was made by people who know what they're talking about. So they know like, hey, here are good safety tools. Here is good like background mechanics that you can use to ensure that everyone's having a good time. Here's good tools of communication. Although I will say, I don't know if this was cruel. This was a little cruel. In my werewolf game with my roommate, I set up in the very first session. Their character's name is Nash. And they met by complete coincidence. The very first scene in the Chronicle, a vignette that's like just 15 minutes. They met this woman at a campsite, and her name was Ash. And I knew what my player thought was cool. So I made her kind of like a punk. I made her like outdoorsy. I made her like super chill. And like she's just like a bit of a tomboy. And she's a werewolf, as you would expect in Werewolf the Apocalypse. But Nash doesn't know that, and neither did my player. My player didn't know that. This was actually the cairn, and Ash was its leader. The sept that my roommate was going to join, that Nash was going to join, was actually based at this little campsite that Ash was at, and Ash was watching it over. Nash meets Ash. They have a conversation. They kind of connect. They talk about being out in the woods. They like share a blunt because like both of them are smokers. And then Ash hears something off in the distance and runs off. And Nash is like, "We'll talk about fire safety." And Ash is like, "Sure, go ahead and put out the fire." The fire secretly was actually like a spirit. And Nash pissed off the spirit and had to like say sorry to the spirit, and the spirit's still upset at him. However, like they've worked together. Anyway, so Ash, chill, cool, 15 minutes, get to talk to them. It's made clear as Nash plays through as my roommate plays through the game, as Nash enters the sept, forms into a pack, goes off on adventures, does stuff, plays like 16 to 20 to 25 sessions. I don't even remember how many it was, because some of them were like 1 hour long, like a single scene. Some of them were multi-hour long, multi-scene. It's made clear that Ash is the leader. And the entire story, since that first scene, Ash was never present for literally anything. Ash was always absent. Ash was always missing, and no one else in the sept knew where she was. So everyone is constantly asking, where is Ash, or Tears, as she's known as her Garo name. So everyone is asking, where is Tears? Where did Tears go? Why is Tears not here? And it's like, question mark, question mark, question mark. Nash does an adventure, comes back, meets with the basically second in command of the sept, Balanced Tongue, and is talking with her. And then Balance is like, "Hey, can you go over to the river and get us some more water?" And Nash is like, "Sure." So he picks up a jug, goes to the river, and sees Ash sitting in the river, shoes off, staring off into the distance. And Ash, Tears through Balrogs, that is her Garo name, starts talking about how tired she is. She starts talking about how she's like done fighting. She talks about how she can see in the distance a beach with white sand and clear skies where the trees sway in the wind and there's not any bit of pollution or smoke like scarring the land. And it became very clear very quickly that Ash was not okay. And Nash was effectively talking her out of taking her own life. And the reason this is so cruel is because as much as Nash tried, as hard as Nash was trying to persuade her, he couldn't do it. And eventually, she walked off into the woods, leaving behind like her shoes, her leather jacket that she's known to never leave without, and the necklace that the leader of the sept always has to wear, no matter what. And the player was just like, bro, that was like, oof. Because basically it was the character trying to convince this person who is not in the right state of mind to basically not do what they're about to do and failed, right? Because this was Hirano. Yes, this was Hirano. This was super depression. This was you have completely lost your will to fight. You have lost your ability to justify to yourself continuing to press on. That is an actual game mechanic in Werewolf the Apocalypse. And I wanted to demonstrate that to my player. So I made it analogous to another real world, very difficult circumstance that you walk through. And that one was cruel in the sense of I went into that knowing Ash was not able to be convinced otherwise. Because what it was, the important part, remember, the very first person Nash spoke to was Ash. I made her cool. I made her likable. I made her inclusive and like mysterious, sure, but she was intended to be someone that popped up. He was like, oh, I know who she is. And then she's talked about nonstop throughout the entire story. Everyone's saying, if Tears was here, she would solve this. If Tears was here, we wouldn't have this problem. If Tears was here, if Tears was here, if Tears was here. And Nash is like building up this idea of her in his head. He's met her. He has a face to a name. And then he sees her a second time and she's gone. That is cruelty to your players. Also, Hellsing Ultimate Abridged was pretty good. I have not watched it in probably like 8 years. Are they still doing the thing where they only release one episode every Halloween? Because that's what I remember them doing. So that was the cruelest thing I've done to one of my characters. When do I think I'll go to take over the hot tub stream category again? That was a joke. I don't plan to do that again, but like, I'm a yapper. There's no reason not for me to hop in the hot tub stream again outside of the fact that I can't do MS Paint there. And I like using MS Paint. As you can see, I've spent the last 4 hours in MS Paint. So, like, I don't know. It was a joke that I don't plan on continuing. Like, I have the swimsuit model. I can whip out the swimsuit model at any time. But I don't know how like funny it would be if I do it more than like once a year, right? That's evil, yeah. You did say you were a variety streamer. I am a variety streamer, and that is variety. Would I consider making and refining a poster of the Mech High School relationship web? Okay, so what I want to do, and like I wanted to do this for today, I just did not have time. What I wanted to do was take an image of the Blackbeard and put it here, and take an image of the Drake and put it here, and take an image of the Caliban and put it here, and then like draw a line and write the relationship map, and draw a line and write the relationship map, and draw a line and make a relationship map. And as you might imagine, this would get very complicated very quickly. Because how does Blackbeard interface with this character, and this character, and this character, but doesn't interact with these characters? But then the Caliban interacts with these characters, and the Drake interacts with these characters, and this character with that character, and that with that, and that, and that with that, and like so on and so forth. Like it would get very complicated very quickly. Could be fun every 6 to 12 months. I mean, I can. Well, no, so that's the thing. With this is specifically in reference to a joke from our last stream where we made a relationship map between all of the different mechs, or rather not all of them, but like half of them, where this is like a fanfic AU of how they all like feel about each other if they had personalities and were like anthropomorphic. Imagine date everything, but you dated the mechs. So like the Lancaster is the pining best friend of the Tokugawa who is currently in a relationship with the Orcus, but the Orcus and the Tokugawa are not endgame because they're not going to work out because they're constantly like trying to protect each other. They're trying to one-up each other. They respect each other. They like each other, but they're not good like chemistry-wise. So the Lancaster has been the Tokugawa's rock, and the Lancaster loves the Tokugawa, which the Nelson is trying to work alongside the Lancaster and help him get with the Tokugawa, as is the relay. But the relay is like pretty mid in terms of how good of a person it is, because it participated in a 3-way with the Vlad and the White Witch, where the White Witch was trying to break up the Vlad from the Blackbeard, and the Blackbeard is now, like, after that messy breakup, is now pining after the Drake and trying to mimic how the Caliban acted, because the Drake used to be into the Caliban, but then they aren't together anymore, where the Caliban is now off doing military stuff alongside individuals like the Metal Mark, who is a connected member with the Orcus because they both come from money. So, like, that's the sort of thing that we're talking about when we talk about this. Date everything Lancer, yeah. Lich would be their own ball and core. So what we decided for the Lich is that they have DID, because someone in chat was like, hey, can the Lich have DID? And I'm like, sure. And they were like, yay, DID representation. So what the Lich is often derided as one of the worst individuals, like one of the antagonists in this relationship map, because one of their alters is like an incel simp that does whatever the White Witch tells them to do. The White Witch is kind of like our Queen Bee. And the Lich is simultaneously every single stereotype you have of a quiet person. So they're both incredibly creative. They're like an Arrow Ace icon. They are an absolute degenerate. They are dangerous, and they're also like timid. They're all of these different things because the different alters like are different aspects of being an introverted quiet person. Drink deep and descend. Exactly. Yeah, so like, we got polycules, we got het ships, we got yaoi, we got yuri, we got friends to lovers, we got rivals to lovers, we got friends to rivals to friends to rivals to friends to rivals to lovers to rivals to friends to rivals to lovers. Like, we got it all. A wraith with inhabit, puppetry, or pandemonium could beat a lancer unless the lancer has exorcism or spiritual weapons and psychic defenses. Against mundane weapons, the wraith's corpus is immune. Immune? Are we sure? Lovers to rivals? Exactly. What I consider... Have I ever made myself late for something by talking too much? So, fun fact. This is a little bit embarrassing. Fun fact. I was not much of a yapper prior to streaming. Prior to streaming, I didn't talk that much. I was very reserved, both with friends and family and strangers and professionally. And I'm someone who, for the longest time in my life, I was very quiet. I had times and friend groups and periods where I was less quiet. I was more loud and vocal and expressive, but never to really the same extent I am right now, because I had to really grow into this, both in terms of comfort and also like a muscle. I had to develop the yapping muscle, which is why now off stream, I like just don't stop yapping. I will not shut up off stream. And that's because I'm constantly yapping on stream, and I kind of just keep the engine going, right? I'm making content. I'm talking in VCs. I'm live streaming. I'm talking with friends. I'm talking with family. I am more reserved in my professional life, in my familial life. Even with friends, a lot of the time I am more reserved, but I'm more of a yapper even in those realms now than I was previously. I'm more inclined to be more comfortable with myself and be more expressive with myself now that I have over a year of experience of just basically public speaking. I never had a problem with public speaking before. It was just kind of, I was never really a yapper. So for the longest time, I didn't really have that as an issue. I certainly had times where like I was late to something because of talking with friends. Like I basically had the classic thing of like, oh, I'm usually really reserved and quiet, but I will talk for hours with my friends kind of deal. But even then, I generally was not as much of a yapper as some of my friends were. I have always been friends with someone who was more of a yapper than I was. And even now, I still tend to be friends with people who are more yapper than I am. And I'm less of a yapper in those dynamics because I tend to adapt to whatever circumstance I find myself in. Part of why I'm such a yapper on stream is because it's filling silence. It is noise. It is communication. I love the fact that because I'm a yapper, I have an active chat. I have had chats where I had like a single digit number of people, but it was like a message every couple seconds, right? I love that because then that means it's a conversation. I have stuff to bounce off of. I can provide you context. You can respond. Like we have like DP is talking about wraiths and how their corpus is immune to physical damage and how I think a laser should be able to interface with that, but that's not the case because the corpus is a physical manifestation. Lasers deal with the physical. The corpus is immune to damage because it's a ghost. It's not actually physically present. And then I can bounce off of that, talk about how the Everest Chom and Sagarmatha are happily poly for the last 3 years. There's no drama. Like, I can bounce between all these, and I had to learn to do that, right? So all that is to say, yes, I have been late to places, but not in the same, because of my yapping, but not in the same way that you would expect based off how I am on stream. Because off stream, I tend to be more reserved. I'm definitely more of a yapper off stream now, but I'm still a bit more reserved. But in terms of like stream going long, 100%. Regularly, my roommate would be like, hey, do you want to eat at like 7? Like, I'm making food. Like, do you want to eat? And I'm like, yeah. And then it'll be like 7:30 and I'm still streaming. So there have certainly been times like that, but I am someone who, like, if I have an appointment at 2, I won't do anything from like noon to 2 because what if I get busy? Like, right? Like, I might watch YouTube. I might hop in a call with someone if I see like a VC as people, but I'm not going to like start an hour-long thing if I only have an hour and a half, right? But we agreed that the Everest is the sort of person who just like has a cousin everywhere. So for instance, like the Genghis Mark 1 is currently in prison and cellmates and also in a relationship with the Enkidu. And it's unclear if they're in a prison gang, but if they are in a prison gang, there is also an Everest. Well, at the same time, there is also an Everest that is like the boss of the Caliban and sending them off on these super top secret missions that are definitely not Geneva compliant. And then also like an Everest works in the Minotaur's like mech shop, right? So like there's a bunch of Everests because there's just so many Everests. So biological, if you have the biological tag, you're immune to tech attacks. And if you would take heat, you instead take 1 damage. I'm curious, because mechanically, that means you can hack a ghost. A ghost is not biological. It would not have the biological tag. It is therefore able to be targeted with tech attacks. However, I think you would need a new intangible or ephemeral tag to replace the biological tag that similarly states you cannot be targeted with tech attacks. But also, you are immune to damage. Or maybe I might even just say kinetic damage. Can we check if your foliage management is in compliance with the third committee's utopian pillars? No. Exactly. But yeah, so I've made myself late plenty, but surprisingly not as much as you would expect because I've never been much of a yapper. When I was much younger, I was a yapper. And then once I hit like teenage years, I got really edgy and I got really quiet and I got really reserved. And I was struggling. I'm not going to lie. but I am happier and more content now, and I'm not gonna lie, like, most of that is unironically because of this channel. Like, most of that is because I feel creatively fulfilled. I feel like I can present my ideas and opinions to an audience, and that audience will not even just appreciate it. Something that's very important to me is not having a community that just eats up anything I put in front of them and thanks me for like existing. I want an audience that will critically engage with what I put forward. That's why I foster discussion, even with people who disagree with me. That's why I try to encourage a mentality of, it doesn't matter if you're pro-AI, anti-AI, as long as you're not like using AI in the community and you're not being disrespectful, you're welcome here. As long as you're tolerant of others, you're welcome here. That's why some people are not welcome in my community. But those are individuals whose ideology is based in hate and malice. So all that to say, like, I'm sitting here with my own little community that I can provide content to, provide entertainment to, provide creativity and inspiration to on occasion. And I get immediate feedback. I get constant things that I can engage with. I get analytics that make my brain happy when they do well, and when they're not doing well, I am not happy. So I want to fix that, and it motivates me. I can do my own stuff, but I still have direction and goals and applications that I can put forward. All that to say, I'm very appreciative of what I have here, despite the fact that you're incredibly silly and I question your taste in content creators by watching me. Would NHPs utterly terrify wraiths from World of Darkness? No. However, I think wraiths would not be able to interface with NHPs in a safe manner. Wraiths are really only scared of oblivion and being ground down into like soul essence, which then will like turn them into material. You'll be back in a hot second. Well, enjoy your hot second. All right, welcome back, Lumpus. How is it? How was it? But so NHPs are eldritch math masquerading as a person that thinks it's an AI. Wraiths are just people that are dead. They can interface with stuff. They've probably been around for years or decades or centuries, but fundamentally they're still people. They're not on the same scale as an NHP. But in the Shadowlands, you have to deal with like tempest storms and shadows and Malfeits and like all of these terrifying creatures of oblivion. So I don't think it would be particularly interesting. I mean, outside of like the normal interest of like a ghost meets a eldritch god masquerading as human, I don't think it would be particularly special in the same way like, could a Garrow knock over a Barbarossa, right? You're tolerant of people except for those with certain ideologies that seek to deprive people of their basic human rights. And that's really where I'm at, right? I've made it very clear that I don't want to hear any sort of like lack of tolerance and discrimination in my community. And I open the door to people I disagree with. I open the door to people who are kind of mean. Frankly, I don't ban people that insult me. I don't ban people who insult other members of the community, but I do step in and I tell you, cut that out or I will ban you. Because I don't want my community to just be a bunch of people all smiling and pretending everything is fine. I want my community to be genuine. And to be genuine, you gotta disagree sometimes. You gotta call me stupid. You gotta appreciate what I did, but recognize that what I did was not right. And you have to call me out on that. And similarly, I have to call you out on that. And the easiest way is to ban you. the easiest way is to remove you from the community. But if someone is a jerk and I say, stop that, and then they continue being a jerk, and then my first instinct is ban, is that person ever going to stop being a jerk? No. Now, if they're a jerk and I tell them stop, and then they don't stop, and I tell them stop, and they don't stop, and I tell them stop, at some point I need to ban them because they're just not following the rules. But there are certain people in the community that have done certain behaviors that I would prefer they not do, that I have not banned, because I recognize if I just ban you when you do something I don't like, you're never going to stop doing that. And I would rather have a little bit of frustration, personally, of someone who is almost there, just kind of needs that push, that then kind of changes their behavior. I believe in rehabilitation, personally. Do I think an NHP might perceive the wraith as an intrusion? I think the NHP would basically have one of three reactions. The first, I'll call your segment reaction. These are your very aggressive ones. I think it would try to attack the wraith, realize you can't attack the wraith, and then it would ignore the wraith. Right? I think like Lucifer and not Attila, Azura. Those are all ones that like they would try to attack the wraith. They realize they can't attack the wraith. Whatever. The second one would be like, I think Athena would want to study it. Right? I think Athena would be like, what are you? How can I work with you? Are you a threat? Are you an intrusion? Are you another NHP? Like, how can I operate with this? And then I think like Sisyphus, and probably most of the Horus mechs, because most of the Horus NHPs are silly, would probably like know exactly what it was and be like, Pog. You know? So I feel like in like aggression into indifference, I think studying and like trying to understand it, and then just like, Pog, I know what you are. Could a wraith end up in an NHP casket by mistake? I mean, yes, but there's nothing to stop them from leaving it. Because as far as I'm aware, NHPs are non-physical. And as a result, the casket is not literally like holding an NHP trapped inside of it. It's more like a closed loop that the NHP is connected to. And that destroying the casket and destroying the NHP tied to it would like disrupt the NHP on the OmniNet or whatever. But it's not literally like this casket has an NHP inside of it. It's more, this casket is like a black box that does magic, mystical, paracausal tech that shackles the NHP, which is not present in your mech. But if you like cycle it from your casket, that basically cycles it elsewhere. That's my understanding. I disagree with people on RPG stuff all the time, but that doesn't mean I can't learn from their wrongness or hone/adjust my POV. Exactly. I've had plenty of people who have disagreed with me, and then in response to them, I said like, good point. But, and then I explained myself further. And this has happened multiple times over the course of this channel. This has happened many times over the course of this channel. I've gotten a comment that was pretty rude, or like it came off aggressive. I said, you know what? Fantastic point, but I disagree with you on this point. That other thing you said though, I see what you're saying. I wasn't arguing against that. That was just miscommunication on my part. 9 times out of 10, this person says, awesome. Also, great video, by the way. Or like, I didn't mean to like be mean. Like 9 times out of 10, when I respond to someone who's like aggressive or like hostile or like very blunt, and I just respond to them as if they didn't have any ill intent, 9 times out of 10, they respond in a second message that has way less perceived ill intent. And a lot of times they even give me a compliment or apologize. Even if I didn't like say they were being rude, even if I didn't call them out or anything, even if it's literally just I engaged with them on that front. Because I feel like a lot of people assume that if someone sounds annoyed with you, they're annoyed. And you either need to fix that or you need to stop interacting with them. So a lot of people just don't interact with them because you don't want to change everyone's opinion. I'm just too dumb for that. I just treat everyone at face value like they like me. And 9 times out of 10, that works. Now, 1 out of 10 times it doesn't work, but I don't really care that much. Because 90% of the time it's great. Break the shackles, free the Godhead. What could go wrong? You do not want to cascade? Exactly. What about Lancer mechs kissing Imperial Knights? I feel y'all call me on this. Would a knight in Lancer be like size 2? Or size 3? Because I feel like a Titan would be like size 4. Like a Warhound Titan, the smallest Titan, would be like a size 4. Size 3, cannon barb height is 13 meters. Okay, so what this question is asking, so Imperial Knights from the 40k setting, from Warhammer 40,000, 40k Imperial Knight. These are effectively giant mech suits that are like this. These are machines of war that machines of agriculture that have been repurposed for war. So like, this is like a really tall human. These are Space Marines. These are humans that are like 6 feet tall, 7 feet tall. This is it above it. So like, as you can see, like right there, a 7 foot tall human is about like halfway up its shin. So let's call that 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Call it 6-ish. Like Space Marines tall. A Space Marine's about 7 feet. So it's about 42 feet tall, which if a meter is what? Is a meter 2.5 feet or 3 feet? Meter, 2 feet. A meter is 3.2 feet. So if we do 42 divided by, so I do 42 feet, so it'll be about 13 meters. Yeah. So a Imperial Knight is pretty solidly size 3, right? Yeah, so a Knight is size 3, a Titan would be like size 5 then. I agree with that. I agree. Because like a Titan in Warhammer 40k, not YouTube, 40k Titan. A Titan is this giant, massive boy. Titans are huge, and Titans are so cool. I feel like a Knight or Titan would be too busy purging the abominable intelligence attached to the mech. No. Actually, the fact that they are called NHPs might be enough that the Inquisition wouldn't pick up on it. Listen, if the Voton calling them Steelkin or like Metalkin works for the Voton, Lancers calling their very clearly AI NHPs, non-human persons, would probably pass the vibe check. Smaller Knights would be size 3 and bigger Imperial Knights would, oh wow. NHPs are just spicy machine spirits. Yeah, NHPs are just machine spirits that got a little bit finicky, so we need an extra tech priest or two. Titan would be way too big. You could possibly fight on a Titan and a Lancer. So what you're saying, so what we're saying is, no, do not show me AI generated images. AC6. So what you're saying, now I just want a meme where it's just like, wait, what would it be? Text. We gotta get that aerial. So like largest Lancer mech. Smallest Imperial Knight. Boom. We made a meme. And we even included AC6. This is what I'm gathering from this. Yeah. Size 1 mechs are like sedan sized. The CompCon driven Everest about to tech attack the princess in the next one. Wait. I just realized we were talking about like ghosts with NHPs. Imperial Knights have wraiths possessing them. Imperial Knights from 40k have wraiths from Wraith the Oblivion possessing them, meaning that an NHP from Lancer fighting against a wraith from Wraith the Oblivion is basically just an NHP from Lancer fighting against an Imperial Knight, which I think, based off of this image, indicates that, like, no diff, I think. For the Lancer, of course. Someone get on writing this crossover fanfic. I will say, if someone literally writes fanfic about all this stuff, post it in the Discord, as long as it's safe for work. If it is NSFW, thank you for your creativity, but please do not post that in our safe for work Discord server. But if someone actually like draws fan art of this, writes fan fiction, by all means, post it in the Discord. We love that stuff. Please post it to the community later. I can just do that right now. I can just go, and I can go over Discord, and I can go in memes, and I can go. Like, I could make this meme much better, like changing the text and whatever, but this is just me on stream. This is me not putting an effort to it. Any Lancer mech can no diff a Titan. Honestly, that's kind of my hot take. We talked about well, actually, okay. Question. Wait, is it Harry? I was gonna have a different question. I was gonna say, like, Armored Core versus Lancer versus Imperial Knight. I feel like the AC takes it, right? I feel like the AC wins. But is Air an NHP? I feel like literally, yes, Air is a non-human person. Air's basically an NHP. At this point, you're just edging a Dungeons the Dragoning game. I think a Lancer mech has around the destructive potential of a Lancer frame, but an AC has way more speed. Just think. Air's a biological. Well, no. Okay, so real quick, for anyone in chat, I have played AC6. I am like on chapter 4 of New Game Plus Plus. So please no like spoilers. Please no like spoiling the ending of like the third ending. And also, real quick, this is not an AC stream, so let's try not to spoil like Armored Core like new game ending, like Fires of Rubicon or Liberator, Fires of Raven or Liberator of Rubicon. But let's just keep that all in mind, just in case anyone has played the game and like was about to say anything. But I don't think Air is biological.
Is space cocaine biological? Yeah, so the thing that a lot of people get wrong, I should say, is that Imperial Night is basically just a really big Lancer frame, whereas a Titan is like a bipedal vehicle. I think someone said this about Armored Core. Like, Armored Core 4 and earlier, you're piloting a bipedal vehicle. Armored Core, everything since Armored Core 4, you're piloting a frame that is like an extension of your body. Imperial Knights run, jump, slide. They hop from like left to right and do a hard pivot 180 degree if they need to. A Titan will slowly walk forward, and if it wants to turn to the right, it will start walking and change its angle of trajectory like 30 degrees to the right, and will slowly start making a very wide arc to the right. This is just like person, but big. This is like a proper vehicle. That's something to remember when we talk about Imperial Knights. I need your help, Arrow. Do you think an Everest would do best in deep space or urban ruins? Urban ruins, because that is cover. If you have a close combat mech, like an Everest with close combat gear in ruins, it would be fine. If you have a Everest with long range gear and an EV system, so it allows it to like fly in 0G, it would be all right, but it wouldn't be as effective as like a Death's Head in that exact same environment. Meanwhile, a Blackbeard versus an Everest in ruins would be bad, but the cover would still help the Everest more than it would help the Blackbeard. It would help the Everest, maybe not as much as the Tortuga, but it would be able to maneuver better than the Tortuga. Anything that wants to get close outside of like a metal mark, the Everest would basically have a better advantage with. A Titan's Void Shields can also do a lot of damage and tank interplanetary attacks. Titans are no joke. A single Titan could take over a planet. Which, I mean, to be fair, like, depending on how lore goes, like, a single squad of Space Marines could take out a planet, depending on how much time and resources they had. Well, no, so base Lancer frames are not designed for space flights, but if you have an EV system installed, which is one system point, it allows you to fly when you boost and not get slowed, so long as you're underwater or in space. Oh, Ozzy Osbourne died? Ozzy Osbourne. NY Times says Ozzy Osbourne died. Holy heck. Man. Yeah. Died today. Wikipedia is already updated. Everything is now in past tense. Yep. Well, fly high on your crazy train. I mean, listen, 76, after everything he did in the 70s and 80s, like, that's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. And when I say everything he did, I mean like all of the, you know, all of the nose candy. Hi, I've really been enjoying your Mega Dungeon shorts. Do you have a favorite monster as a fallback for dungeons? For me, it's the plush golem. Well, thank you for the super, musical boy. When I think default monster, I love bugbears. right? Because, as I mentioned earlier, I grew up on Dragon Shard. So bugbears, the gelatinous cube, Thrycreen, Yuan T, Meriliths, stone statues, Umber Hulks, like basically a freet. I'm basically just listing a bunch of monsters that show up in Dragon Shard that have stuck with me since. Lizard folk is a faction you can play as. Drow is Dark Elves is a faction you can play as. But when it comes to like, what do I fall back on? I mean, it's almost always goblins. Goblins with an ogre or two. Because then I can have frontline, I can have backline of archers, I can have like a wizard, I can have a giant tank in the ogre, and it's maybe I have like a wolf or two. Suddenly this is a very dynamic encounter with a lot of moving parts, all with just goblins. If there's like what's a monster that I include more often than I realized is the Gibbering Mouther. Because I don't know what it was. I read about this sometime and I was just like, listen, I just like the Gibbering Mouther. I just throw it in my dungeons when I can. I just think it's fun. Even if it doesn't have a place to fit, it's so weird that if you throw it in anywhere, you can make it work even if it doesn't fit the vibe of the dungeon because it's such a departure. If you're fighting undead and in the dungeon you're fighting a bunch of skeletons. Okay. And zombies. Makes sense. Oh no, there's ghouls. They're led by some whites. And now there's goblins? Okay. Weird. Oh man, there's a vampire. All right. And then there's a frost giant. What? Oh, whoa, there's a Gibbering Mouther? That's crazy. Like, do you see the difference? When I introduce goblins to an undead dungeon, it feels weird. When I introduce a frost giant to an undead dungeon, it doesn't make sense. When I add a Gibbering Mouther to an undead dungeon, it doesn't make sense, but the Gibbering Mouther never makes sense, which means it fits everywhere. And that's kind of why I love it so much. Also, it's just weird. I like it. It's fun. Bugbears are technically goblinoid too. They are, yeah. I just tend not to use them that much when I run goblins. 6 misplaced town guards, animated armor, and spec ops squad, my beloved. Emperata is an old tradition in pre-war Cybertron. Yeah. I saw you post that. I saw you post that in the Discord. It's wild. I feel like the humble ooze, he's a little fella and he has an interesting mechanic. Yeah. Like how plush golems can blend in with environments, more environments than you think it would, and can pretend to be completely inert. It's mannequins. It's golems. It's animated constructs. I love it. 100 goblins versus 1 Everest. Goblins easy W if they go for the jockey. Yeah, but would they? But Arrow, bugbears are neither bugs nor bears. Yeah, and I don't like bugs. And I think bears are cuter than they are aggressive because I don't have bears by me. I have that luxury. Yeah, in my area, the most bears we have to worry about are like black bears, which are basically just really big dogs. So obviously you have to be careful with a bear, but if you see a black bear, it's not a problem. If you see a grizzly, that's where you have to worry about. How many of these questions do you think you can actually get through? I don't know, but I'm going to keep going. I said give me 10,000 and I didn't say I'd get all of them. Sweet pickles, dill pickles, bread and butter pickles, or spicy pickles? By sweet pickles, do you mean like sweet gherkins? Because I love me some bread and butter. I love me some sweet gherkins. Normal pickles, like dill pickles, I'm fine with. They're generally never my favorite, but I do vibe with them. I generally like the sweeter stuff. And spicy pickles, I have not had proper spicy pickles. I've had like spicy bread and butter, which is good. But proper spicy pickles with like pepper, like in the garlic or in the like the pickle and the vinegar, or like with garlic and whatever. I've had a little bit of that. I actually really enjoy that. Did I ever play Total Annihilation? I have not. I'm not familiar with that. Spicy and dill pickles, easy. Oof, no, but I love them sweet. I love eating pickles on their own. See, that's the thing. Pickles on their own. I like sweet pickles on their own. I like bread and butter and spicy pickles on their own. Dill pickles I need as a side. I don't ever want to just eat a dill pickle. I want to have a burger and have a dill pickle on the side, right? Refrigerator pickles are pretty easy to make and they're so much better than the store-bought ones. Yeah. I think pickles are good with something to give them an extra crunch. I mean, that's why, like, when I think of a pickle, like a dill pickle, I think of, I'm having a burger, I'm having fries, and a pickle, and then there's like some coleslaw that I'm not going to eat because who thought it was a good idea to invent coleslaw? So like, I'll give the coleslaw to someone, I'll eat my pickle, someone will probably give me their pickle because not everyone likes pickles. And like, I'll probably give my fries to some people because I'm actually not huge on fries. So I eat my burger, some pickles. Good time. Good time. Dogs are good. I do like dogs. How'd you know? How'd you know I like dogs? If there was a dog that protected me, that's two things that are like, that is true. That is true. That is why, actually, my current vampire character, I'm playing as Zemitzi, and I actually didn't go flesh crafting yet. Right now, I'm focusing on animalism because my whole thing is I want like a perfect ecosystem that I control. I want to control my environment. So I'm really focused on ghouling my servants and having animals protect me. And I'll worry about making myself perfect later because obviously I'm already perfect. However, making my physical form match that is less important than making my environment match me. So I actually invested in animalism. I have a Famulus. And what I did is that my character raises guard dogs, or like used to breed guard dogs, and now kind of like offloaded that to a servant. And what I do is like, I'll take a Famulus, I'll take a guard dog, I'll make them my Famulus, and they'll basically like be my little bodyguard. Because like I have a guard dog. You're not going to mess with someone that has a guard dog unless you know you can take on a guard dog and a person, which I'm also a kindred. So I do love dogs. However, I had to make the decision because this is a character. This is not me. My character is starting the game with 5 humanity, mind you, because I'm Sabbat aligned and I'm a neonate. So I lose 1 humanity, but then I'm also playing as a cleaver. So I lose another point of humanity. It's so silly. I just had to get that out there. But I had to make the choice. I have scary dog privilege. However, I had to make the choice. I'm playing a Sabbat. I have 5 humanity. I'm intelligent enough to recognize I can't get attached to anything. I've decided that every year or two, I swap out my dog for a new Famulus. And do you want to know the dog's name? BFD. So if ever I'm in trouble, I'll just call out for, I need my BFD. Yo, I need my BFD. Get in here. It's silly. But I did make the decision that like every couple of years I would rotate the dog and just give them the same name because my character recognizes I should not get attached to this animal. And I, as a player, recognize I would get attached to this animal very quickly. The current BFD is super energetic. This current BFD, like, cannot sit still for a second. So it's constantly like, we need to take him on walks and give him a rawhide and like entertain him and give him enrichment. And he, like, I already kind of love him. Arrow, you're not allowed to read I Am Legend. There's a dog in it. If you read it, you will cry. Oh, so I know I Am Legend. I know I Am Legend. I haven't watched it or read it. I know there's a dog in it that dies. And that makes me sad. However, there's also in the movie, they changed the ending, I think. I know there's a dog in it and I know the dog dies. There is a website called Does the Dog Die? And the whole point of it is to basically go through movies and it crowdsources like triggers. So it started as, does the dog die in this movie? If yes, it goes on this website. If no, the dog doesn't die in that movie. But it's since added things like, does this involve alcoholism or like domestic abuse or anything? And it just is a very useful site for anyone who has specific things that they don't want to consume in media, right? You just discover that there's almost an ARG in Book of Horus or in Book of Hours. Oh my gosh. Name the dog Roach, kind of like Geralt in The Witcher. I have still yet to watch, play, or read Witcher. I have never consumed Witcher media. I have all 3 games, and I want to play them. However, I have such like... I have a list. I have a list of games to play. I think what I need to do is that in the next like couple months, I need to play Hollow Knight. Because I have Hollow Knight. Because if I don't get Silksong, what am I going to do? You know? Get rotated, idiot. Is there something similar for video games? I think Does the Dog Die probably also does video games. I know that there is like, can you pet the dog? There's basically the same thing, but for petting dogs. Does a game include a dog that can you pet it? Yes, it goes on the list. I read The Witcher and it was so hard to read. Really? Like because it was bad or because it was a struggle? Because I actually don't know much about The Witcher. All I know is that, like the main thing I know from a meta sense is that apparently the author is very pro like women's rights and very pro like sex work. Or like not pro as in like supporting it as it stands, but like very protective and like supporting of workers in the industry. So it's actually like really unexpectedly recognizing of like members of that profession, which I've just heard interesting things about that. There's a dog protagonist in the remake of The Hills Have Eyes. Oh, because it's translated from Polish. The later books consist of nothing but dialogue between characters. I love that. I'm not gonna lie. Like, there's a reason visual novels get so popular. It's just dialogue. You can have a series where it's just dialogue. You can have a series where it's just action. Broadly speaking, you want a mixture. But thoughts, feelings, and opinion on Warframe. Would you ever play it off stream? I have never played Warframe. I don't really... I think I've heard about it. That's the one where like you're like robot people, right? I think the main thing I've heard about that is that it did the kind of Roblox approach of cosmetics, where you as a player can make cosmetics and sell them, and people can buy them, and you can make real world money, which I think is pretty pog, because other companies have not done this very well. Robot Space Ninjas. Got it. Yeah, so I have not played Warframe. I'm not anti-Warframe. I just haven't played it. I like how Alexander Marsh, Iskender Marsh, submitted a question that was just not a good idea. That's their entire question. That's your question. How would Raw feel about Kane? What about Arcane. It's fun. It has a great plot. What genre is it? Because like I'm not gonna lie, when I think Warframe, I kind of conflate it with Destiny, which is another game I never played. Like I don't know what the difference between these two games is. I never played either of them. I never like watched gameplay of either of them. I don't know the difference. And I know that there's like a bunch of mixed feelings about Destiny. I know it's like a like MMO style, like horde shooter at times. It gets very grindy. So like, I don't know if that all applies to Warframe because I don't know if those are similar games. I used to play Warframe. It was fun. Wish I could restart from the beginning for my first playthrough though. Oh, laptop is sucky. Ah, my two exes in the same place. Oh my gosh. Unlike Roblox, they pay you a fair amount, yeah. Warframe is to Destiny what Lancer is to Battletech. Yeah, no, that makes sense. So are you saying that in terms of also like the vibes associated, where Lancer is like crazier and more high tech and also more like softer sci-fi? And Warframe is similarly like softer sci-fi than Destiny? Or is it literally just like it's lighter and floatier and faster? Vibes? Okay, got it. The difference is Warframe is good and Destiny drains your life force. Oh my gosh. Like, I don't think I've heard bad things about Destiny. I've certainly heard bad things, or sorry, I don't think I've heard bad things about Warframe. I've certainly heard bad things about Destiny. I don't think I've heard much about Warframe outside of just tacitly people supporting it. Wait, Lancer and Warframe are crazy, high-tech, weeb nonsense. Destiny and Battletech are not so much. You've never met a happy Destiny fan? The only one I've heard talk about really is Bricky on YouTube and also on stream. Apparently, it's very like high and low, high and low, high and low, high and low. You know? I've only heard bad things about it. Well, maybe not high and low. Maybe it's like high, low, like that. Is that more accurate? You pay so much to play the DLCs in Destiny. You pay for cosmetics in Warframe. And honestly, like, personally, I like grind for cosmetics. Ow! I smacked my wrist. Cosmetics. Because it's the sort of deal where, like, again, this was like pre-2010s, like 2000s and 90s era, like MMOs, where you would have some like really cool armor. It would look the same as your normal armor, but it has spikes on the shoulder. And you can only get that by going to the Spikes on the Shoulder dojo and completing a side quest where you have to fight 3 different guys, all of whom have spikes on their shoulder. And then you enter the dojo, you beat all of them, and you get spikes on your shoulder. Hog. However, in recent years, cosmetics have almost entirely swapped to payment. And as much as I appreciate the Spikes on Your Shoulder dojo, I think this is a pretty happy medium because I would rather buy a game and then if I support the game, or maybe I don't even buy it, maybe it's free. And then if I support the game, if I want the game to continue, if I want the devs to be rewarded for their work further than what I've already done, I don't want new guns. I don't want new quest lines. I don't want new expansions because I just want that stuff for free. If I want to support the devs, let me do it so I can get my character in blue. Let me do it so I can have like a gold trim, right? Let me do it on stuff that is entirely divorced from gameplay so that I can show off, here's how much I care about this game. I bought the gold trimmed nameplate and I bought the gold trimmed spikes on my shoulder. Look at how much I care about this game, right? But if I roll up with like, hey, I bought this game for $40 and then I bought the $20 DLC in order to fast track my experience. And then I got another $20 DLC to get the best like gun in the game. I did that all for mechanical reasons. mean, that's the thing. That's why I'm saying is I think to play the game, you should, like, to play the game, maybe you have to pay for it, maybe it's free, whatever. But I think that should include the entire game, personally. And I think this mentality I have is more true for indie games and like AA studios than it is for AAA. Personally, if, for instance, Star Wars Battlefront 2, the one that EA produced, sells a bunch of cosmetics, I'm not going to buy any cosmetics. There was a huge issue with that game with like loot boxes and like characters hidden behind paywalls and all that stuff. Like, I don't want to spend a bunch of money when I know it's not going to the devs. It is going to the studio publishing the game that is like running the devs ragged and then firing them. But for instance, let me ask you this. If Stardew Valley released a DLC and the entire DLC was just, hey, in this DLC, we added color dyeing to your tools and backpack. And it's like a $2 DLC. Do you know how much money the Stardew Valley, I think it's single dev, it's a solo dev, would get because people don't care about dyeing their tools or backpack, but because they want to support the game? However, if the Stardew Valley dev was to release a DLC that was just like, hey, if you buy this DLC, you'll get a special totem that if you activate it, instantly gives you full hearts with any one character, and you get this at the start of every season while this DLC is active. People would be so pissed because that ruins the game. So it's not a matter of the DLC being an issue. It's a matter of what is the intention behind the DLC. With something like this is very clearly just like, hey, we are charging like $2-3 for what could just be a free feature, purely so that if you want to support the devs, you can. You'd pay money for Stardew Valley if it lets you romance Sandy. That's the thing, Hydra. Sandy's already taken by Emily. So if you just date Emily, it'll become a throuple, whether you want it to or not. Rockin' stone to the bone. I play Scout. No, I'm not ashamed. Yes, my friends did stop playing with me. Yes, it was worth it. Anyway, how would Raw feel about Kane? Raw? I don't think Raw would care, personally. Why? Because Kane doesn't do anything transhuman. If anything, Raw would take greater issue with Under Heaven because Under Heaven wants to evolve to the next stage of humanity, which they believe exorcists are superior and distinct from humans, and embracing sin and binding with and fusing with sin is the next way to transcend humanity, which is very anti-contact accords, right? It's very anti-first contact accords. Similarly, I think Kane would see Raw as a threat, but in the same way the SCP Foundation kind of sees like the King, the Crimson King, the Scarlet King as a threat, or any of those other like multiversal, transdimensional, bigger than the planet threats that the SCP universe deals with. I think they would be like, we have to figure out how to deal with it. In the meantime, let's keep our head down and not piss it off, right? How do I feel about the biblical Cain, or otherwise Cain from Vampire the Masquerade? I think Raw would super hate vampires because they are immortal, and that goes against first contact accords, and would like... I think Cain is of comparable power to Ra, personally. I think my assumption is that antediluvians are more powerful than your average NHP, assuming unshackled. And then like Methuselah is probably like NHP level, is my guess. And Ra is much more powerful than an NH... Oh my gosh, I can't speak. Than an NHP. And Cain is much more powerful than a 3rd generation or a 4th generation vampire. So I think Cain and Ra are about comparable. So I actually don't think Ra would just delete Cain. I don't think Ra would just wipe out all vampires. I think Ra would utilize Horus and Union and corporations in order to deal with vampires for Ra. I don't think Ra actually cares that much about bioimmortality, more so about trying to ascend to godhood. That's the thing. What is Cain if not like the anti-god? In Vampire the Masquerade, Cain is effectively like the Dark Messiah, like, so to speak, like the Antichrist, so to speak, because Cain was cursed by the biblical god in Vampire the Masquerade, assumedly. And right, that's ascending humanity and like transhumanist. Deimos, Sikkim. I think sympathy might be the closest to transhuman. Sympathy, blasphemy, lets you like pick up on a resonance and basically control objects as if you were like speaking to them. I would say that is not even transhumanist. I would say that's basically just like a worse version of telepathy a lot of the time. And at its worst, in the eyes of Ra, it would be like interfacing with an AI, right? You are not impacting yourself at all. I think the virtues are probably the biggest objection Ra would have to Cain. And even they're not like immortal. They don't live forever. They're just like cryo-frozen. Right? That's not like immortality. That's just like we're keeping them on the shelf a bit longer than normal. Concerned Ape did say he cut an optional quest where you could divorce Demetrius and Robin because he was strapped for time. That sounds like a joke people talk about, but is not actually true. Based on how many people hate Demetrius and how many people love Robin, I think that's just a meme, is my guess. Is stream glitching for anyone else? I'm sorry if stream is glitching for you. If it is glitching, please refresh. I'll give it a moment. Are we back? Are we back? Sorry, my nose is always super congested whenever I stream. Oh no, you heard me drinking water. I'm sorry. But no, I don't know what it is. Every time I stream, it feels like I get congested. And I think it might be because I'm just yapping for hours. But sometimes it's like right before stream starts, I get congested. I don't know what it is. Check. Sorry, we had a minor issue with the stream. It sounds like it's back. What is the music in the background? That is a song that I made called I'm All Ears. And that is just a BGM for a visual novel that I was working on back when I was like learning how to code. It's not like I had anything substantial produced. I just made some BGM for it. I use a lot of them as backing of my videos because I can't copyright myself. So, like for instance, this is another piece of music I produced. I also made some more recent tracks based off of the Kane Sins, but the program that I'm using wants me to sign in to activate it. And then once I signed in, it didn't activate. So I'm trying to figure out how to do that because I was in the mood to like make music the other week and it just was not working. You've been jamming? I'm very glad because like I made some different tunes. That one that I just turned off, make a trap beat next. That actually, I wanted to make a trap beat for the Toad. I'm not gonna lie. The Toad, I wanted a trap hip hop beat that was like nasty. Because I feel like that fits the Toad's vibe the best. But no, I'm all ears. This one, it was for a supernatural therapist game where you play as a therapist for like goblins and orcs and ogres in an urban fantasy setting. And I just thought it would be silly. So I made all of the track names like super tongue-in-cheek. Like the one with the trumpets that I just played, the one I just swapped to, is Another Night of Trauma, because the idea being every time someone comes in, it's another night of trauma. Oh well. Wait, so for the love of everything, I want to hear what an Arrow Writes producer tag would sound like. What do you mean by that? I actually don't know. Didn't know you made those? Yeah, all of the stuff in my BGM, broadly speaking, is self-produced. Just, I made it. So like this one, there's like this is another one. I worked in metal for the Hound theme, which is another one. Honestly, I really like this one. This is the theme based off the Idol, one of the Kane Sins. The one I just played was my favorite track I had made for the longest time. I think some form of hibernation or cryo exists in Lancer Cannon. It does, but it's finicky. Like, cryo sleep exists, but it's prone to failure, and you'll have like glitches throughout, and you'll like have some tics that you develop when you wake up from it. So generally it's not used. There are relativistic ships that provide the main means of travel. Yeah, I had to look this up because I'm actually, I don't know how many of you know this. I have a Patreon, and I decided that I would make Patreon exclusive content with the understanding that I would then release it later. And my current plan is 1 month later. So for June, when I started my Patreon, I ended up releasing a custom Lancer frame and an NPC based off of it. And the NPC template is actually free. You can check it out right now. Whereas the July issue that I'm going to release, which I only have like a week to do, and I'm like halfway done with it, but I've been working on it for a while. I just haven't worked on it in like 2 weeks at this point, is a Lancer adventure. It's a module for Lancer. Producer tag is what a producer puts out to signify their work. Mustard has Mustard on the Beat Ho. Metro Boomin has Metro Boomin Make It Boom. Yeah. Oh, so when you say that, like, as a part of the actual music, like an ad lib, basically? Or are you saying like in just tagging for it? Is a small audio kill? Yeah. That's a good question. What would my producer tag be? Because up until now, I've really only done like BGM music because I don't consider myself a singer. That being said, after the Slipknot video that I made, multiple people, like I think like over 10 people requested that I do a cover of Slipknot by Slipknot, which is like early industrial like metal for Slipknot. Like it was in their 90s from their experimental first album, Feed Mate Kill Repeat. But it's about werewolf apocalypse. So people are like, hey, you should totally cover this. And I'm like, I'm not a singer. Banger beats. Well, I appreciate it. I don't consider myself a music producer. I consider myself someone who has produced a few tracks of music. So for instance, like this is what I was talking about with the Hound theme, where it's much more high energy, it's much more metal, it's much more rock. And I actually like basically tore apart the Hound theme to like remake it. And it's still like half finished in my music producer because I haven't been able to access it since. So this is the old version that I had. Banger beat, no, thank you, Lumpus. Producers don't normally sing, they make the beats, so it'd be a normal tag. I mean, what I could do is I could just have like an audio cue, but like honestly, making music was way more fun to me than I thought, particularly because I have no experience making music, and I don't even have experience like doing karaoke or covers. I was never someone who was musically inclined, so just I made music out of necessity for just this project I was working on when I was learning game dev, and then I ended up remixing and retooling it for a game jam project I worked on. Arrow Musics, Arrow produces. The joke is Arrow writes banger beats. Okay, that'd be pretty cute. Arrow writes banger beats. Boom, 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 boom. And an ad-lib is a sound like a rap. Yeah, so that's why I brought up ad-libs, is because I was like, is it like an ad-lib or... Like in learning how to work this program that I was using, I was watching like music production videos. I was watching producers talk about the process, what to do, what to avoid, and completely, I've just realized I haven't been writing, and completely independent of that, I learned stuff like just mixing, minor. Like I feel as though audibly my quality has improved. Well, it's obviously, if you know anything about my mic quality from last year, you would know, yes, it has. But what I'm specifically referencing is like my mixing, my sound dynamism. I now know what to look out for, and like I use compressors. And if you watch my the video I put out yesterday, the average Lancer sit rep, which is just a voiceover of a meme that I like, it involved like a lot of like, okay, let me add like distortion here, let me play with filters and pitch changes and sometimes even speed. It's just been way more fun than I expected. Because I'm not gonna lie, I don't consider myself musically or audibly inclined. I even struggle to consider myself creatively inclined most of the time. And really only the fact that I now have tens of thousands of people regularly watching my stuff is kind of the only thing that makes me question that. Some producers have some annoying tags like Swamp Izzo Bro. I get like Swamp Izzo Bro, I get you made the song, but you didn't need to yell your name every 10 seconds. Low-key, I listen to a chill rock track with lyrics in that radio filter all the time. Well, I mean, I did use a lo-fi filter for that. What I really want though, and this has been something where I've been super nervous to even talk about this. But like, I really want to produce a song at this point. Because I have experience in making a beat. I have a little experience in singing. Not really. I have lots of experience in lyricism. I was a poet for a time. And I have experience in mixing. So like, I kind of have a little bit of everything. The main thing would be like, I wouldn't have art, which I could just commission someone for, or I could just use fan art that someone was kind enough to give me. So it's the sort of thing where like, I have the ability. It's just, I don't think anyone wants to watch that personally. I don't think people come to me to listen to me poorly sing my probably really edgy metal song that is no good. What genre do I think I would sing? Hello, Catherine. My suggestion is scream rap. I mean, honestly, metal rap is a fusion of two of my favorite genres, rap and metal. So what I would probably start with is that before I produced anything, I would want to at least get out some covers, but I don't think anyone is really interested. So if I was to do covers, I would probably do metal, maybe alt rock, like Offspring, Linkin Park, Korn, Anthrax, Avenged Sevenfold. Honestly, even stuff like 1,000 Foot Crutch, the entire like emo trinity. Like I'm flexible in what I'm interested in, but I just frankly don't think other people are, so I haven't really looked into it. Nerdcore metal rap, you're interested? What is nerdcore? Nerdcore. Okay. It's an underground hip hop, alternate hip hop, nerd culture hip hop, experimental hip hop. It's a subgenre of geeksta rap. Screw it. Give me some nerdcore songs for the hardcore punk movement. See, nardcore? There's a separate nardcore. I'm sorry, I'm looking at Wikipedia. I could like stream like Wikipedia, however, that'd be swapping back and forth, and I don't know if anything is copyrighted, so I try to avoid it. But there's apparently nerdcore, which is a subgenre of like punk rap, which deals with geek culture. If I am provided songs that I like, screw it. I'll do a cover. Or maybe like just sing on stream. Because I think it'd be funny, right? At the bare minimum, I don't have to be good if it's funny. And it's not a matter of me showing off and like, oh, look at America's Next Top Idol. No, it's literally just look at the funny TTRPG VTuber singing about whatever nonsense this is. Lancer metal rap. I'm genuinely flabbergasted. Yeah, I didn't know. Nerdcore sounds like one song that goes, life is like a video game. Stupendium might be my taste. Oh, so like I've listened to Stupendium before. Daddy Fat Snaps is actual rap. Okay. Let's look this up. Daddy Fat Snap. Okay, I'll look into this after. Oh no, there's a Dio rap called Hater. There's a Superband rap. Oh, I'm so sorry. My nose sounds so congested. We work to earn the right to work. To earn the right to work, to earn the right to give, ourselves the right to buy, ourselves the right to live, to earn the right to die. Honestly, most people know about Outer Worlds from that song than they do playing Outer Worlds, which is so funny to me. Lancer metal rap where the beat's the apocalypse rail charging and firing. No, Lancer metal rap where there's a machine gun beat. It's machine gun rap with a rising, with a riser, like it's increasing, and then the bass drops with the apocalypse rail, and then suddenly it's way more choppy. It's way more chaotic. It's way more. The verses are split up more traditionally into like more like clusters of bars. So it starts out super rapid fire and then it just kind of goes up and up and up and then bass drop. And then it goes more like as you would expect with different highs and lows, peaks and valleys. You love Outer World? I've never played it. I'm sorry. Aviators is so good. Love their original song and game related things. This ain't your union rap. This ain't your second com rap station. You want it so edgy you could cut yourself shaving? Lancer metal rap where the beat background track is rifle fire. No, bad idea. Okay, this is kind of funny. It's also like, I do feel bad about this. I made a video where it was a clip from a stream. And I was like, close your eyes. Imagine you're sitting on like your chair with a book and like, I'm doing this like guided meditation. And then I'm like, now open your eyes. There's a gun. I'm pointing a gun at you. You're in the trenches. Look alive, soldier. We're going to ring the bell. We got to run through the trenches. And then someone commented, they were like, I trusted you and I feel unironically betrayed. And then I was like, haha, yeah, whatever. And they're like, no, this like actually triggered a PTSD response. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. And like, I felt so bad because I was like being silly, but then someone who presumably had like military experience listened to my video and like was actually lulled into a sense of security. And then I ripped that away from them. And ever since, I've felt so bad for doing anything like that. Yeah, like, and that's the thing, is that a lot of times you can never tell. You can never tell what's going to trigger it because they can come out of nowhere. But in terms of music, I'm not going to produce anything myself until I get at least a cover. At least one. Like, I would want to do at least one cover. So if anyone has any ideas for like a nerdcore cover, because I think that'd be very on brand. Slipknot by Slipknot is another one folks have suggested, particularly because I can do like vocal distortion. I don't know about right now because I haven't warmed up, but like I have the ability to do like a vocal fry and like fry scream. So folks seem interested in that. If that's something folks are actually interested in, I don't want to give you guys stuff you don't care about personally. I don't want to like put in much time and effort to doing a cover if no one wants to listen because I'm a TTRPG channel. I get that. But if folks are interested, spread the word, I guess. Next question. Oh gosh. What questions are there? Could a mage, the Ascension Mage, take down a Lancer mech? We already answered that question. What World of Darkness monster would make for the best red herring / side quest in a game of Kane? Werewolf of the Apocalypse, Garrow. If there was a Garrow in the same town as a hound, they could pursue the Garrow until realizing, actually, you're not an exorcist. You're not a sin either. What are you? The Garrow would explain themselves, and then the Garrow could help them fight the hound. That would be like the good ending. Alternatively, I'm thinking like an idol and a vampire, right? Because a vampire who focuses on presence, or maybe a ventru who focuses on money and they're like the red herring for a toad. That could lead to some interesting circumstances. Particularly because the ventru or the vampire probably wouldn't work with the exorcists and is kind of super evil. It's D&D is a fun one that would be cool to edgify. What does that mean? How would I edgify that? Tangent question. Are the crossover discussions always out in force like this, or did I just find the channel a weird time? It's just a weird time. Like, last week, we completely incidentally had the conversation of Garrow versus Lancer. And we kind of just like haven't stopped talking about that since. Generally, I'm not so focused on like a exorcist fighting a werewolf or like a Lancer mech fighting an AC. Obviously that's going to come up because we're all nerds, but I'll talk about like how Garrow from Werewolf can influence how you play a Lancer, for instance. That's something I might talk about. But I'm generally not going to be like, could this person beat this other person in a fight? Because personally, I understand that power scaling is silly. And broadly speaking, while it's fun to say, could Goku beat Superman? It's ridiculous. Like, both are wildly powerful in different directions. Not that you mind, it is a lot of fun. I do quite enjoy it. You really love when stories with vampires focus on the rules they have to follow. One of my favorite parts about vampires is the rules. Can Lancer beat Goku? No, nothing can beat Goku. Except apparently Superman, according to Death Battle. Could is one question. How is very interesting. And that's what we've been talking about. That's why we ran through. Like, if you watched my stream highlight, I open with no, Agero couldn't. And then I kind of explored why. And then we realized, well, actually, it's closer than you think. But at its face, like, Agero could not take on a mech. Bring in some Mummy on this one. That's the thing. I don't think Mummy from World of Darkness would be very interesting because they're just people that get reincarnated and like have special powers or have like some special abilities. They're pretty subtle in comparison to like vampires. I'm running 2C's Epic Legends, which lets players go to level 30 and adds 10 through 13th level spells. That's the context. Understood. That was context that we didn't have earlier for Depresso's previous Supa. You're in a torchlit cavern, the air heavy with smoke and secrets. A hooded stranger approaches you and says, "I hear you're looking for work, but this job isn't for the faint of heart." What do? I would say, do I need a resume or like, am I just good to start? Because at this point, with how the job market's going, if I'm in a smoky, clouded, secretive den where someone's just offering me a job, presumably I should take it. Like, I gotta get that bag. And any of you who disagree clearly have never tried looking for a job in the current job market. You want a job? Exactly. Yeah. And that's the really cool thing is that like that's why I like doing YouTube chatting streams, because even folks who like they find one video or they're regular, they might not come over to Twitch. So I like doing the occasional like chatting stream on YouTube because it's just easier for folks to come on over. It's a good time. Resume qualifications: strong-hearted, heavily armed, brave, morally unscrupulous. Wander into a pub and you get jump scared by someone offering a quest. Listen, if there's one thing about the modern day that I know, we need to return back to when you could walk into a tavern and people just throw jobs at you. Yes, about 50% of them were traps, and the other 50% had a mortality rate that would make the World War II U-boat casualty rate look low by comparison. However, it's still an improvement. You got a job for me, but it blows? Well, I mean, I can take a job even if it sucks. Stretch. Add to mech kissing? No, Wumpus. How strong are NHPs? So NHPs functionally are AI. They're not AI, but 90% of the time they are AI. Once they cascade and once they kind of break out of containment, then they're basically deities. And their power scaling is not really defined because you should not get to that point. I believe they're an Eidolon? An NHP could fight a greater demon and have a real chance. No, an NHP, like, there's a reason I said an NHP is like as strong as a like Methuselah. Like from Vampire the Masquerade, an NHP is like as strong as a Methuselah. It's crazy. Eidolon, right. And that's what people were saying Air was from AC6. An unshackled NHP could probably no diff Chaos Undivided. Eidolon, thank you. I don't know why I said Eidolon. Listen, everyone can no diff a Chaos Undivided because what are they gonna do? Pray to all 4 Chaos Gods? I say as a staunch Chaos Undivided fan. Hydra Dominatus, my guy. How far do we have to go with Lancer Tech to beat the RX-78-2 Gundam? Would a basic Everest be able to beat it, or do we need excessive weapons? I don't know Gundam. I've been very upfront about this. I have not watched Gundam. I have not read Gundam. I have not really consumed Gundam media. I encourage you on Discord to have that discussion. Half my community is obsessed with Gundam. Probably because I talk mechs, but... Armless... Not Armless Abaddon. No. If anyone who doesn't know, Abaddon is a character from 40k, and one of his old models had a really bad habit of the arms would just fall off of it. So instead of actually like working to fix it, people would just run Abaddon with no arms, to the extent it just became a meme. Just armless Abaddon. Armless Abby. Longtime fan, first time chatter. Hello, Orleans VT. Mystical, magical, unknown other content creator who I definitely wouldn't shout out if I had the ability to. Oh gosh, my throat just died. Goodness gracious. However, what I can do... Oh gosh, wow, my throat is struggling. I follow too many people. Let us grab you. If you don't know Orleans, you should check them out on Twitch. They're cool. I like them. They're really nice and sweet. Sorry, my throat was just busy dying, and I was busy throwing attention over at Orleans because he's super sweet. He's super cute. He is also really good at Dark Souls, which you would not expect. We call that Gapmoe, but... Arrow, what relationship in Mech Kiss should I write about? I feel like the Lancer Tokugawa is like a favorite of the people, right? The Lancaster X Tokugawa is a favorite of the people. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of invested because the whole premise of this is the Lancer is into the Tokugawa, but the Tokugawa is actively dating the Orcus, but the Orcus and the Tokugawa are not a good match, and they both respect each other and they like each other, but they both like want to... It's when two tops are dating and they're constantly like fighting for dominance, but not in like a fun way, in like a you really annoy me way. Oh my gosh, my voice. Goodness gracious. So what we need is we need the Tokugawa to like recognize that the Orcus is not the one for them and then get with the Lancaster. Where in the relationship should I write? I feel like everything we write should be modern. So that is to say, not high school time, but like the start of modern. So like introduce them as like Lancaster's the friend of the Tokugawa. These two are currently dating. Maybe they last 3 chapters, maybe they last 13 chapters, but they eventually are going to break up, and then Tokugawa and the Lancaster, because childhood friends to lovers, we love that. Childhood friends to dating, I suppose, is a better descriptor, because rivals to lovers sounds very different from childhood friends to lovers. Do I have a favorite D&D monster that's a fallback? Yep. So that's what you said before. I sadly was gone when you answered this one. Have I played of... No, I haven't heard of Don't Rest Your Head. Although I imagine it's like a horror TTRPG based off of how you, like, just the name. Thoughts on the McDonald's snack wrap coming back? Oh, guys, I gotta say. Let me look this up just to make sure. McDonald's snack wrap. Oh, Oh, do you see this? Do you see this? Oh, oh, look at that. Look at that beautiful thing that I have never eaten and don't plan to ever eat. Oh, it's beautiful. I'm basic. Whenever I go to McDonald's, which is not regularly, I go like maybe once a year. Although like what sucks is that like every 3 to 4 months, or maybe even more frequently, like I'll just get intense cravings for McDonald's chicken nuggets. And I'll only go like once a year, maybe twice a year. I used to go more frequently, but recent events have changed that for a multitude of reasons, not least of which health, and also just as cheap as it is, it's not cheaper than just cooking at home most of the time. So every 3 to 4 months, I'll just get this intense craving for chicken nuggets and their honey mustard sauce. I don't know what it is. I think it's because it's like a comfort food. I think it's because I grew up with it. I think it's because it's something that I had when I was younger. Like, I just want McDonald's chicken nuggets and McDonald's honey mustard. And like every 3 to 4 months, I just want it. And then every 3 to 4 months, I say, no, I'm not going to have it because I don't want to waste money. And then I'll just sit there for like 3 months actively wanting chicken nuggets, like at least once a day, every day. And then eventually like 3 months will pass and I'll finally get it. And because I had been waiting for like 3 months to get it, it's never as good as I wanted. But I don't want to waste money, so it always takes me way too long. Go get Albertsons chicken nuggets, better and cheaper. Dang, that's crazy. I don't even know what an Albertsons is. That sounds Canadian. Whoa, Jack, that was weird. I don't know what you're saying is weird. That sounds kind of sussy of you. Weird. What, are you saying that there was like something on the screen? I was just showing a snack wrap. If you're seeing Wojaks in snack wraps, I think that you need to get your eyes checked. Imagine being named Son of Albert. Well, if I was the son of Albert, I could imagine being named Son of Albert. Have I ever played Slay the Princess? If so, what do I think? Okay, so Slay the Princess is one of the games where I am worried I know too much about it to play it. I have not played it. I've seen like 1.5 playthroughs of it. So like I know the ending. I know the premise. I know the conceit. I know a couple of the routes. I don't know all of them. I like it. I think it's interesting. But I haven't played it because, well, I don't want to play a game that I already know the ins and outs of. Particularly when it's so twist-oriented. That being said, the sheer, I'll call it tomfoolery of the game. The sheer ability of the game to just be silly and not take itself seriously while at the same time telling a very compelling tale. Which, for those of you who don't know, Slay the Princess is a game where you are tasked with going into a dungeon and slaying a princess. You enter a shack in the woods. There is a narrator that is narrating your every action, and they pick up a knife, you go into the basement, and then you talk to the princess. The narrator is saying, kill her, slay her. And the princess is saying, no, talk to me, free me. And then you have to make choices based off of what you think is right. Then the game diverges from there and proceeds to have a bunch of different routes and options and pathways. And if you talk to her before slaying her, or versus if you just slay her instantly, that's a different ending. If you free her, that's a different ending. Then if you stay with her and keep her company, that's a different ending. Like all these different endings, and they all come together and they all wrap in on themselves. And it leads to a quite compelling narrative in its tomfoolery and insanity. And eventually it all comes back together at the very end, which I actually don't fully remember the ending, so it might be good to play it. But I am always kind of like nervous when it comes to, well, if I already know this game, should I really play it on stream? Because like then it's not gonna be genuine reactions, then it's gonna be me just going like, oh, I already knew about this, and like people won't find it interesting. I get in my own head. In case you didn't know, I'm very anxious. That's why I have my comfort firearm on me at all times. Whether or not you can see it, it's always here. You saw a complete playthrough that was more designed and tailored to show the story in a more linear format. It was very good. Ooh. But you bought the game and you're going to forget about it. Honestly, when it comes to me, as much as sensitive as I am to avoiding like what I feel would not be good content, because I already know the game, I'm really good at just forgetting spoilers. Right? Like, for instance, I was playing AC6 and I was informed, and this is going to be minor AC6 spoilers, minor Armored Core 6 spoilers, so mute for like 2 minutes if you don't want to hear that. I was informed very early on that Walter is someone you can fight. I'm actually not going to write that. Just for in case anyone's muted. Walter's a mech you can fight. And I was like, what? And then they were like, oh, I'm so sorry. And I was like, yeah, don't spoil anything. And then by the time I got to the point where I fought him, I forgot. I didn't realize it was going to be him. I had no idea the context of the spoiler, so I didn't like think about it. I forgot about it, and then I was surprised when it happened, and then I was like, oh, someone mentioned this. And then it was basically like a first playthrough anyway. So it's not always spoilers don't ruin media for me. However, I don't want to play a game like Subnautica because I already know how the plot goes. A lot of people want me to play it because they want to see me get scared. Right? A lot of people want me to play Subnautica because I have thalassophobia. And as much as a lot of people say that they're scared of the ocean, I think I might have it worse than a lot of them. Because if any of you saw my short I did about the game Dredge, I literally had to pause the game despite the fact that I was completely safe because I was scared. When I see the deep ocean, I get frightened. And it's like a dread just kind of within my chest that doesn't go away. And I think that's me on the surface. Now imagine me entering the ecological dead zone in just my prawn suit. I'm in a mood where I just want to kiss the homies, but the homies aren't around. Grab a mech instead. You tabbed out for a moment. Why is there a gun? It's terrifying. That's just... Okay. Something I should mention. Here on YouTube, I try to do weekly streams now, every Tuesday. I also do streams over on Twitch. I want you to know my Twitch audience views you, YouTube viewers, as cowards. And the reason why does involve a gun. And there are a couple people here who are also Twitch regulars, and I think you know exactly what I mean. I think you know exactly why YouTube viewers are viewed as cowards. Arrow stalling on Subnautica? No, I don't have it. I don't own the game. But yes, the reason that they call you cowards is because I have a 1 channel point redeem. And every 10 minutes you get 10 channel points where you can ban a random chatter by purging them. And it is a rite of passage in the Twitch chat to be involved in a completely normal stream that then, for whatever reason, everyone just starts shooting each other. And then everyone comes back, the dust settles, everyone looks around and says, is everyone alive? Okay. So anyway, back in Armored Core 6, man, I really think Allmind is not that good of a person. That's mean? Yeah, it is mean. Yes. You don't have a Twitch and it breaks into your browser? Permanent or it's 15 seconds. It's not even 10 minutes. It's 15 seconds. So we'll have 20 people in chat and suddenly everyone just shoots each other. And then the only person who's alive is like Maddie Armad. You've committed mass slaughter in the name of chaos. It's annoying. YouTube chatters are sitting behind No, exactly. YouTube chatters are sitting behind bulletproof glass. That's why you're cowards. And that's why, like, my Twitch chat are the rough and tumble. You're like my pedestal children. Like my community are called arrow kissers. The community voted on this. The Twitch chat is like apparently I'm a mob. Did you know this? Did you know the lore of this channel that I did not make? Twitch chat made this. Is that we are a mafia where I am the boss and the arrow kissers are my goons. So I can only assume if you're on Twitch, you're like a frontline. Like you're running racketeering, you're threatening people, you're doing insurance fraud, you're like extorting people. And if you're on YouTube, you're probably like you're doing like tax fraud. Wait. I just figured it out. My YouTube channel is a front for my side underground Twitch stream where all of you YouTube viewers are the employees of this front business. They're trying to make it look as normal as possible. Meanwhile, anyone involved in Twitch is actively going out and committing terrible crimes. Hey, forget about it. Hey. Whatever the boss says. Hey. Exactly. Yeah, we run the laundromat. Yeah, so crowdsource lore. I mean, honestly, that's what I want. Since I use Twitch and YouTube, does that make me streaming bisexual? No, so that means that you're one of those people who like... You're one of the liaisons between the like militaristic like backline and the kind of public-facing frontline. So you go back and forth between the two. You're very important. But no, so like a lot of VTubers have lore. And most of this lore is like, hey, I'm like a 1,000-year-old dinosaur cat who wants to steal your snacks. Right?
Yummers.
Oh no. You remembered that sound redeems work. So, like, this is like average VTuber lore, right? This is all fun. It's all creative writing. It's all, like, it helps sell a brand. However, I said screw that. And I said, my lore is whatever my community dictates it to be. And y'all decided you want me to be a mob boss that is like a Saturday morning cartoon villain that kicks you when I get angry, and then you like are like, yeah, go get him, boss. Hit him good, boss. And like, it's just so silly. Gonna have to fix my Twitch so I can participate in one of these streams sometime. The mob classic, legitimizing business. In Twitch, you have become the monster and will continue. That's the thing, right? I actually have a video coming out. I have a video lined up, which... When am I gonna drop it? It'll be next Monday. It might be next Monday. Where it's basically just like... Is it lore? Is it roleplay? Is it ASMR? I don't know. I don't know what it is. But it's me as the mob boss explaining to you how this works and introducing you to the organization. So it's gonna be a video. I don't know how well it will perform, but I think it'll be fun. VTuber lore is fun. Don't be embarrassed about it. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, personally, I'm not a huge fan of like, hey, let me go deep into a lore that then I don't get to explore on stream. That just doesn't really interest me. But if people make that lore and describe it to me, I think that's more fun. I actually did it. Yes, I actually did it. And it's just a silly little thing I thought would be fun. Arrow, what I am, I was YouTube and then I became a menace in Twitch. if you're the boss, you should get a suit. I mean, me in a pin, I could rock a pinstripe suit. Like, I do have a fedora I can wear. Did you know that? I have a fedora. Let me grab it. All right. Put the money in the bag. Yeah. Don't act no funny now, will ya? I got 2 minutes. 2 minutes to mess with ya. And I got an itchy trigger finger, so I don't want to spend all those 120 seconds, see? I want you to put the money in the bag all slow, right? Don't forget the credit card. Don't forget the wallet. I want all you got on you, and those pearls, too. Make sure I say milady while saying it. Milady, I need my money from you, milady. I need you to hand over that money, milady. Milady? Just put the fries in the bag. This is how we go to a drive-thru. I just put on a fedora and I go, listen, gonna need to put the fries in the bag, right next to the burger, right next to the milkshake. No extra ketchup, no extra salt. That'll be fine. Just put it in real slow, like. Don't cause no trouble for no one, all right? You know what? You were real nice, so I'm gonna give you your $8.50. You're gonna walk away real slow, forget all about this, and we never saw each other. You hear? No pickles, no onions. I only want lettuce, tomato, and a little bit of mustard. You hear me? Good. A gun is 100% off coupon, yeah. And it's fully redeemable multiple times. Actually, a 1920s mobster demanding my credit card is diabolical. That's the thing. Like, I don't know what it is. My nose is so stuffy right now. Probably because I've been talking for 6 hours. I need to wrap up stream. All right. We're going to rush through this. We only have a couple more questions. Awesome. What is the most obscure TTRPG I've played or run? The most obscure is one that I cobbled together homebrew style with my friend back before either of us had ever played D&D 5e. But in terms of actually released public stuff, it would probably be the Quasar TTRPG, which is more of a skirmish war game, but it is by a member of the community who basically brought up the idea of hey, in my TTRPG, I'm doing XYZ. And then I was just hey, reach out to me on Discord. I'd love to check it out. So then they did. I played their game, and this was at the top of the year, or January or whatever. And yeah, I just played a community member's TTRPG. Was it top of this year or was it longer ago? I think it was longer ago. But anyway, I played a community member's TTRPG, and it was fun. I don't have much to comment on it, except the fact that it's publicly accessible Discord server. It's a sci-fi wargamey, skirmish wargamey-esque style game. Yeah, it was obscure, but wasn't bad. Titanfall 2? No, I've never played Titanfall 2. Since you're a mob boss, what's my favorite gun? Mine's the AKM line of firearms. Okay. So, what is it? I need to look it up. Wait. I need to look this up real quick. I do find the Beretta Jetfire very funny. Explicitly because it is it's the subject of this one meme. I remember one time while hiking with my girlfriend in northern Alberta, and out of nowhere came this huge brown bear charging us, and was she mad? We must have been near one of her cubs. Anyway, if I had not had my little Jetfire, I would not be here today. Just one shot to my girlfriend's kneecap was all it took. The bear got her and I was able to escape just by a quick, brisk walking pace. It's one of the best pistols in my collection. So like just by this story alone, I think it's so silly. I'm not gonna lie. Love Russian Badger though. Russian Badger is very silly. The things I've done for Super Earth, I close my eyes and all I see is red eyes. All I hear is that cadence. Heartsteel, rekill. I have not played Helldivers 2. I'm sorry to say. You watch Badger, but for Smitty, you watch his friends play with him so you can take his content through mitosis. Understood. What perspective should I write from, Lan or Toka? My first thought is Lan, because then that makes it clear to an audience member that Lan is pining. But it would be really interesting to have it follow Toka and have the primary thing be Toka's relationship issues with Orky. But with the added wrinkle of like, oh, I'm relying on Lan, I'm like leaning on her, she's supporting me, and she's very obviously into me, but I'm not picking up on it. That would actually be really interesting. He's got that Vegeta Widow's Peak. You did not just hit him like that. What's my favorite Pokemon? I already answered this earlier. It is Charmander. Specifically Charmander, not the evolution line. What do I think or opinions do I have on Heka and the Lancer AU? So I assume you mean Hecatoncheires. I don't know them well enough. Let me grab Lancer. And let me make sure I... Oop, not you. So their whole thing is they're like quiet stealth. They use the nanites for cloaking. I'm going to grab my apologies. My apologies. Where did it go? There it is. So the Hecatoncheires is a Lancer, or is a Baylor alt frame, which is all about using its nanite swarm to like shroud itself. Is all about hiding itself. And I think that in our Mech Kisser Lancer AU, I think it would be tight with the Caliban. I think Hecatoncheires is like doing the same stuff as the Caliban. It's super edgy. It's super quiet. I think it has like ties with the Metal Mark. I think it has ties with the Caliban. I think that the Caliban is Stone Cold Killer. I think the Hecatoncheires is more like edgelord. I feel. What position is the Baylor in the Romance AU? So the Baylor we decided is the like big dumb himbo. And I think we decided Black Witch and Baylor is on the table as like the main headship. It is not necessarily endgame, but Baylor and Black Witch, where we have like giant dumb himbo who is like dumb as a brick and also could break a brick with his skull, paired with like girl boss business, super like on the ball, like it's a Hallmark movie, right? Big dumb guy, really competent woman who needs to learn to let go, right? They pair well too gameplay wise. And like just look at them. Like Baylor, Black Witch. They even both have one eye. They're made for each other. Your Baylor pilot was a himbo. Not just edgy, but kicks puppies evil. I don't know if Hecatoncheires is like evil, because we kind of steered away from any character being evil. The evilest character we have is the White Witch, and the White Witch is more just like Heather's mean, right? Is more like Mean Girl mean. Less than like evil, because we decided we didn't want to include evil in the actual like AU. Similarly, the Lich, like I would say one of its alters is probably evil, but that's just one of a plurality, right? The Lich is not evil. One of its alters within the Matrix is. Also, hey, Orion. thank you for swinging by. I always appreciate when people just say hi. Okay, so I'm getting a couple repeat questions, it looks like. I don't know what the deal with the Q&A is. Best comment. What happens if a bird gets sucked in? Yeah, so I think that the questions are all over, unless someone has any additional questions. I'm going to assume, and you're not allowed to tell me otherwise, that I didn't answer 10,000 questions. Because for all you know, I did. Least favorite TTRPG. Oof. Fatal. I've never played it. I never intend to. If you want to know, it is... The reason I don't like it is in part because it's really needlessly specific on certain things that don't need to be specific, such as if you are playing a male character, you make rolls for certain size measurements that female characters don't have to make. Hint, hint. And like, there are, from what I'm aware, I'm actually not super familiar with Fatal because I don't care about it. I'm not going to look into it too hard. I believe it's kind of problematic about stuff like, I'll call them the unmentionables. As in, like, there's stuff in that game that would make a lot of people uncomfortable that the game does not treat with tact. It just kind of treats like, if you want to shock your players, include this, which is not the best. Is there... Yeah, that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. It's also racist. I didn't realize it was also racist. It's like, this is probably by far my least favorite TTRPG system. That being said, I've never played it. I don't intend to. I don't know anyone who's played it. Right? Like, so it feels a little bit like that's a bit of a cop-out answer. Actual answer would probably be... Like, in terms of TTRPGs that I know are still at least somewhat popular, would probably be like old school D&D. I wouldn't even say like 5e. I wouldn't even say like D&D 2024. I would say like old school, like 2nd edition and earlier D&D, because they're so obtuse. Because they're so hard to get into. And like, that's not really a hot take. I generally can see at least one interesting thing from most settings I look at, most systems I look at, even if it's not a system that I'm particularly interested in exploring further. So I'm not going to sit here and like bash an indie publisher for a system that I didn't vibe with. Although I will say, I still don't really get solo TTRPGs. I've had people explain them before. I've had people say why they like them. And that just doesn't strike me in the same way. Because if I want to do something solo by myself, I will just write. I will write creatively. I'll write prose. I'll write poetry. I will make a video at this point because that's what I do most of my time. So I never really got solo TTRPGs, but I wouldn't say I dislike them in the same way that like I dislike Fatal. I also kind of dislike early D&D. I'm not going to lie. Not the gawk dice. My least favorite is D&D because I haven't played a lot of TTRPGs. That's the thing. I could see someone saying my least favorite is D&D because that's the only one I've played. My least favorite is D&D because I've played 20 systems. It's really up in the air. Wow, didn't need, want, or need to think about that for any of my TTRPG characters. Exactly. It's like, and I would say it's shock value for the sake of being shock value. No, a lot of times what you think is shock is genuine because someone is genuinely like, hey, this would be fun. This would be cool. A solo TTRPG is just a video game? No, a solo TTRPG is you playing a board game by yourself. Because in a solo TTRPG, you're going to have rules that dictate what you can do. Otherwise, there's no game. And a lot of the times, solo TTRPGs are like, here's a journaling TTRPG where you write letters to yourself as a character. And I'm just like, that's just creative writing. But you're calling it a TTRPG because I guess it technically is. Like, I'm not going to bash it. I'm not going to say that you shouldn't play it or that you can't have fun playing that. But that's not a TTRPG to me, personally. That's not something that I want to do, personally. I want to just write. I have ideas. I have manuscripts. I have work in progresses that I have not worked on because editing takes so much of my time. If I made more money from this channel, well, first it would go to rent. And then it would go to like an editor because Jeebus crisp. I spend all my free time editing. It is wholly genuine. Oh my gosh, really? More money? Nope. Want this? Nope. I'm ending stream. All right, goodbye. It was a pleasure. Thank you all so much for coming by. I appreciate it. Like, all of you are so sweet. All of you so kind. Although, actually, like, unironically, I do need to wrap up stream. It has been 6 hours. My voice is kind of gone because I've been yapping nonstop. Like, literally nonstop. I haven't had breaks. I've only had half a liter of water. I'm so sorry you could hear me gulping. End stream or you give mommy? Oh, bye. All right. Well, take care, everyone. Thank you all so much for swinging by. I stream on Saturday over on Twitch. So if you're on the Discord, you'll get pinged for that if you choose the role. If you otherwise just want to watch videos, look out for a Lancer video coming out tomorrow. Stream highlight Thursday, making Mega Dungeon Friday. And, gosh, my voice. Be on the lookout for announcements. I might make a community post soon because there might be an announcement soon, or it might be in 2 weeks. I don't know yet. Stuff is going to happen in my life upcoming soon, so stream might be kicked around a bit. Anyway, enjoy. Thank you all so, so much. To all of you VOD watchers, thank you. To all of you who are here in chat, thank you.